Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? सर का वो स्पीकर चेक करना है ना ऑडियंस.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Loud and clear.
We'll be starting the session very soon.
Yeah, I think we have about 90 plus participants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Pushkar Kanvinde. Good morning, sir. This is Radhika. Can you hear me? So your voice is mute, so we are not able to hear you. Acha, they have stopped it. Sir,
No.
Sir, you can unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you. You're not able to mute yourself? Okay, you can use the chat box, sir, if you have any difficulty. I'll try to find out. Yes, sir. We are.
Now I think I'm unmuted.
Yes. We
It
can
was
hear
not
you.
in my control. It was showing that host need to unmute you.
Yeah, sorry for that. Very good morning. How are you?
Very good morning.
Thanks for joining, sir. Very happy to see you here. So now there is a small change, I guess. President will be joining in the afternoon. Habeeb.
Yeah. He had called me. Yes.
Director, sir, there is a small change here.
Okay.
Habeeb Khan will be joining only in the afternoon. So all other schedule will remain the same.
Okay.
Radhika,
So you have let all the participants?
Radhika, I won't be able to share the screen because then script wala window does not open.
So I will help you out and then you required.
Okay.
So that time I'll come here and I'll assist you.
So now when I share my screen, then it maximizes. I cannot actually open.
Yeah, that's what. Now you don't require it. Take some time, no?
Okay.
When you are starting, when I'm giving your introduction, you need that screen. So when
Abhi
everything
ye
is
karo.
done, I'll quickly come and help you out. So you keep the screen open because it's recording. Otherwise, it will be visible like this. Is it okay? You mean 1 minute. Okay. Okay. No. Next, what is slideshow में है ना?
Yeah.
But it's not fully. It's fine. That is. आप फुल स्क्रीन के लिए क्या किया है?
पहले आप शेयर कर देती हैं, उसके बाद आप
और जब स्लाइड शो देन यू हैव टू शेयर द स्क्रीन.
स्टॉप शेयर कीजिए.
So it's 10:05 already. So
अब आप वो
it's done.
कीजिए. Start. Share. This one.
But Imran ji, this is not moving. If I have to go to the next slide, it's not moving.
Connect.
I think we should move center stage को कोई आएगा क्या late?
I thought there were more people coming.
नहीं, I'm saying तो बीच में आना.
ये participants को I cannot check.
अगर कोई आएगा तो फिर आ जाए. I think Rao was coming. He's doing it online. Camera flashes. At least we are sitting there center stage.
Just say that also.
ये तो पूरा NEP है.
Very good morning, everyone. Vanakkam, Namaste. Respected guest of honor, Honorable Director and Dean Academics, beloved HOD Architecture, eminent speakers, dignitaries, guests, and my dear audience. Welcome to one-day workshop on National Education Policy 2020, organized by SPA Delhi, Department of Architecture. School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi is a higher educational federal institute specializing in education and research and serving as the National Center of Excellence in the fields of planning and architecture. It's a great privilege and honor to represent SPA New Delhi today in this forum. This is Architect Radhika Gopinath, and I'm going to be the anchor of the day. And my co-partner, Professor Rashmi Baluja Tandon, as a convener today. We are here to discuss the importance of NEP, National Education Policy. As you're aware, the National Education Policy 2020, since it was announced, has created an intense debate in various sectors of education. It has opened up several avenues, encouraging holistic multidisciplinary education that will benefit the education system in many ways. But the question is, how can the NEP 2020 benefit architecture education in India in a positive way? Ladies and gentlemen, you can already see the number of participants joined online and offline today for the same. The numbers are commendable. We have very good response. So we have participants from all over India. Without taking much time, let's start with the session. For this, I would like to invite our Honorable Director, Professor Dr. P.S.N. SPA New Delhi, to inaugurate the workshop and formally welcome our guest of honor and address the audience. Before handing over the stage to him, I would like to brief you about Dr. P.S.N. Rao. He is an architect, civil engineer, and urban planner, having 34 years of work experience as a teacher of urban planning and housing at SPA New Delhi. And he has been a chairman for several organizations like Delhi Urban Art Commission, All India Board on Town and Country Planning of the AICT, chairman of the Committee of Capacity Building Reforms for Urban Planning, and even Delhi Regional Chapter, Institute of Town Planners, India. I would request now Dr. P.S.N. Rao to come over the stage and address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Architect Radhika. A very good morning to all of you, fellow architects, academics, students, and other colleagues who have all taken time out on this morning to join all of us on this very important subject of national education policy. As you all might be well aware, this NEP 2020, as we call it, has come about after a lot of discussion and deliberation at various levels. And finally, it has been approved by the Parliament. And we are all supposed to now be in the implementation mode. It is 2 years down the line. And it is time that we implement the philosophy that has been enshrined in this policy. Now, national education policy is a policy that is meant for several disciplines. It's not only for architecture. Architecture is only one of those. You have engineering, you have management, you have several things. and also school education. It's not only higher education. So one needs to actually read the national housing policy, the national education policy in its entirety. How is it that we are trying to mold the minds of the youngsters who join school, and from there itself the foundations are built up, and then they with on these building blocks they come into architectural education at a much later stage. So that is also something on which I think we need to deliberate, because conventionally you have students coming from the science stream. One would take maybe a maths and a physics and a chemistry at the 12th standard level, +2, and then do an exam and get into architecture. That was the way in which it has been for several decades now. The whole philosophy of education is now changing as per this policy, and multidisciplinarity and holistic exposure to the students is one of the basic tenets on which this entire policy is based upon. So it is being said that it is not the 10+2 traditional system, but it is now a different system, wherein you could actually take several subjects at the entry level, and then you can get into architecture. So in my opinion, I'm sure all of you would have already read the national education policy. I will not go into that, but I will only say, while I'm welcoming all of you to this conference, I can broadly see three major areas on which this policy is based. One is interdisciplinarity of education. So what do we mean by interdisciplinarity? As the name suggests, while you can specialize in a particular area, you must also know a little bit of many things. And in my personal opinion, I think architectural education has always been harping upon the fact that architecture is the mother of all arts, and therefore you need to know a little bit of many things, while you have to know a lot about architecture itself per se. So I think that is one area on which again we can further discuss in today's conference. I am sure we have eminent people here. We have President of Architecture Council, Architect Habeeb Khan will be joining us, I am told, in the afternoon. We also have another eminent architect here with us, Pushkar Kanvinde. And we have other eminent speakers, Professor Aruna Grover and Professor Manoj Mathur, and Professor Anil Dewan, and others who will also be speaking. So how do we take forward this interdisciplinarity? Because ultimately we need to not only talk about philosophy, but we need to convert all that into something that you can actually implement on the ground. So what does that mean? Does that mean that we will have more electives in several other disciplines, or what are we going to do? And what are we going to achieve? And to what extent that interdisciplinarity has to be there, because you can't dilute your basic domain knowledge itself. And at the same time, you also have a certain time that's available to you. So within that time, how can you do it? And will everything have marks, or will certain things be without having marks or credits? These are all things that one can deliberate. The second major pillar on which this national education policy is based upon is the ease of entry and exit. It is believed that education in India so far has been rather rigid, unlike in the West, particularly if you take the US example. And therefore, we need to have several entry doors and exit doors. So people can come, do architecture for some time. Maybe they lose interest, or they don't like it any longer, or they find themselves in the wrong place. They need to exit, and things of that sort. So while you're exiting, it's not that you've lost time, but you will be given some diploma or certificate or something like that. Now, this again, I think the architecture community is perhaps the first as compared to engineering or management, where we recognized this a long time ago. And we are already doing exit route at the third year level, where we are giving a Bachelor of Building Science. So that being whatever it is, the National Education Policy talks about an entry at the end of first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and so on. So is that really desirable? So these are also matters which you can discuss. The third major pillar on which this policy hinges is that of flexibility. By flexibility, what I mean to say is that there is a concept called an academic bank of credits, ABC, as we popularly refer it to. So what is this academic bank of credits? It is basically that you take a certain number of credits at one institute, and then you move on to some other institute, you take some other number of credits, and then you maybe go to a third institute and you take some more credits. And when you put all these together, then it amounts to a particular sum which would enable you to give a degree. Theoretically, conceptually, this sounds to be fine. But then what are the mechanics? The devil is in the detail. How do you actually make it work? And will this, there are also apprehensions and fears that will this lead to chaos? Will this lead to backdoor entry into certain institutions? So you first, because your rank is very low, you don't get an entry into reputed institution, but you get an entry into some other institution, and then you start jumping and you do a hopscotch jump, and then you finally end up getting a degree from some other institution. So how do you actually make this work? That is where we are all stuck. Of course, there is also a counter argument to this, that there is a lot of elitism in not only in India, but in the world over, that certain institutions grab all the limelight, grab all the funds, and studying there would automatically make you a great guy. But if you are in some other place, then you are always treated as a second-rate person. So that is also not correct. And in some quarters, it is felt that this academic bank of credits is something which attempts to demolish this kind of elitism in education. So there are very many issues, and I think the architecture education system is perhaps one of the more progressive systems of education in this country. The way in which you have the reviews, and there are so many ways in which the student is assessed, unlike in engineering, where you don't have these skills honed in a student. Every student who passes architecture is a person who is multi-skilled in that sense. So therefore, once again, with these few words, I welcome all of you. I can see almost 150 people from across the country have joined this deliberation. So this is a very encouraging thing on a Saturday morning. And I would request all of you to have a free and fair deliberation, and welcome to all of you. And I would also request the organizers, I will only reiterate my request to them, that please document all these, and whatever are the conclusions at the end of the day, we need to send these to the Ministry of Education, so that and to the Council of Architecture, so that further steps can be initiated to actually realize and work out the nitty-gritty details. So a very warm welcome to you once again, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Over to Radhika.
You are mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a common speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, Radhika, you can take it forward now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable time and sharing your insights on today's topic. So now I will call upon Professor Rashmi Baluja Tandon, who was instrumental in conducting this workshop. So she is going to explain about understanding and appreciation of NEP with respect to higher educational institutions. So before that, I would like to briefly talk about her. May I request you to share the screen? Yeah, just go to the next slide. Next. Yeah, thank you. So she's an architect, urban and regional planner. She is involved in professional practice since 1998 as a co-founder to Delhi-based firm AE Studio. And she is a professor and coordinator academics at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi, and affiliated college Vastukala Academy. She is an associate member of Indian Institute of Architects and Institute of Town Planners India, and she is currently pursuing her PhD from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Her PhD thesis is Strategies for Quality in Architectural Education in India. Now I would request Professor Rashmi ma'am to come forward and address the gathering.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for this kind introduction. And a very good morning to one and all present here. We are extremely grateful to Council of Architecture and School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, for supporting our initiative on conducting a national level workshop on National Education Policy 2020. It is a great privilege to be part of this event, for which over 400 participants showed interest by registering and responding to our Google Forms. Before we begin with the deliberations planned for the day, as per the schedule, I would like to appraise all with a little bit of about NEP and its possible implications of architecture education. Yeah, sorry for this. Yeah, I would begin by quoting NEP. Education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development. Providing universal access to quality education is the key to India's continued ascent and leadership on the global stage in terms of economic growth, social justice and equality, scientific advancement, national integration, and cultural preservation. Universal high-quality education is the best way forward for developing and maximizing our country's rich talents and resources for the good of the individual, the society, the country, and the world. India will have the highest population of young people in the world over the next decade, and our ability to provide high-quality educational opportunities to them will determine the future of our country. The Global Education Development Agenda, reflected in the Goal 4 of this SDG Goals 2030 and adopted by India in 2015, seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. Such an ambitious goal will require the entire education system to be reconfigured to support and foster learning so that all the critical targets and goals of SDG are met and achieved. End quote. Now, NEP 2020 is the third education policy to be adopted by India since our independence in 1947. The first official education policy was adopted in 1968. NEP 2020 is a much needed revision to the National Policy of Education 1986, and it has happened after 34 long years. It is designed to address various contemporary issues and challenges which have cropped up due to tremendous changes India has undergone in its educational and socio-cultural environment over the last 3 decades. The 4 basic pillars of NEP comprise of access, equality, quality, and accountability, and the policy strives to fulfill all facets of these 4 pillars. One of the most unique features of the policy is the flexibility which it strives to inculcate in the higher education with multiple exit options. It gives the student the freedom to pick and choose his or her path as they walk down the education lane. It is important to have a policy which not only is forward-looking, but fully adaptable to all future scenarios. Our ability to provide quality education and thus satisfactory job opportunities will be determining the overall future of our country. With rise in big data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, the scope of humans in unskilled work will keep getting ever limited. On the other hand, the need for multidisciplinary skilled workforce will increase exponentially, and the NEP 2020 hopes to address its needs. India climbs the development ladder for the ever important STEM subjects are getting increasing competition from liberal art and humanities streams, and every student increasingly wishes to be well informed in multidisciplinary ways and not restricted to his or her chosen subject, as was the case earlier. To be able to tackle the ever-pressing issues of pollution, climate change, renewable energy, and sustainable development, it's important that the art of critical thinking gets deeply ingrained into the students. And for that, pedagogy will have to evolve to make whole educational experience more holistic and flexible. NEP majorly highlights on these areas. The new policy stresses on recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student and provide multidisciplinary and holistic education. It also emphasizes on conceptual understanding and developing creativity and critical thinking. There has to be more than ever need to address importance of ethics and human and constitutional values. The policy also promotes multilingualism and promotes regional languages to be adopted as medium of learning, and at the same time respect the diversity and respect for the local context. It also talks about imparting life skills and focus on regular formative assessment for learning. The new policy is based on the principle that education is a public service and has to be Indian rooted and attached to the pride of India. There will be a light but tight regulatory framework to ensure integrity, transparency, and resource efficiency, and the teachers and faculty shall be the heart of the learning process. Besides full equity and inclusion, the new policy shall provide synergy in curriculum across all levels of education with outstanding research and continuous review. Our target has been set to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher educational institutes from 26.3 to 50-50 by 2030, and there shall be multiple entry-exit options available to the students. The HECI, the Higher Education Commission of India, will be formulated to act as a single authority for higher education, barring medical and law education. The HECI will be authorized to penalize those institutions which fail to provide quality education. The NEP 2020 is all set to establish various categories of universities as part of its restructuring. A consolidation of current 800 universities, 40,000 colleges, and 15,000 large institutions is part of the major restructuring as per the NEP 2020. The National Research Foundation will be formulated to encourage quality research. The NEP 2020 shall embrace technology and emphasize on the role of technology along with online and digital education. The use of various e-learning platforms like Swayam, Diksha shall be used to create virtual labs. The DigiLocker portal can also be used to secure certificates. 14 engineering colleges in 8 states have already started BTech programs in 5 regional languages, including Hindi, Bengali, Marathi, Telugu, and Tamil. The Government of India has issued a guideline for internationalization of higher education. The government aims to establish campuses across the country in various disciplines, attracting students from abroad for education in India, and indulge rigorously into collaborative programs with foreign universities. The credit bank will be formed to keep track of all the credits earned by students during their academic journey. Education can be very instrumental in bringing progressive changes in the society. Though NEP 2020 hopes to bring a paradigm shift and immensely transform higher education, but it will never realize its full potential till the time there is comprehensive awareness and understanding amongst not only its direct stakeholders in the field of education, but in all segments of the society. Now, the major purpose of holding this workshop, apart from spreading awareness related to the policy, is an attempt to share and discuss the applicability, implication, and implementation of NEP 2020 effectively in the domain of architectural education. School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, has always been a trendsetter, and being an institute of national importance, shall always remain in the forefront by contributing strategies for transforming and restructuring institutions and thereby achieving quality in architecture education across the country. This workshop is one such step in this direction. The brainstorming on various chosen theme tracks shall enable understand the prevailing scenario and gaps in architecture and strategize the responses to the implication of NEP on architecture education. It shall also highlight how the NEP shall act as a driver for achieving quality in architecture education. We shall hear from various chosen experts throughout the day on the different theme tracks, such as implication of NEP on architecture education, the COA's perspective on NEP, UGC's perspective, and how NEP shall behave as a quality driver. And before I thank, I would like to respond to what Professor Dr. P.S.N. said. Sir, we will definitely compile all the deliberations and come up with some kind of a white paper which can be shared with the ministry and all the stakeholders across the country. Thank you everyone for patient hearing, and I would now request our host Radhika to take over.
No. Fine. So thank you very much, Rashmi ma'am. I know this must be very lengthy, but basically she wants to cover about the introduction of NEP. So it is basically covering the points about understanding and appreciation of NEP with respect to higher educational institution. So before we get into the proper presentation, before hearing from eminent speakers, we thought of briefing you about NEP in advance so that it will be clear for you. Well, my dear audience, I'm sure this introduction about the NEP topic is sufficient to move forward to the presentation by our eminent speakers of the day. So before that, I would like to give you an announcement due to unavoidable reasons. Director P.S.N. and actually Architect Habeeb Khan also will be joining in the afternoon session. But we would like to give a token of gratitude for supporting this event and allowing us to organize this in a very grand way. So we have designed a beautiful memento for them to submit it. But anyway, I was expecting Rao sir here, but he could able to join online. So we will try to submit the memento directly also. I hope you will be here, sir, for some time, or you'd like to take a leave after this. So that we are planning to give a tea break in case if you want to go with the presentation directly, or you would like to wait for some time. We'll finish a portion. Okay, so what we can do is before taking a break, we will continue with Dr. Pushkar Kanvinde. He is going to be our first speaker of the day. Before handing over to him, I would like to give a small introduction and brief about him here. Backend team, can you just remind us? Yeah, I can see. So Professor Pushkar Kanvinde is our guest of honor also today and the eminent speaker of the day. He is an architect, urban designer from Pune. Welcome, sir, to the session. So he worked more than 38 years. He is also in teaching and practice, and he taught, in BKPS College of Architecture, and he received prestigious awards like Best Innovative Teaching Practices Award by University of Pune in 2011, and also now currently Honorary Director at Ayojan School of Architecture and Design, Pune. And in his past, he was interested to head a National Institute of Advanced Studies in Architecture, that is called NIASA. And you can see like he worked in more than 200 interior projects. His designs are highly appreciated for their timeless character by the users and the architects' fraternity. He has also received awards in architectural competitions in past. And he has contribution to many schools of architecture and universities in India as an advisor, mentor, member of board of studies, evaluator, etc. He has many articles and research papers published in journals of repute to his credit and has regularly presented papers and works in many conferences and seminars across India. And recently he has co-authored a chapter in a book, Tourism and Religion, published by Channel View Publications UK. And Pushkar sir, he was an ex-member of Council of Architecture. He's also a chairman of All India Board of Architecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, all friends and dignitaries. I think I will straight away start sharing the screen so that we can start with the presentation. Are you able to see the present screen fully?
Not fully. Okay, fine. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Not able to see your video.
Pardon? No, my video I have closed down.
Fine,
If you
sir.
want, I can start actually.
This is fine, sir. We can see the screen. Yeah.
I thought screen is more important than my face, so but anyway, let's proceed with it. Dr. Rao and Baluja madam had very well explained what NEP is all about, so I don't need to dwell on that. But certain things that I would like to put forth here. See, sometime it was appearing in newspapers that the Council of Architecture Minimum Standards 2020 are part of NEP. Maybe because they were published around same time. The thing is, it had no connection in the sense these standards were pending with government for many years before they were finally accepted and published in Gazette. And somehow it coincided with publication of NEP. So people thought that, oh, it's same, but nothing same. Many of the provisions of NEP were already there in the minimum standards. So maybe that misunderstanding was there. Then the second thing was, there was a apprehension that current students will be affected due to this new education policy and whatever changes, but they are not likely to get affected in any manner. Even the minimum standards are also not likely to affect current students so much, because whatever are the provisions of minimum standards, they have to be incorporated in the curriculum by the institute or the affiliating university before they could be really implemented and come to students. Then the provision for exit after third year, as Dr. Rao also explained, is there since I think 1992 or 93. There were few universities which offered it, but there were hardly any takers. That I must underline. Still, we don't have a mindset that we will exit and go somewhere. What usually, there was one person in my college who wanted to do it, but after end of third year, he thought, oh, now it is just one more year, then I will go for practical training and just produce a thesis and I will complete my education. So why exit? Let me complete and then do something. So we still have this mindset with many of the students that even if there is an exit available, they want to complete the course and then go off. So unless you have a mandatory exit and re-entry, this will not work. Then what are broadly the proposals of NEP? They want higher education institute to be autonomous, granting their own degrees, and no more affiliating universities will be there. Now, this is a great opportunity, but many of the institutes are again mentally not ready to be autonomous, because they always believe that they can ride on someone else's designs, like the affiliating university, and get rid of the responsibilities which may come because of autonomy. So that is one thing, one apprehension that I have heard from many teachers. The second thing is there will be no colleges of engineering, technology, architecture, etc. It will be a typical college which will be multidisciplinary, and depending on the choice of subjects that you, or choice of courses or selections that you make, that will at the end give you the label that you are an engineer or an architect or an artist or whatever. They want all the institutes to be multidisciplinary, giving many choices. The triple entry and exit options also, previous speakers talked about, they have to be provided to the candidates. And this is one important thing, that a minimum enrollment in higher education institute is expected to be 3,000 plus. Now, second thing, which is already now in paper in many of the states, that undergraduate degree program should be of 3 or 4 years. So most of the 3 years programs are now getting converted to 4 years from 2023 onwards. And there is a lot of resistance already seen from colleges and teachers, because the infrastructure for one more year extension is not there with many of the colleges. You need one additional classroom for each stream or for each division, which is not there. That's why this resistance is there. Now, what is expected is, as per the proposal, Council of Architecture will be assigned the responsibility of professional standard setting board. In the sense, whatever are current responsibilities of council with respect to education, some of the responsibilities will be transferred to someone else, and council will be more of a consulting body. So the regulation, which is now with all different councils, will come to a central regulator, which is independent and common for all streams. And all different councils, including Council of Architecture, will be facilitators to this central regulator. For architecture stream, Council of Architecture will be the facilitator. Maybe for pharmacy, the Pharmacy Council will be there, like that. And now in this situation, accreditation becomes a very important aspect of education. And this accreditation again will be through an independent body, and maybe again assisted by respective councils. In our case, Council of Architecture, as to how to carry out, what should be the criteria, etc. In fact, recently council has almost finalized with National Board of Accreditation how an architecture program could be accredited, and very soon it will be rolled out. That's what I believe. Now, when draft NEP was there, council had written to government to keep architecture out of scope of NEP, because it's a professional education, and other two professions where some formal education is there, like law and medicine, were kept out of purview. Then, going into detail, it was learned that just because law and medicine do not come under Ministry of Education, they are temporarily kept out of NEP, and government is trying its best to get law and medicine also under the NEP. And so government did not accept the request of Council of Architecture. Now, rather than looking at this as a setback, how we can go ahead is something that we have to look for. Like Rao sir also quoted, architecture is mother of all arts, so we should take advantage of this motherlyhood. And architecture begins where engineering ends. So anybody who wants to practice architecture and coming from engineering background, first we have to say that we have to start learning architecture right from the beginning, because architecture begins where your engineering ends. So we can quote that and establish supremacy of architecture education. The biggest advantage of architecture education is it is wholesome and it is comprehensive. So let's now go ahead with what is further possible. Now, the objectives as mentioned in NEP are improving the learning outcomes. The stress is on outcomes, widening the choice of students to develop well-rounded, creative individuals. That means responsible citizens. Then they want to multifold the enrollment for higher education. And for that, they want to provide this multiple entry, multiple exit option. That is one effort to make the education affordable. And one can really plan that he will do 2 years now, then work, earn for the fees for next 2 years, and then complete the education. I today only read that for a 3-year or a 4-year program, they want to allow 7 years for one to complete the program, and one can rejoin the program after 3 years. That's what in today's newspaper it is there. They also want to grant better autonomy to teachers. They want transparent and empowered regulatory authority. The keywords are light but tight regulation. Those are the words used in the national education policy. So there will be minimal regulation, but it will be very tight. Means there will be no escape if you don't even pay heed to the minimality in the regulation. Then improve the research opportunities and make a research environment. Even the universities are also going to be two kinds of universities. One are teaching universities and another are research universities. So there will be a specific impact for research. Still, we don't know how it will be funded, etc., because on that part, NEP is quite silent. And as I said earlier, they want to improve gross enrollment ratio. Not only for architecture, we need it for architecture badly. The admissions this year are very bad across India, and definitely for allied fields. And we need to do something more about it. So what are the possible scenarios? There will be multidisciplinary HEIs or cluster that will have to offer many choices of learning. Now, in this situation, Council of Architecture will have to specify the courses that will be acceptable in terms of credit for an architecture program. Because the choices are many, so we have to say that only these courses will be accepted if you want to get registered as an architect. You must have the credits in these courses and these many credits. This has to be prescribed by council. If 3 or 4 year program for bachelor's becomes a norm, UIA doesn't recognize an architecture program, professional architecture program of that duration. So like what many of the developed nations have done, we have to move to master's as a professional degree in architecture. If you go to UK, Australia, Canada, most of these nations do not have any more BArch degree offered. Their first degrees are Bachelor of Design, Bachelor of Architectural Design, Bachelor of Sciences in Architecture, whatever. And then one has to do a Master of Architecture before he can appear for the registration examination or seek registration as an architect. So maybe if 3 or 4 year degree bachelor's becomes a norm, then we may also have to move into that direction. Now such kind of change has to be very carefully tailored, unfolded and monitored. It is not very casual thing which one can do. And I think later in the day, we will see how SPA has prepared for the NEP compliance. That's what it means is the program needs to be restructured and curriculum to be revamped. And approach of assessment must change to outcome-based assessment rather than input-based assessment as it is now. Now, what could be the possibilities for change? Now, one of the options which is considered is to break up the course in this manner where there will be a 1-year foundation. Maybe after that foundation, one can exit with a certificate and go to other diplomas. And bachelor could be 3 or 4 years, followed by 1 or 2 years of practical experience or apprenticeship. It could be split like 1 year now and 1 year later, but 2 years apprenticeship. And one can diversify into many different things after the bachelor's, like building engineering, management, landscape architecture, interior architecture, implant, go to law, management, design, and there are many different options. And I think we can very easily tailor our undergraduate or bachelor's education in the manner that one can very easily migrate to landscape or urban design or something like that after basic bachelor's. But who wants to pursue the profession of architecture has to pursue a master's in architecture, and only then he is qualified to enter the profession. Now, whether directly or whether after the examination, that's a different thing. But these 2-3 things will finally make the thing easier and NEP compliant. Now, there was a criticism when this was presented that why one should be deprived of architecture practice and also doing specialization like now. Now, if you see the situation now, to be a landscape architect, you have to spend 7 years. Now, in this scheme, you can have 2 post-graduations, a March and Master of Landscape, and still both together will be with you in 7 years. So this is in fact a better option, that one can have 2 master's degrees in the same time duration. Another option is you allow the students to get, who are determined to be architects, to get into architecture stream right after 10th with maybe a diploma in architectural assistantship. And after this diploma, you get direct entry to second year in architecture, because some of the subjects which are part of foundation will be directly covered in diploma in architecture, and then rest of the scheme is same. Now, there is one more, a different kind of a option, that in addition to the architecture related bachelors, we can take students from humanities, skill-based developments, visual arts, technology, design, and many other courses into architecture with some additional training, in the sense they have to get required number of credits and then enter directly into master's degree course in architecture, which will be of 2 years duration. There could be 1 year's pre-master's if necessary. And then that becomes the qualification to enter the profession. This is another option. All these options could be simultaneously offered. In the sense, there could be combination of the previous option and this option, and still we can continue to get architects. Now, what CEO is looking forward to now is, if all these kind of various permutation combinations are coming into place, there should be some way, because the main role of Council of Architecture is to protect the community from furgy architects. And for that, it has to regulate who comes into the profession and assumes the title architect. So maybe introducing the examination for registration could be one way of doing it. That is what is being considered. But that will also need some amendments to the Act that are necessary. Then it has to define the courses and credits as essential part of training before one seeks registration as an architect. And through this transformation, it wants to handhold the institution to process and get into the new era. We considered, and at Council, they have accepted that certain competencies and skills are essential when you get into architecture programs. And it should be with a measurable outcomes that form the bouquet of courses that leads to qualification in the field of architecture. Now, what are these? Let's see. These are the 4 competencies or skills that we thought about: vocational skills, professional skills, critical thinking, and ethical sensibilities. These 4 competencies are we consider essential for being an architecture professional. What are these? This is slightly in detail, or slightly we are trying to elaborate here what these competencies are. Like vocational include graphics, digital, understanding of structure, understanding of site and climate, understanding of construction materials, techniques, understanding of what is urbanism and landscape, and finally, integration of all the 4 S in design, that is space allocation, structure, site and services in 3D or comprehensive format. The professional skills include ability to design a building, addressing local or regional needs, using local materials and skill sets, and creating an aesthetic approach which may be very regional in nature. Critical thinking is, I think, considered as one of the basic skills or basic competency of an architect, that he should be able to critically analyze a situation and offer a solution. And ethical sensibilities is, it has to be for the larger good and betterment of society, and architect through his designs should lead the society. Now, these competencies, when you specify, it leads to what is called graduate attributes. So what are graduate attributes? They are a set of outcomes and components of learning that are indicative of competence to practice at appropriate level. And as previously you have categorized, they have critical thinking and communication, design and technical skills, comprehensive design, and leadership in practice. These are generally globally accepted, and based on that, the UIA has suggested the attributes, these 7 attributes it has suggested to apply, and the acquired knowledge for design, operation, and improvement of systems, processes and environments, formulate and solve complex architectural problems, understand and resolve the environmental, economic, societal implications of architectural work in suitable manner, communicate effectively with client peers community, engage in lifelong learning and professional development following graduation, and act in accordance with ethical principles of profession in architecture, and make case publicly for better human environment in contemporary society. These are 7 attributes which are globally accepted, and we want to integrate these into architecture education here with courses for which there is a big list of what could be the possible areas where the courses could be offered, and outcome measured, keeping in mind these 7 attributes. So what are these? Say measurable outcome in, I will not read all this. These are generally accepted, and those who are into architecture education are very much conversant with all these terms. So you can read through. I will keep on changing the screen here. Building science, program preparation, site design. Actually, if you see, most of the things are already part of the bouquet of courses that we offer in our BRG education. There is nothing which is not there. Only thing is we have to very clearly define that for each of this aspect, each of this facet, how do we measure the outcome? In the sense, how do we assess whether the student has understood, he knows, and should be able to put it into practice, the knowledge with regards to a particular aspect. If you have read through, I think you know all of this is part of architecture education, nothing different. Now, I have some apprehensions about this NEP, because still government has not moved any bill into government, parliament. There are 4 verticals they have talked about in NEP. One, Higher Education Council, a regulatory authority, accreditation authority, and funding agency. These are 4 essential verticals they talk about. And before these verticals come into being, implementation of NEP is a question mark. And till today, I don't know if they are going to do it in this winter session of Parliament, which started yesterday, but no bill is introduced by government till now. Second thing is, the politicians and bureaucrats usually don't like autonomy granted to any agency or institute. To give you an example, Council of Architecture. The people at ministry are always want to neglect Council of Architecture because they know that Council of Architecture is independent. It doesn't have any dependence on, in terms of money, on government, and it has its president elected person, so they cannot at their whims and fancies or will change the governance of Council of Architecture. So they are unhappy because they don't have that kind of authority which they have on agencies like UGC, AICT, etc. So whether such a kind of autonomy will be palatable to these people is another thing. And I say this because twice before there was an effort to give autonomy, to bring in reforms, but both the times they did not went through. Again, NEP is not very clear about path of implementation. Further, minimum enrollment of 3,000 may not be very practical for old institutions. They are small, independent institutions and they don't have even infrastructure to incorporate 3,000. They have suggested a way that they could be part of a cluster. But to work as a cluster, physical limitations are there as to how far various institutions could be there, which are part of the cluster for easy movement of teachers and students, etc. There could be many things, but this is one area which needs to be addressed very critically. Then it is not very clear what will happen to specialty institutions like NID. IITs have already started diversifying, but National Institute of Design or School of Planning and Architecture, I don't know. Maybe the people at SPN know it better how they plan to diversify and offer multiple courses. Maybe because they have industrial design, they can start already into design, management, etc., etc. But don't know again whether they can expand to 3,000. And IIMs, again, similarly, they are basically focusing on management, but how they can offer other disciplines still we don't know. Then NEP is quite silent on financial and funding provisions. It says that the research will be funded and there will be a vertical which will be looking after funding, but not very elaborate text is available on this. And of course, for any change, there is always a resistance from teachers and universities, any change whatsoever. So this is a big change. So there will be demonstrations, there will be debates, but they should soon happen and we should get into the new life or new lease. And that's all. And I believe That's what I wanted to put forth as council's viewpoint. Thank you. I hope I have not crossed time. Over to you, Radhika ma'am.
No, sir, not at all. It was fantastic. And then actually we were taking down notes. So I would request Rashmi ma'am to give a sum up of all the takeaways. And I would request even from the audience side, if you have any, anything need to be asked. Sorry. So if you have any queries, you can just use raise hand option. So we can allow at least 4 audience to address, to Architect Pushkar Kanvinde. Yeah, so before that, Rashmi ma'am, so please.
Can I turn on my video?
Yeah, please.
It's not allowed. My video is not on.
Yeah, no video yet.
If you can change any settings, just.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Pushkar Kanvinde, for letting us know about COA's perspective on NEP. And you are clarifying the entry-exit possibilities with respect to architecture education. I know it's very confusing for all of us, and it's going to take a long time to ultimately implement everything. And today's sessions will definitely get into larger debates after going through the presentation given by you, where you talk about various aspects related to entry exits possible, and the proposals of NEP were like autonomous and no affiliating schools would be required. It's going to be an autonomous thing. And then when the minimum enrollment requirements will be around 3,000 plus, so that the repercussions are going to be even more serious, where like the small standalone and affiliating schools, where will they go? And all these questions are still unanswered. And COAs will be ultimately a professional standard setting board, and council will be more of a consulting body. That's what everybody is envisaging. And you are very rightly saying accreditation will become more critical, because NEP talks about quality, and to achieve quality, we need to definitely have some kind of accreditation policy at place. And at present, for architecture schools, there is nothing as defined as it should be. And hopefully we will have something coming up in this respect, where like both the schools and the programs will be accredited with some baseline, as you are talking about UIA, and you are mentioning how the graduate attributes specified by UIA are being discussed. But I think in the earlier meetings with Professor Habeeb Khan, we happened to hear about Washington Accord and Canberra Accord also. So it's kind of, again, more confusing, because there are multiple things which are being offered to us, and right now it's not giving any unified and comprehensive direction towards how we will get into this, and how this outcome-based education, definitely everybody agrees, is going to be very, very important, and is the way forward from here for any higher education thing. But how we are going to basically how the outcomes will be assessed, and how these outcomes with respect to the attributes and the employability needs to be the major factor. How everything needs to be put together is again leaving us with some kind of thought. And you also mentioned about different scenarios of entry and exit, and the different options, where like students or the students will be allowed to enter at any level and would be allowed to exit at any level. But there would be so many repercussions related to this, and how the schools are going to perform with students suddenly dropping after 3 years, and how those need to be, how the curriculum needs to be compartmentalized in 3+2 or 3+1+1 scenario. And very rightly said that the internship and the practical aspect is going to be more important. And internship again after 3 years, and then an exit after 3 years. And again, this needs to be more defined in a better manner. And definitely you are rightly saying that there needs to be an amendment to the Act. And in the coming years, as per the NEP, to achieve any kind of quality, skills and competencies will become more important to be acquired. And you beautifully described these 4 skills, which will be the key thing: the vocational, professional, critical thinking, and ethical sensibilities. And the outcomes required in the design education, building science education. I mean, the slides which you detailed out, they are very well known to most of us in the academic fraternity. But how this will be implemented, again, we maybe after today's deliberations, we will have a better picture how to go ahead from here. And thank you so much for your inputs. And I would request the audience to come up with your questions, and please raise your hands if anybody is interested to unmute themselves so that our backend team can unmute and let you ask your questions.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, I'll just clarify about what you mentioned about these accords. Washington Accord is primarily for technical education and engineering education, and Canberra Accord is for architecture education. As of now, India is not signatory of Canberra Accord. But to be signatory of Canberra Accord, we have to have a very robust system of accreditation of programs already in position. Only then we can ask to be signatory of Canberra Accord. And this implementation of NEP and accepting the 7 GAs that UIA has proposed and tailoring our curriculum according to that could be one big step forward towards this. And I hope soon we will be able to sign Canberra Accord and our students can seamlessly move across the globe with that. Thank you.
But so why I mentioned those is like UIA and Canberra, actually, those 7 graduates may be very common universally. I mean, across the globe, those graduate attributes would be common. But what UIA and Canberra ultimately are saying are not exactly the same. So there again would be a
variation. There
yes.
will be variation. But what they want is you must have a robust system of accreditation, which is a primary requirement when you want to come and sign the accord. Now, at one point of time, when we were, or IIA was part of this Commonwealth Association of Architects, we were automatically signatories of Accord because CAA is signatory of Canberra Accord. But we have moved out of this Commonwealth, so we have to afresh get registered as a signatory. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for clarification. Audience, do you have anything to ask from Kanvinde, sir?
Yes,
Radhika has some questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have, not many questions updated here. There are 6 people who have already raised hand. So firstly, I would like to go with Dr. S.P. Anshuri. They have explained currently most curricula are divided into design studios with few support lecture classes. The studio and lecture functions in isolation, and the lack of coordination often leads to the students being unable to integrate the knowledge they gain in lectures into their design studio projects. There is a need for inviting various faculty to visit the studio as members of the college's multidisciplinary team to provide real-time input to the students' projects. So we are just not knowing what is your question actually.
I think it is just the comment. I read that comment in Q&A. It is just a comment. And in fact, what we have to very clearly do, which we have been just talking for many years, we have to stop teaching. The students have to learn themselves, and the role of teachers is to assist them in learning themselves and create a perpetual learner out of them, because they have to keep learning till the time they want to practice architecture. So we have to somehow change the style of what is interaction between students and teachers. It should be more like students learning and we are catalyst for them to assist learning.
Yeah. So there's one more question saying that why are we pressing hard for exit test for practice?
See, when Council of Architecture was formed and the minimum standards were given, the requirement was Council will go, and if you read the act, it is clearly there. Council will periodically go and find out how the examinations are carried out at different institutions. Now, this was in 1983. This was written in 1983 or 1975, 1972 when the act was formed. Now, that time there were hardly 16 schools of architecture in entire India. And I remember the team of council, which incorporated of registrar and 2 members, used to come to a school for inspection. For 2 complete days, they used to go through different studios, see the assignments, etc., and make some advice as to how certain things, if there are missing, could be added. And that was the way of equalizing different schools, whatever was happening. Now there are 380 functioning schools as of now. It is impossible that there could be parity. Earlier, because the same team moved in all 16 colleges, that parity was not a great thing to achieve. Now, how do we ensure the parity, and how do we ensure that the person who is entering the profession is competent? A globally accepted practice is a test for registration. And I think it is high time we also move to that, and we introduce a test for registration. So we know that the person who is entering the profession definitely has certain competencies that are expected by the community at large. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So we have here audience who's present here in the room. Aarti, can you just go ahead?
Yeah, I had this query that if already centrally funded institutes, specialized institutes have a 3,000 admission mandate, is it advisable that as SPAs and NIDs, we start some more focus on SWAYAM, MOOC, online training courses, and maybe on an international level, Coursera, Udemy, and all that. So is it advisable that we do more of courses in that also, so that we can show that intake of 3,000 enrollment?
Yeah, I think in addition to everything, this is expected that you move into Swayam and you also offer the modules on online system, which may be attended by those who are not full-time enrolled with you. Maybe they are wanting to do some elective in architecture, which is offered by you through a Swayam program. And the SPA or Delhi is offering that, and somebody who is sitting in maybe Tanjavaram wants to do it, along with his stream of learning, which may be something else altogether. Maybe he is studying medicine and wants to do some course in architecture, which we are offering as an elective to Swayam. So that is already there. But 3,000, I believe, is on-campus enrollment they are talking about, and not necessarily in one constituent college of that campus. But if it is a cluster, let's say SPA New Delhi clusters with 2, 3, 4 institutes which are nearby. Maybe IIPA is there next to it. Maybe some other institute, maybe some college which is on the ring road, and exchange certain things. Together it should be 3,000. Cluster should officially come into being through MOUs.
I hope you got the answer. Okay. So we will take up 3 from online, and then I'll go ahead with you. So there is Shelly Srivastav. I have given access to you. You can shoot your question directly to.
Okay, thank you. Professor Kanvinde, you were talking about the exit route, and then maybe 3 to 4 years BH degree, and then master's degree for specialization.
No.
So I'm
3 to 4 year degree will not be called BH. It will be bachelor's degree, all right. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, please
So
go ahead.
the thing is, I have a little concern that probably do we have the capacity of giving such master's courses? What kind of timeline are we looking at for shifting to this model? Because there will be capacity building
There is
required for this, no?
no specific timeline. And I believe out of 380 institutions which are registered or which Council of Architecture has recognized, at least 100 are offering master's degree courses. Now, it may happen that not all institutes will have master's degree courses, and it may happen that everyone who is registering for bachelor's course, it will not be BH. First thing we have to do, if we move to master's as a qualification for registration, we have to abolish the title BR. Otherwise, it will create a lot of confusion when it comes to registration. Like what the most of the developed nations have done, they have stopped offering BR. MRs they are offering. So that confusion is never there, whether you are a 5-year BR or a 3-year BR. We don't want to get into that. If you are a BR, you have done 5 years course. If you are a Bachelor of Architectural Sciences, it's a 3-year course. But I think we can nurture the good institutions, the established institutions, the proven institutions to offer masters in architecture as a path towards registration with good intake, so that one such program at one of the institute can cater maybe half a dozen different institutes in the region, from where the students will come there for masters if they want to get into architecture practice. But there are people who will get into something else. Maybe someone wants to do landscape, someone wants to do building engineering management, which is very, very much course in demand. They can move there. Not all will come for architecture. Maybe few of them will work for a few years in architect's office, and then they think that, okay, now I am ready to go for further education and then get into architecture practice. So I don't think it is unmanageable. And timeline, I think Council has not decided anything, but as NEP suggests, it should be 2030 or 2035 by the time the complete transformation is expected to happen.
Thank you, sir. So, can you tell your name, introduce yourself?
I'm architect Dewan Kumar. Dewan Kumar.
You have to speak for
Ask
me.
your question. Ask your question. Ask your question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have a lot of questions on this. This is, I perceive, is a total confusion on the architectural education. First of all, there is a basic question. We never define. We talking about a lot of things on architectural education, but we never define what is the architectural education. What is the scope of architectural education? In presently, I'll give you an example. Only undergraduate program of architecture is considered the minimum standard of architecture. While in Act, if we study the Act, there is no foundation, only the undergraduate programs. So from diploma, graduate, post-graduation, research, these should come in one forum, in one institutions. That under the forum, there is a Council of Architecture is a forum, and the IAA, we have organizations, we have to club somewhere so that both institutions can work together for the fulfillment of the professions. Like, for example, recently, earlier there is a diploma of architecture is controlled by AICT. But now, diploma, I think 1 year in 2019, diploma of architecture is being controlled by the Council of Architecture. So it means we have to change our regulations further after 2020, because now we have two scopes, diploma in architecture and graduation. Further, Masters of Architecture is controlled by AICT and I think UGC and research also. So these kind of fragmentations give our study architectural education are in the fragmentations. We have to require a unified approach in this. So this is my questions. If the NEP, whatever the presentations has given, it will more complicated rather than the making a simplifications of the things. So this is my question. Kindly elaborate. And there are so many questions on. If time allowed, I will.
So we will address it later. Sorry, so just because of the time.
See, I will respond simply. See, the NEP wants you to move to diversified approach to education. That is the intent of new education policy. Now, as the diversification comes in, there will be nothing which will unify. There could be very many different approaches as per different philosophies of different institutions. Some institutions may have 3 years bachelor's, some may have 4 years bachelor's. Master's courses again will be 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 years master's courses. They will be regulated not by Council of Architecture, but by a central regulatory authority. Council of Architecture, what it will tell is, these are the attributes of the person whom we can register as an architect, and to achieve these attributes or to reach to these attributes, one must assume so many credits in these many different areas or courses before he comes and applies for registration. Now, once he comes and applies for registration, to ascertain whether the person has assumed the competency and the attributes, the Council of Architecture may conduct an examination which can be quite elaborate. For that matter, let me quote that ARB of UK, one has to appear for 7 papers before he gets registration, even after doing masters and 2 years working in architect's office. Similar thing is there in US. Similar thing is there in most of the developed countries. Nobody gets registration directly like that. So education in architecture will be diversified. Not all who get education in architecture would want to come and practice as architects. There could be many different professions and vocations available for them to diversify into. But for those who want to get into architecture practice and register as an architect and want to use title architect, may have to appear for examination to see that he has acquired the required competency which is required for practice of architecture. This diversification and confusion will be there for some time, but soon it will become way of life.
In 1983 regulations, we have a diversification. I will give you a small example. Our course was proposed in the 2 stages, 3 plus 2. So somebody want to exit after 3 years, he may be exit. And if somebody wants to continue, he can continue 5 years. But I think in my knowledge that was never implemented, and in 2020 it was deleted. This provision has been deleted, so we are advancing.
It is not deleted. It was offered by a few universities. For example, Punjab University offered it from 1992 onwards. From 1992 till 2002, only one person opted for the exit. Pune University offered it for 12 years. Not a single person opted to exit. So exit was available. It was choice of student whether to exit or not to exit. So they did not exercise their choice. So I think
some degree or some certification
No, please. We are running out of time.
Yeah, so we should give opportunity for others also. So we will take up your questions later on. You can type it out and then we can address it to him directly. So we have one more Zehra Yasmoon here. So you'd like to address him directly, ma'am? I have given you permission to talk. Okay, so if not Zehra, Kalai Chelvan, are you available?
Good morning, respected professors. Thank you so much, sir, for the informative talk. That was really enlightening. I have a very simple question that when we actually are at the entry level, we are excluding the humanities students. But when we are teaching architecture, we are trying to get theoretical subjects oriented towards the critical thinking, more towards value-related subjects. So how do you take this? We are restricting something at the entry level, and this kind of inhibits the kind of query that comes, because there will be different mindset of humanities students and there is different mindset of the science students. So how do you take this and is it really justified?
See, the architecture education is so diversified itself. We learn about so many different things. Only thing is, maybe it was not so much formalized till now. It will be now formalized that students from different disciplines can get into architecture, or students from architecture can get into different disciplines. It will be a little more formalized. But again, I think it is for us to lead the show for rest of the students. Now UGC is talking about professor from practice. We have professors from practice right from day one of our architecture education. So all these different options will in fact enrich the architecture education over a period of time. So we should look forward for that enrichment by people coming from different backgrounds into architecture and people from architecture getting into different streams. So I think it will be very enriching experience for all of us and for the profession.
Okay, so we can take up only one question, one last question. So either Chitra ma'am or Kalai Chairman, whoever is there.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Chitra from NIT Calicut. Sir, this question is in the wake of we are actually revising the process of revising our curriculum for the 2023 admission onwards. So I understand that there was a committee which was formed, which was under your chairmanship, were actually looking into that fact that how we can incorporate NEP into the BI curriculum. So I would like to have some light on that, sir. And what is your opinion that, like, when it will get
No,
published?
You are not audible. Your voice is breaking.
Okay, so maybe internet must be fluctuating. Ma'am, Rashmi ma'am, you can address the same question to me.
So she'll have to repeat.
Yeah, Dr. Chitra, can you repeat again?
Last part.
Only the last part. Like, what is the answer you wanted to get from sir?
The committee's recommendation she wants.
So recommendations, in short, I have put forth in this presentation. But maybe the question is, can you go ahead with restructuring the program, etc.? I think Council has still not taken any concrete stand on this because it wants to hear something from government with regards to amendments, etc. Because all these changes, if you are talking about, calls for amendments and change in the act. So I believe Council is waiting for that. But at the same time, institutes like SPA and IIT who are directly under ministry can support Council and write to ministry that this is how we want to revamp our program, and maybe the ministry will act fast.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so with this, I think we will end the question answer session. Professor Pushkar Kanvinde, sir, I'm really thankful to you. You were patiently answering to all the questions, but we have more number of questions here. We will try to compile everything and we'll try to share it in email.
Please. If you send it to me on email along with the email addresses of people who are asking it, maybe I will try to answer them over next few days. Yeah.
That shows that how much they're interested and then they were listening to your lecture. And I'm sure that, so in case if any audience, they've joined late in this presentation, I would like to just brief you because we have started with the first presentation. This whole workshop is actually revolving around the 4 theme tracks: understanding and appreciation of NEP with respect to higher educational institutions, which was addressed by Architect Rashmi. And we have implication of NEP on architectural education, COA's perspective on NEP, and NEP as a quality driver, quality imperatives through NEP for AE. So firstly, Professor Pushkar Kanvinde, sir, he has addressed about implication of NEP on architecture education based on COA perspective. And now we have our next speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela. So before inviting him, I would like to really thank Professor Pushkar Kanvinde sir for his time and valuable points which he shared today. And for this, I would request our beloved HOD, Architect Anil Dewan sir, to come forward and address him, and then give a vote of thanks to sir because he's having some other appointments also. So he might leave the session early. Anil Dewan sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you for conducting the first session so well. So I would now like to propose a vote of thanks to President Council of Architecture Habeeb Khan ji for having agreed to be with us today, and we thank Pushkar Kanvinde ji to put forward the stand of the Council of Architecture. I would like to thank our director, Professor P.S.N. for putting his views and letting us have this very important deliberation at this stage, wherein we are also in the process of revising our syllabuses. And I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar, our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our Dean Research, Professor Dr. Aruna Ramani Grover, our Dean P&D, and she's going to be speaking today. So she's going to spend the day with us. And then I would like to thank speakers for today. Actually, this is part of a PhD research that we are conducting. The supervisors, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, who's heading Amity at Noida, and supervisor, Professor Dr. Jaya Kumar. I'd like to thank Professor Manoj Mathur and all the others who are here and who are participating today for making it so interactive and making it possible for us to hold it with so many people from all over the country joining us. So we would have a lot of questions. So I would request everybody to keep typing in their questions in the chat box so that we can take them up later. So thank you everybody. So now over to you, Radhika, for conducting the next session. So we straight away go to the next session.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So before we give, send off to Professor Pushkar Kanvinde, I would like to hand over a memento. I know he joined online. So on behalf of Dr. Pushkar Kanvinde, I would like to take the memento from Rashmi ma'am. We will actually later on we can hand over the memento to him.
So maybe,
So you can show it to the screen.
yeah. Thank you. So over to you, sir. So we put it here like this.
Thank you so much, sir. So now moving forward, we would like to invite our second speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela. Yes, please. Thank you so much. And he is going to address on NEP 2020 Quality Mandate for Architectural Education, UGC perspective. So before handing over to him, I would like to give a small brief about him. He is a professor, architect and urban designer involved in professional practice and academics since 1990. He is a fellow of Indian Institute of Architects and Institute of Urban Designers. And he's also director and domain head at Amity School of Architecture and Planning. And he's also an adjunct professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He has several publications of national and international level to his credit and has delivered several keynote addresses. He is an external expert Research Development Committee, APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, Member Student Research Committee, SPA Bhopal, Member Departmental Research Committee, SPA Delhi, and he's been like external expert for the examiner for UG and FDPs for various universities in India. In addition to that, Professor Rashmi ma'am usually say that, Architect Amit Hajela sir is very systematic, and then he go beyond his limit and then does a lot of work. So we welcome one and all to SP New Delhi, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Radhika, and thank you, Professor Dewan, for having me today morning for this debate on National Education Policy 2020. For me, it's almost like homecoming, and my association with the Department of Architecture has been for almost 3 decades. So therefore, and also for being an alumni of this school, it's a privilege to be here this morning. My task has been made simple by my previous speakers, but probably what I would like to share with you today are the perspectives which the National Education Policy 2020 has with respect to the lens of what the UGC thinks about it. And that is probably more important, and also the way we need to articulate our pathway for architectural education in light of the National Education Policy. So therefore, let me start by saying that NEP has to be seen in both letter and spirit. I think one has to read the spirit behind the policy. And this policy comes at a very opportune time where the debate has been on quality of education. And we have been addressing the issue of quantity for several years. It's probably the requirement of our demand and supply equation, which as a consequence of our demographics. And probably that was our critical engagement. But so far, the issue of quality was never addressed adequately in the educational processes. And therefore, the first such initiative came in different ways. So there are a couple of questions I think that we need to answer. That are our graduates globally competitive and employed? I'm just pushing in some kind of questions to the entire August gathering, and probably we need that kind of introspection. The second, has architectural education been able to meet aspirations of these stakeholders? That's the second critical issue. Third, is the education system flexible enough for an individual to charter his own path? Fourth, does the current education system adequately equip students with desired skills and competencies? And what is the right metrics to assess education, quality in education? Now, these are something which are very critical, and I think this has been plaguing us for quite some time. Now, right at this point in time, when India has already attained 75th year of its independence, and we celebrated the 75th year of independence, I think the vision of India has been put forth by the Government of India and Ministry of Education is achieving the vision for 2047, which our Honorable Prime Minister says the Amrit Kal. So I think the next 25 years belongs to India, and how we charter these next 25 years would be very critical to our achievements and our global positioning as far as India is concerned. So the critical aspects of this thing, which has been defined as Amrit, is access, inclusion, and equity, moving towards a sustainable future, research, innovation, and creativity, internationalization, and technology. So this is something which is the mantra of Amrit, which has been laid out. And I think we need to be working towards this mantra as we go ahead for the next 25 years. So somewhere down the line, this gives us the critical path to align ourselves in achieving the objectives, and which again would be achieved through these NEP 2020 formulations. Now, the pathway that you see is important to see the genesis of all this. And I think was mentioned about the Washington Accord, the Canberra Accord, the UNESCO UIA Charter, and also the trigger which came from the Bologna process. Now, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Kanvinde, the Washington Accord basically deals with the technical education. And likewise, we have the Canberra Accord, which is aligned with the architectural education further with the UNESCO UIA Charter. However, what is important here is that the underlying theme within all these charters was definition of the graduate attributes, and how graduate attributes get qualified, and they become critical to the attainment of the outcomes of the education that we provide. Now, just to mention that when Mr. Kanvinde mentioned about the accreditation process, which will become integral to the process, yes, absolutely. The accreditation would be one system by virtue of which you would be able to evaluate and measure the outcomes of the education provided by various educational providers. Now, to this effect, I would not say that Council was not doing sufficiently. When the National Board of Accreditation was formed by AICTE, the then president of the council way back in 96, 97, initiated this process of integrating accreditation process to architectural education. It was Professor Mr. P.R. Mehta who started this, and we aligned ourselves to the NBA document. And I mean, fortunately, I can say with authority that I was part of that framing of the document with the president to ensure that there is a unification on two things. One, that at that time, architectural institutions used to go multiple inspections. So the objective was that how we could create a platform by which we create the mechanism of inspecting architectural colleges, which is part of the mandate of the council to regulate the architectural education and also the professional services. And the second part was that if the same mechanism would also translate into accreditation, that means you will reduce the number of inspections and yet you will be able to stratify and give certain level of the institution's achievement and its delivery as part of the accreditation process. So it was very much there, but for various reasons, I mean, in the beginning of the 21st century till 2022, that could not be realized for some reason. But there were committees of Council of Architecture which were being now constituted and to look into the accreditation process, which even today now finds absolute relevance. That we are talking about this cluster of institutions. The critical problem for architectural institutions are that we are very many small institutions scattered across the country. And probably to meet those numbers of 3,000 is very critical. And that would translate into a conglomerate of such institutions, which would become an autonomous degree awarding institutions under the provision of the National Education Policy. However, it makes a lot of sense, while there would be a lot of apprehensions on these. But when we talk multidisciplinarity, I think we could bring in this kind of multidisciplinary education by virtue of this conglomerate. So far we have been operating through silos, but I think once we bring in these kinds of multiple disciplines under one roof, under one umbrella, I think that would be seamlessly transferring the kind of interactions that would happen between various disciplines and how each discipline informs the other discipline and probably makes the education more holistic, which will probably also translate into chartering the future pathway or future progression of a graduate as he goes along in his career progression. So,
Sir, sorry to interrupt. They wanted you to be louder. So louder.
Okay. So now, what was more important was that there's a three things which become very critical. One is also in terms of establishing standards for standardization of education. And it was not difficult to do so because 49 countries across Europe came together to standardize the process through the Bologna process. And the objective was to ensure that there's effective mobility of students and staff between one institution. There's a certain level of education being provided. It also targeted towards greater employability of the students. And in India also, we did take forward through the National Knowledge Commission, which was established in 2005, and the report came in 2007. Now, the UNESCO Charter for the UIA is very critical in terms of skill, knowledge, and competencies. And they talk about various dimensions of architectural education to be considered, and a lot of it was being talked about. And then probably I'll probably harp more into the nuts and bolts of how this can be achieved through the outcome-based learning, and then what could be the processes of doing that to achieve those outcomes. So I think these are the 16 very broad, culled out aspects which have been specified. I'm not going to go into it because Mr. Kanvinde has already touched upon it. So I'll probably use my time for little more on other things. And likewise, we had both the Canberra Accord, which talks about the issues of application of acquired knowledge in terms of designs, operations, and improvement of systems, processes, and environment. Mind you, the word which is very important is improvement of systems and processes. I think what is that we need to align are those processes of educational delivery, and then to formulate and solve the complex architectural problems, understand and resolve the environmental, economic, and societal implications in architectural work, and the kind of commitment that architects or the profession of architecture has towards society is very important. And that's also what the NEP talks about, that the kind of responsibility that the profession has towards society and society building is equally important. Engage in lifelong learning and professional development. Again, NEP talks about emphasis on the same. Ethical principles in profession, which is so very important. The ethics is so important in every walk of life today. So that needs to look, and then ultimately make better human environment, which is relevant in the contemporary times. Now, going to the national education policy, the first policy, as was mentioned earlier, was being formulated in 1948, actually by Dr. Radhakrishnan, and then followed by Madalya Commission in 1952, and then Kothari Commission 1966. And National Policy of Education 1968. And if we look into this, that the pathway that we have come in the last almost 75 years is that we got the National Knowledge Commission in 2005, and then National Commission for Higher Education and Research in 2009, followed by the recommendation in the 12th plan, which was primarily focusing on the quality of education, because we realized that our engagement has been with quantity and not with quality. And then we started with the formulation of NEP in 2018 and followed by the draft report in 19, and finally we got the NEP 2020. Now, the fundamental guiding principles of national education policy are access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. So the policy fundamentally aligns itself to holistic undergraduate education, enabling faculty and institutional autonomy, revamping curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support, reaffirming the integrity of faculty position and institutional leadership, National Research Foundation, establishing the National Research Foundation, enabling increased access, equity, and inclusion, moving towards more multidisciplinary undergraduate education, providing all infrastructure and learning material accessible and available to learners with disabilities. I think the whole idea of people with different learning curves and with different disability and different kinds of learning needs have to be addressed. Ensuring governance by independent boards with autonomy, and then ensuring increase in public investment in education by both central government and state government. Now, something which we need to appreciate here, that education, by virtue of Constitution of India, is a state subject. That means, while it is also on the concurrent list, both state and the central government are allowed to make laws and acts and policies for delivery of education. So I think there's a huge array of institutions which fall within the purview of the state governments, and where that's where the issue really is. And the NEP and the UGC, for that matter, recognizes this fact that this exercise of implementing NEP 2020 is not going to be easy, or it's not going to be very short. It's going to be long. And for that matter, let me tell you, our understanding of NEP is evolving. And UGC, for that matter, has appointed several high-powered committees to implement, to create the mechanism of implementation of NEP 2020. So what we read is only a very selected part of what is being enshrined in the NEP, but the NEP per se as a policy and what the policy should be is very open-ended and broad. It gives you the flexibilities to develop the toolkit within which the operations of the policy would be formulated. And I'll come to some of those. Just what are the other kinds of things which have come together as part of this. And of course, as was mentioned earlier, the policy is very clear. It is going to be light but tight. That means we don't want over-regulating systems. We want to give that kind of liberal approach to imparting education, the flexibility, both to the educational deliverer, persons who are delivering education, and also people who are the stakeholders who are receiving the education. So we would be investing into most of this as part of the multidisciplinary education. Now, the key focus of NEPT is this student-centric system. Second, it gives you the flexibility both at two levels. Liberal education, multiple entry-exit options, the multidisciplinary approach with emphasis on conceptual understanding, creativity, critical thinking, human and constitutional values. This is something very critical, where the whole policy is dovetailed to the entire ethos of Indian culture and value systems. Then ethics, life skills, both communication, cooperation, and resilience, equity and inclusion, institutional autonomy, faculty empowerment. It's more important because faculty in all institutions are one of the most critical people who would be delivering the education to the stakeholders. And then faculty development. That means there has to be a continuous process for the growth of the faculty who are actually critical to the delivery of education. Now, this is the kind of overview of what UGC has done so far. The multiple expert groups were being set and were being, the committees were being constituted by UGC. So the first committee was on multidisciplinary and holistic education, which has looked into various dimensions of imaginative and flexible curriculum, structure and length of program, multiple entry-exit, credit-based system, academic bank of credit. And for your information, the documents which are now in public domain are a gazette document of academic bank of credit. That's how this is going to be implemented. Now, Dr. Rao did mention about how academic bank of credit works. It's a very straightforward thing. I mean, it's not going to be a freeloading that you enter at one place and then you exit from somewhere else. No, it's not like that. The mandate is that you will have a two-way authentication system. That means student enters in a particular institution, while will have the flexibility to shop from knowledge from best of institutions, acquire credits. So this institution will be transferred, the student will be transferred from the host institution to the receiving institution. And there will be two-way authentication, which will be taken forward. That means the student is first applied, and we are going to be creating a system which is one nation, one data. So one data, one nation. That means an entire body will be created, which will be controlling these mechanisms of transfer and the way student would be working and his transfer and earning credits to a different institution. And again, they will be sent back by way of the same two-way authentication of receiving and then transferring back. So ultimately, his degree would be offered or given by the host institution where he got admission. But he would have the flexibility to acquire knowledge from a better institution and probably charter his future path from that way. So that is going to be there, and Ministry of Information Technology would be supporting the effort in that direction. So we already have a multiple entry exit policy. The document is already in the public domain. Now we have the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, NHEQF. That document is also in public domain. So I request everybody who is part of this audience that please go through these documents. And this is where the implementation of NEP is coming through. And they are very detailed documents, and I would like to acknowledge all the experts in UGC and appointed by UGC who have been working very hard, though the timelines got little extended because of the pandemic, but most of these documents are now in public forum and they are coming out. So therefore, NEP for that matter becomes like a living document. It is evolving and the systems are being put to place. So therefore, it is going to take us some time till all these systems are being put forth for the actual application. And of course, it is evolving as we go along. Then we have the National Skills Qualification Framework, which is NSQF. We have the guidelines for pedagogical approach and evaluation and assessment. These are also available. And these are all public domain. Then we have guidelines for transforming HAIs into multidisciplinary institutions. So this gets dovetailed to ABC and also to the multiple entry exit policy. Then the second committee worked on the equity, inclusion, and higher education, which talks about the aspects of GER and access. And I'm glad to share with you that way back in 2007, our gross enrollment ratio was only 7% in higher education. And today, we are touching almost 27% as far as the GER is concerned. And we are targeting 50% by the year 2035. So we would be able to achieve those targets. And the government and the NEP has formed different mechanisms and ways to achieve those targets. And one of them, which came back as early as 1985, was open learning, and also creation of open platforms of learning. So we'll talk about it as to how technology is going to play a very big role. Then we have the second committee, which worked on comprehensive accessibility guidelines and standards in universities. And then the motivated, energized, and capable faculty, which has now been formulated as part of the IDP, which is the Institutional Development Plan. Now, fortunately, I was part of this committee for the UGC, and we had a lot of deliberations through the year. And now the draft document is already there, and very soon it will get gazetted. And let me inform you that all these things have been put through stakeholder consultations. That means most of these were put forth in public domain for public opinion. And public opinions were being received, they were being analyzed by the committee, and thereafter the policy is being followed. So it has been a very, very significant consultative process. It is not a prescriptive process, it's been a consultative process. So those who have been aware and those who have been feeling about the education system in the country have responded, and they have been duly addressed by all the committees. So a lot of deliberations came, and this institutional development plan is going to be a document which is going to specify the broad-based goals for an institution for the next 5 years, and also the strategic planning, which is underlying the broad-based goals. And the metrics have been derived for this, that how that information will be put forth, and it's going to be more of a self-disclosure thing. And again, this ties up with the concept of light but tight. That means the institutions will be in the self-disclosure mode, and what you disclose is what is going to be evaluated, and that will become the criteria. However, at any point in time, if that is not found to be adequate, the regulator or the HECI would have the authority to exercise its powers to take suitable action against the defaulting institution. Now, under this institutional development plan, we also have been able to establish guidelines for development of campuses and physical infrastructure. At the same time, specify standards for physical planning. That means space planning standards have also been developed as part of this, which is going to be implemented for the entire country. And that becomes, and again, the idea again is flexibility. I'm sharing with you something which was being deliberated by the committee, is that we have not been prescriptive in terms of specific numbers. We have given a range of area, but which is dovetailed by the highest common factor of the space requirement being specified by various statutory bodies, or what we call them now as PSSBs. And we have come up with that range, also dovetailing with the regular physical planning standards, which we use on a daily basis for architectural practice and architectural space planning. So it's been correlated, and then it gives you that range in terms of its development. Now we have another committee which works on technology use and integration, so policy and ICT and digital education technology is in place. Global outreach and higher education, so internationalization and globalization, which is again a very significant aspect, has been brought in, and those documents are in place. Knowledge promotion of Indian knowledge systems, languages, culture, and values. There's a lot of been debate about Indian languages. Again, I work on this committee as guidelines for Indian languages to be accommodated as part of the policy, and learning has become integral to the derivative. It is already underway, and very soon you will have guidelines on this as well. Research, innovation, and rankings are very important. So National Research Foundation has already been established, and the UGC PhD guidelines are already with you. Now, in terms of the integrated higher education system, I think the entire system has been aligned as a seamless system from the elementary education to higher education. And there is a national credit framework, which is the a draft, which is in the draft stage, still is in the public consultation, where the education from nursery to doctorate has been qualified in terms of the number of credits to be achieved at each level, the number of hours to be spent at each level, and it specifies level from level 1 to level 8, and the total number of, so this credit framework will give you the level of achievement in terms of your learning and how it goes through. Apart from that, there is the governance and regulation committee which looks into the graded accreditation, graded autonomy, and also now we have the guidelines for professors by practice. Now, this idea of professors of practice has come through. Reason being that we have been talking, but most people from the industry were only accommodated to be part of visiting people or like adjunct people. There were no policy guidelines that how they could be absorbed and mainstreamed into the system. There was no equivalence criteria. Even today, there is no equivalence criteria. That how do you equate an academic to an industry professional? So these are still gray areas where a public council also needs to work. And the apex committee of the council needs to work out that if this is in place, then what should be the guidelines for people to be accommodated from practice. Now, moving ahead, this is the preview of the National Credit Framework, which gives you the different levels of education attainment at different levels, and also the credit points which are to be earned. So the highest level point goes up to level 8, which is 320 after a doctorate degree. And this goes on. So now what is going to be the critical aspect of the impact of NEP? One is going to be the research universities, and then we will have teaching universities and autonomous degree awarding colleges. Now, as of now, we have about 1,150 plus universities, out of which 600, 700 are in the public sector and the rest are in the private sector. Now, we recognize that the private players are going to be there as part of the education system. And truly so that I think some of the finest universities in the United States are private universities. And they have done exceedingly well, both in terms of their research outcomes and educational delivery systems and processes. So the outcome is that the target for the next 5 years is that the autonomous degree granting colleges from 40,000 plus will be brought down to something like 15,000. Now, this is something which is probably will have to be appreciated. And then again, it has to be seen with an open mind in terms of the way interdisciplinarity has to be brought in. If we were talking about interdisciplinarity, we're talking about the flexible system. We're trying to bring in different kinds of streams together to see that this interdisciplinarity is actually being made available to the stakeholders. So what would be the impact is that we would look at the open distance learning, which is very important, that we are talking about blended learning systems. And I think the engagement with technology in the last 2 years post-COVID has certainly scaled up at all levels, whether it be at this elementary school level to the higher education level. Our engagement with the technology and adaptation of technology has been very, very significant. So from that point of view, while we went through this phenomenal disruption in 2 years, but it has given us this benefit of engaging with technology very, very appropriately. And actually, the world has shrunk. As we rightly said, the world has shrunk, and we could access the knowledge from different parts of the world. Now, the single stream HEIs will be slowly phased out. And that's the word of caution for most independent small architectural institutions. Of course, we are few in numbers, about 500 odd and little less than that. But certainly, I think they need to look to work in a more collaborative way. So affiliated colleges will be phased out in course of time. That's what it is. And the higher education sector will look at more integrated education system, including professional and vocational education. Now, very important part of NEP is infusing the vocational education as part of the system. Now, the deemed to be universities, affiliating technical university, unity university shall be replaced simply by the term called university. It will be a university per se, which will be a conglomerate of various institutions. Now, the key drivers of NEP would certainly be in terms of integration of the technology with the pedagogy and the development of faculty, which will actually drive the educational delivery systems and process in the country. Now, I'll come to the pedagogy a little later, so I'll leave, but the alignment again of this has to be with the industry 4.0 and education 5.0 and also society 5.0. I'll come to those. Now, these are again parts of the multidisciplinarity, which includes the ABC. And then again, now the shift is that we have a 4-degree bachelor's program. Now, in terms of multiple entry exit policy, the first level of exit would be that you get a certificate. Okay. The second year would be that you can exit with a diploma. The third exit would be that you get a degree, which will be a three-year degree. But if you graduate to the 4th year and you want to exit at 4th year, so you can actually get an honors degree. Now, this again, see, the policy is that it is multidisciplinary. Now, it encompasses various kinds of disciplines, and it has to be broad-based. However, within that policy framework, how it fits in to the architectural education is what needs to be looked into. And I'm sure this stratification is even true and valid for architecture. And at the end of 5 years, you could actually get the bachelor's in architecture degree. Now, something which we probably need to recognize. And if you evaluate the minimum standards of architectural education, 83, 89, what you just mentioned, I think there's an underlying thread which interweaves this minimum standard. And the entire minimum standard is dovetailed towards a professional delivery. That means if you look at the structure of your courses, the way they were articulated, the way progression has been designed, were designed fundamentally to meet the end and meet the requirement of the profession. And that's where was the equation of demand and supply, that the country needed those many number of professionals to contribute towards built environment. And now this current debate of what the Supreme Court order on act is with respect to the profession and being open to various other disciplines, I think is causing a lot of debate within the fraternity. The fact remains that I think we need to now recognize and position, I mean, that's my personal view of architecture as a very responsible delivery of service, which is dovetailed to safety of people, well-being of people. Now we have got various kinds of issues where we are talking about various kinds of indices and matrices being worked out at the national level and global level. We talk about livability index, we talk about quality of life index, we talk about the urban happiness index. Now these are all indices and matrices, but then safety is a very important part of it. And then when we are looking in this kind of a area of climate change, where the kind of disruptions are far too many and which are happening, so probably the liability of professional delivery becomes important. And at some stage, I think it is high time that we begin to talk about a Professional Services Act. Now, what is important is that all professionals in the country need to be covered by a Professional Services Act, which will define the professional liabilities under the Act. However, if you look at the broader view of education across the globe, everybody in architecture does not practice. Some people only limit themselves to ideations and they only work on ideas and big ideas in offices. So they're not accountable. But those who would like to practice, they undertake an examination, which Council of Architecture is also contemplating, that they would want to have an exit examination to ensure the kind of the outcomes that one has acquired of the skills and competencies which are being achieved are critical. So there are fundamentally three things, which is a very interesting triad. The triad is that your knowledge, which is combined with skills, translates into competencies. But what is important is that how do you measure those competencies, and what entitles you to practice and deliver it to the profession, and quality professional delivery becomes a very critical part of our engagements. Now, we have multiple aspects and pathways for educational delivery, which also includes the choice-based credit system as part of the flexibility, the credit-based grading system. And then we have the systems which are open learning environment, which is being made available. And a lot of emphasis will go into this digital access to higher education. Now, we have a lot of ICT-based tools, which you all know that which are coming through MOOCs, through Arpit platform, through Swell platform, and all these have been put forth and it's being utilized. And I'm sure architecture needs to do much in this direction. We don't have very many MOOCs courses which are actually aligned to our courses. And the UGC does give you a facility to have at least 40% of your courses which can be picked up from MOOCs. Therefore, the focus is not now on rote learning, but more on application of learning. And this tutored lecture can be even received by the online platform. So why you waste more time in that tutored lecture and probably spend more time in the application? And that's what is the difference in the educational system between our country and the Western world. That the students actually go through the explorative processes and are being able to apply that knowledge. That means that they acquire that knowledge, they assimilate that knowledge, then they're able to apply that knowledge, and further they're able to create knowledge on top of it. So that's the progression in which the educational delivery actually happens. And then there is a very important aspect of post-student outcome evaluation. That means we need to create the database of the outcomes and achievements of our students after they have graduated. And this is also the REBA model. The REBA model is that they don't come and inspect institutions. They actually take feedback from the offices where students have been appointed. And that's the mechanism which the REBA follows. And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you really have to assess outcomes, you see the delivery that a student is expected to deliver. And then we are investing in the evidence-based policy making in designing new programs. I think the richness of an institution is that how many programs in this era of multidiscipline you are able to begin, and what is the kind of combinations of that multidisciplinarity that is being brought in. So to me, a school is progressive if you are able to introduce more programs. I mean, with this kind of interdisciplinarity which existed for several decades, if we are not able to introduce a program, then there is something very, very grossly lacking in our educational delivery. And probably we have not adhered to the progression where the world has actually reached. And that is the reason that we don't figure it in top 200 in the world. We don't have sufficient citations. And that's the idea of NEP. That was a trigger for NEP, that it has to be done. Now, which is very critical, again, as part of the UGC mandate for this, is to look into the various aspects of values and ethics in the educational delivery processes. Now, here, the strategic part is that it brings people at the center stage and the stakeholders at the center stage. The focus is on regulatory bodies, of course, governance and use of technology. The strategic focus certainly would lie between participation, integrity, transparency, accountability, and competency. And the core of this is the culture of value orientation and ethical practices. Now, fundamentally, if you look at the way Indian knowledge was being transferred or delivery happened, was that we start with Diksharam now. You know, UGC calls it at Diksharam. So Diksha, and then if I just break it up, it is Diksha ka Aram. That means how do you acquire knowledge? So Diksharam to Dikshant, which is convocation, Diksha ka Ant. So that is what is the fundamental philosophy that works. And then we are talking about Jivan Passion. Now, this is something about the exclusive course on life skills and modules on human values and capacity, truth, love, compassion, peace, non-violence, something which is very integral to the ethos and the philosophy. And I'm sure our father of nation has been talking about it for so long. And then these values are inherent in our culture. Then Guru Dakshata. This is something very important. That what are the critical competencies of the person who is delivering education? So faculty induction program, academic integrity, universal values and professional ethics, constitutional values, human rights, fundamental duties, environmental consciousness, and sustainable development goals. So we are committed to the SDGs, and quality of education is one of the SDGs. So therefore, I think now the discourse on quality and Government of India's action through this NEP 2020 is in that direction. That means we are moving ahead towards our objectives and commitment made to the international community that we are very serious about the SDGs which are there. Now, ethical practices and with different publications which are there, which are through CARE, through GARB, and many, many more such documents which are there. And then ultimately, we're talking about Mulya Pravah. Mulya Pravah is the guiding framework and methodology for inculcation of human values, professional ethics, and higher education. And I think it's just so very important that we ensure that kind of academic integrity and ethics is being followed as part of the educational system. Now, how do we align ourselves to the industry 4.0, education 4.0, and society 5.0? Now, the industry, as we know, that IoT became the transforming instrument through various aspects of artificial learning, machine learning, gamification, and others. The education, of course, looked into the desired approach of learning and aligning itself with the fourth industrial revolution. The education 5.0 now is transforming towards new technologies, but more humanized teaching with a focus on students and social and emotional development of our students. And then ultimately how it contributes to society. This is something which is very critical to architectural education, is using recent technological advancements on behalf of the society and well-planned and well-being. So well-being of the people and how we coexist on this planet, our commitment to the environment is all then becoming critical. And I think the Prime Minister has said very clearly that each educational institution should look into the development of the area around 500-meter radius of where they are. So all that goes into their development in this area is very critical to our consumption. Now there is another approach, which is the 4-quadrant approach, which includes the blended learning. So the first quad talks about the e-tutorial. That means how technology becomes an enabler in terms of the learning, and then how remote teaching then becomes very critical. The second part of the quadrant is e-content. That means we need to produce that e-content if we are to use these online learning platforms. And then the third quad is to create those platforms of technology through discussion forums. And the fourth is online assessment tools. So the technology today offers all these 4 dimensions of learning, which can be exploited, which is there. And I'm happy to say that the university where I come from follows all this, and we were able to implement all this 4-quadrant approach during the pandemic very, very successfully through the ERP platform that we operate with. Now, this is something which is important and for the consumption of most of my friends with me today, and also for the council. That is mapping the graduate attributes and translating into course curricula coherency metrics. Now, this is something which is the process which one needs to understand. So we have the education industry 4.0 and UGC quality mandate, which should be qualified by the universities or institutions' vision and mission, which then could define the graduate attributes. Now, these graduate attribute definition should be aligned to vision and mission of the university or the institution. Now, the minimum standards should be set up by the COA or the regulatory body and the National Education Policy 2020. We looked into the programs offered. Now, when we start looking at the programs offered, we need to benchmark these programs. That where do we position our program with respect to the international institutions and national institutions? We have the NIRF. So the NIRF very clearly gives you the rating. Of course, there are issues on the loading of the grades, which probably is debatable, but still we have a ranking framework. But that ranking framework should become some guiding tool as of now until it gets modified as we go along. And then we identify the courses to be offered, which should come from a stakeholder feedback, which should include students, industry, academicians, research, and alumni. So the program to be offered and the courses to be offered within that should be part of this. And then after you have identified the program and the kind of interdisciplinarity of the program, we need to define the program educational objectives. But what are the program educational objectives? Leading to program operational objectives. That means there is an operating system of running their program and offering the program. These should translate to the program learning outcomes, which again is dovetailed to the graduate attributes. And finally, these program learning outcomes could be developed by virtue of various taxonomies. You could probably develop your own taxonomy, but well-accepted taxonomy across the globe is the Bloom's taxonomy that we follow. But every institution, even the NEP, says that you could even develop your own taxonomy. And that could be in terms of how the institution wants to follow. This translates into from the program learning outcomes to course learning outcomes. That means all course learning outcomes have to be well qualified when we write the course. That means what is expected out of the course, what is the content, and what are the expected outcomes, and they need to be mapped. And that is what I'll show you, that how this is supposed to come through. And then we have a very strong component of evaluation, which is the assessment scheme. Now, the assessment could be done both through direct measures and indirect measures. So we need to qualify both the direct measures, which are usually the comprehensive systems of continuous evaluation or comprehensive exams as direct measures, And indirect measures could be through series of surveys, which would be conducted at different levels through alumni, employers, exit interviews, and syndicate works. And ultimately, all this then translates into a course curriculum coherence matrix, which is aligned to the accrediting bodies. So if you align your outcomes and the course curricula coherency matrix to the expected outcomes as specified by the accrediting bodies, you are in sync with the kind of expected outcomes that you are supposed to be giving. So we, in architectural education for that matter, we have very well qualified areas of engagement, studios, theories with studios who to have part of theory could be clubbed in. Then theory courses per se, research as an integral part of education. We have thesis and internship, two very important parts. Now, NEP talks about apprenticeship at all levels, but architecture has been unique, that we have been offering it through decades. And for that matter, our internship programs have matured substantially over the years. So therefore, we were always very professional driven and outcome driven for that point of view. And ultimately, skill and competencies will be translating into the hard skills and soft skills. And of course, the key traits would be the theoretical knowledge, practical proficiency, digital expertise, human sensitivity and societal penetration. Now, if you structure the curricula, I think the graduate attributes, again, this is the summary of program learning outcomes, then the curricula learning outcomes, course learning outcomes, knowledge-based courses, value-based courses, and skill-based courses. And ultimately, the core goes to the program learning outcomes. Now, if this is the pyramid of our learning, when we start from the course coherency matrix at the bottom, which actually becomes the fundamental of the delivery, starting from vision and mission, and it is again correlated to the attainment of the graduate attributes. Now, this is the entire understanding of how blended learning, skill enhancement, industry instruction, industry exposure, and research-based learning come together. And this is the core of realigning the institutional outcome assessment plan with respect to the institutional vision. Now, I can just hold on for some time. You can just absorb it for what it is. But this is exactly what it is going to be, and that is what is expected. Now, our discourse in architectural education has to go far beyond from where we are today. And I think the academics across the country, and particularly the premier institutions, have to come forward to bring in this kind of matrix and matrices of evaluation if we have to become truly global. The idea of NEP is towards globalization and towards internationalization, and how we make it at par with the global standards. And that's where we want our institutions to be. And in order to do so, I think it demands a lot of brainstorming and exchange of ideas and thoughts, where we are able to put a very, very, very effective framework in place to be able to deliver. Now, this is a very simple mapping of those various program learning outcomes with Bloom's taxonomy and course types in architecture. So this gives you a very clear map, and this is what needs to be done. So it's a very scientific process of doing it. I mean, it's just not about you write a curricula and pick up something and write and 4 paragraphs and that's the curricula. No, it actually has to be put forth in the right scientific method, and we have the scientific tools to do it. So how do we do this? And this is one such mapping which we have done for our own because we have about 15 program learning outcomes with 15 graduate attributes already defined at the university level, and how architecture has aligned itself. And we have now been able to put forth a new curricula, which is aligned with both the current minimum standards of architecture 2020 and NEP 2020. Now, this is again assessment types that how the assessment also gets tied up with Bloom's taxonomy. So what I'm showing it to you today is exactly what we have been able to put to place after a lot of brainstorming, and it's being applied now. The batch of 2022-27 is actually undergoing this process. And this came through after a very rigorous hard work of about 7 months, where we have been able to put all this together. Now, this is the final sample of the course curriculum coherency matrix. This has been derived for all the courses. Okay, so we have something like about 200 plus courses, 220 plus courses, which are being offered in 5 years. But all this is one such sample for one such course, for which even the outcomes have been met and whether the outcomes have been attained or not. So if you create this matrix, you will actually be able to map it with graduate attributes and attainment of graduate attributes at the end of each year. And if you're able to demonstrate this to the student, he will be able to know where he stands every year. That means he has the opportunity to improve himself over the next 4 years or 5 years using this matrix. Now, this is a very simple kind of a thing which I tried to map for you, was the comparisons between NAC, NBA, and IRF, and the World Association for Schools and Colleges, which is from the United States accrediting body, which accredits about 217 universities in the United States and about 11 across the world. So I think it's very important for us to see that for us, what is important is the NBA for that matter. And the NBA would be the first level of attainment to get the right kind of rankings in the NAC. Now, let me assure you one thing, that we at the UGC and the understanding and deliberations that we have had is very clear that the NEP 2020 cannot be applied instantly to the entire country. There are issues of challenges which is at the state level. So to begin with, we anticipate that the NEP 2020 will be realized with NAC A grade institutions or institutions of national importance or institutions or premium institutions of in various disciplines. So it is where they have the wherewithal, where they have established practices and traditions of education delivery, that they will be able to do it. But the criteria are very critical. So there are about 7 odd criteria which are there for NAC. And aligned with that, there are other set of criteria which have been defined at different levels, and they're quite close, but a little more intense as far as NAC is concerned, and NAC tends to be more holistic as we go along. But something very important that we define is the pupil-teacher ratio, which is PTR, or which we also call as a faculty-student ratio, which has been defined, and it is in alignment with the statutory bodies where applicable, and also has been defined for other disciplines under the university regime. Now, these are all those criteria, and it's important that we align ourselves to these criteria, and I'm sure if you work on each one of them. Now, this comes through a mechanism in the universities which we call as the internal quality assurance cell. So every university should have an internal quality assurance cell, and once you have that IQAC body which is being dealt with at the level of each department or school, as you may like to call it. So from each school then goes to a domain level or faculty, and from there it goes to the university level. So there are 3-4 stages of the quality assurance which is to be achieved, and those processes have to be created of quality assurance mechanism. So all these institutional values are important. And now I'll quickly go through the implication. We have a very well qualified model, which is the higher education service quality model. Now, why quality is important? I hope I'm not exceeding my time. I'll just take quickly. So the service quality model, which is the higher education service quality model. Now, this is where, I mean, somebody would argue that why are we talking quality models? This is a management domain, but this is not what interdisciplinarity is all about. The interdisciplinarity is about bringing the knowledge from one stream to the other stream and how it comes together. So the higher education service quality model talks about 5 principal dimensions: the administrative quality, physical environmental quality, core educational quality, support facilitative quality, and transformative quality. So the first 4, I don't need to talk about. We all know about it. But what is very important is the transformative quality. And that is something which is very, very critical to architecture. See, we have observed over years that we transform a student to a professional. When he comes to us in first year, we don't even just impart knowledge, but we also shape his personality to become a professional. So the discipline has the power, and for that matter, all professional disciplines have that power. And I don't say that other disciplines don't have, but our curricular structure, our frameworks are aligned in such a way that we also transform an individual into a professional. And that is something which is very important, that he understands the responsibilities that come to being a professional. And this is something which is very important. And to this effect, we need to value add in terms of quality and extent of his educational experience that he undergoes for the duration of the program. And at the same time, giving him or empowering the participant with the authority to make decision making. So he also needs to be trained that how he can actually take decisions. And that's what a professional has to do as part of his professional delivery, that at times you have to actually make the professional delivery very fast. Now, these are some of the critical gaps which we need to look at, which is in terms of admission process, curricula, pedagogy, teaching process, ethics, research and documentation, practice and education, quality and standardization, multidisciplinary internationalization, integration of technology. Now, the gaps again have to be looked into from multidisciplinary point of view, behavioral aspects. Now, there's a phenomenal shift in the behavior, research and innovation, education and practice, and the technology adaptation. Now, these are some of these outcomes of the councils. This is being adapted from the council. But if you see that there was a survey which was being conducted by AISHE, which is the UGC portal, and in 17 and 18. And of course, the reliability of the data again remains a little questionable in the sense that only 169 schools participated out of 478. Now, this is the seriousness with which we take our education. That if we don't even participate in these national processes, how do we expect us to be dealt with in that manner? So we should not be blaming the ministry. That ministry does not want to do that. The ministry and the nation is working towards it, and I think we need to work in a collaborative way. That how we need to find the best for our discipline. So the key features are again put forth. This is a quick recap, but what I would like to highlight here is emphasis on global certification and skill development as per industry demands. Now the world is moving towards online certifications, and at the same time, the UGC has also given you an offer of a 2-degree program. That means you can, if you are registered as for a single degree as a full-time student, you can also acquire the 2nd degree during the same time frame. Again, which matches the demand and supply paradox. That where demand and supply paradox has always been there, and therefore you can attain one more degree in the same time frame. So these are very important aspects that we feel should be considered. I personally feel that a very important thing that we need to have a very paradigm shift in pedagogy. We have to be consistent in school's philosophy. We have to produce employable graduate. Integration of definitive and interpretive fields. Somebody asked this question last. So ultimately, the core of architectural education lies in our fundamental core subjects of design, structures, and construction. But they too have to be informed by disciplines which are objective, which are the definitive fields, and subjects which are interpretive, which are the interpretive fields. So subjective components and objective components should inform the core aspects. The curricular structure should have credit transfers with a lot of electives being offered. That means it broadens the horizon of a student. Flexibility to adapt and emphasis on sustainable design and our commitment to SDG and integration of emerging technologies. State-of-art technology integration in teaching learning processes, focus on R&D and documentation. I think we fail substantially in documentation. The kind of work that we do is so phenomenal in our schools, but we don't document them sufficiently and create that body of knowledge which should be available. Industry-institution interaction should become a regular practice. A continuous self-appraisal and accountability should again be part of the process. And something which is called as continuous improvement as part of the process is important. And institutional integrity is an outcome of this in terms of quality assurance. So the essentials probably is that there has to be an institutional commitment. The conviction says that the stimulation of student minds presupposes continuous professional growth of faculty in allied areas. R&D has to be integral. Teaching, the paradigm shift has to be from teaching to learning, information-centered to knowledge-centered, time served to result, routine exercise to creative problem solving, structured instruction to unstructured interactions. And ultimately, holistic teaching learning process follows the acquisition of knowledge, disseminating knowledge, applying knowledge, and creating knowledge. So these are kind of the attributes, which I'm sure I'm running short of time now, so I'll wrap up. The kind of attributes again in terms of outcome, which has to be achieved. And this is the mapping again, which I tried to do with NEP 2020 and minimum standards of architectural education. So council specifies some 5-6 core areas of professional core courses, building science and applied engineering courses, course electives, open electives, employability enhancement courses, and employment compulsory courses. But I think what was mentioned by Mr. Kanvinde, that there are certain areas, because they came very close, the announcement of NEP and also the minimum standards came very close, but he clarified that that is exactly not to be considered as NEP implementation. It was minimum standards which were being defined. So there are a lot of gray areas which I have already talked about have to be incorporated as part of the minimum standards of architecture education. Thank you very much. Before I close, I would like to acknowledge all the data source which I've tried to put forth is from the UGC documents, which is the source document, and all the international bodies which have framed those documents. And my special appreciation to my research team and analysis architect Shagun Agarwal, who was part of this team to put all this together as part of our interpretation. Thank you very much.
We have a copy of PDF copy of this.
We will certainly, I'll share with you, and I'll be very happy to share this with my own professional body, which is Council of Architecture. And we would look forward to ensuring that whatever little we have been able to put forth goes for the larger good of the institutions in the country.
Thank you, sir. That's a very intensive presentation. Of course, I started getting a lot of questions. We have a WhatsApp group also.
Right.
So there are two architects who wanted to, address a query to you directly. I will be allowing them here. And before that, I would like to allow Rashmi ma'am to sum up all the points. Summary will be too huge, I know, because
try to keep it short,
yes.
much short as possible.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Dr. Hajela. As always, it has always been so intense and straight from the heart. And you're very right that the issue of quality has never been addressed in the past. And NEP 2020, after a long time, has been talking about quality, in a very different manner. So we definitely have to address quality in more significant manner. And then, of course, how competent our graduates are globally, that is one thing which is very significant, and we have to keep in mind while framing any possible thing in the future. And very rightly, NEP also says that education has to be flexible enough to incorporate all the multidisciplinarity required to have all the skills and competencies, equip the graduates with all the possible competencies. And you have come up with the right matrix to assess the quality in education. I'll cover up all that. And the vision of India 2047, the vision that you showed, and how we have to charter our next 25 years, that's going to be more significant and very important. Thank you for appraising all of us and maybe opening our eyes to that direction. Then you very beautifully showed the genesis of Washington Accord, UNESCO, UIA Charter, Canberra Accord, NP and Verona process. I will not go into the details. I think that was very intensively covered. Then the definition of graduate attributes critical to attainment of outcomes. Even COA is acknowledging it, and that all of us as professionals agree that's going to be very significant. And accreditation will be one of the most important systems to be followed to achieve any kind of quality. And thank you for also letting us know that in 1996-97, Professor P.R. Mehta had come up with such committees and things were in place, and due to certain reasons, it didn't take up the direction that it was supposed to. And of course, to meet the number of 3,000 enrollment will always be very critical. And you are very right, there would be some kind of conglomerates emerging in terms of the small institutions merging together, or some kind of collaborative ways in which the institutions will perform and work. But yeah, we're still not very clear about how things are going to be. And so far, we have been working in our own silos, but yes, the multidisciplinarity will now allow us to come up in a very different manner and charter the future path in a collaborative manner. We would be establishing our own standards, and UNESCO Charter UIA is something which is which we have to understand in detail. Even COA, Ms. Professor Kanvinde has also talked about UIA Charter. And the outcome-based learning definitely is going to be the way forward, and improvement of systems, processes, and the NEP also talks about how these would be implemented and put forth. You also showed us how the various education policies in India have evolved over the time, and how they have been talking about various issues related to the times they were conceived, and how in today's time, quality becomes more significant. Then principles on which NEP 2020 is based. Implementation of NEP is going to be a long process, and we have to be patient with it. We cannot see results very quickly. UGC has appointed several committees. I mean, this is something which I think was an eye opener for all of us. Where like you were talking about various committees established by UGC. Multidisciplinary and holistic education, equity and inclusion in higher education, motivated, energized and capable faculty, technology use and integration, global outreach of higher education, promotion of Indian knowledge systems, language and culture, research, innovation and rankings, then integrated higher education systems, governance and regulations. And we are glad to know that you were part of several such committees, and you are the one person who can appraise us with all the possible things. And also, thank you for letting us know that so many documents are already available in the public domain, which people can go through. And there are various, and as part of the institutional development plan, there are all the campus planning and the space planning standards already at place. So, it's so nice to know that these committees were not restrictive and they've involved stakeholders to in their every possible decisions. And you're very right, the world has shrunk and we need to work on it in a collaborative manner. And pandemic has really opened up so much more, and everybody would agree that, I mean, imagine we have more than 200 participants right now from all across the country joining us in this manner. So this is going to be the way forward. Then the drivers of NEP comprise of the certification, diploma, graduate and graduate. You're talking about technology, faculty and pedagogy as the key drivers of NEP. And you also talk about that 1 year would be called as certification and 2 year would be a diploma course. 3 years course would be definitely a graduate program. And 4 years would be a graduation with some kind of honors, followed by the master's courses. Very rightly said that the safety and well-being of people is something which is going to be very critical, and the quality life index, wellness index, and all such things. And the liability of professional delivery becomes more important, and we have to be more careful in terms of imparting education so that it is producing quality graduates which are meeting the requirements and the aspirations required. And the certifications for these, you spoke about Professional Services Act, and this certification will become more important. You also spoke about a triad between knowledge, skills, and competencies, and the multiple paths that can go from there. And of course, the ICT-based tools will become more significant. Value, you spoke about value and ethics for quality higher education. Then you also mentioned Diksha Aram, Jeevan Kaushal, Guru Dakshata, and Mulya Prabha. So this, I think this was something which is very important to move ahead to meet the goals of the SDGs. The alignment of 4.0, education, industry 4.0, education 4.0, education 5.0, and society 5.0. The four quad approach that you mentioned included the e-tutorial, e-content, e-discussion, discussion forum, and online assessment. And you also projected the mapping between graduate attributes, course curriculum, and course curriculum coherency metrics, where like the graduate attributes, program learning objectives, CLOs were also mapped along with the Bloom's taxonomy. And you also showed us the program development pyramid, where like the PLOs and course types mapped with Bloom's taxonomy, and the comparisons of NAC, NBA, and NIRF, which is very significant to understand the current situation in our country and how we have to address to all such issues. Then how the quality is important and how various models can be adopted. You talked about HSQL and other models. And then how to emphasize on global certification and skill development. And as rightly said, the demand and supply paradox needs to be understood more in detail. And the objectives of architecture quality in education needs to be flexible, will depend on choices of electives. And as you highlighted, the research and documentation where we lack immensely needs to be plugged in. And I think that's it. The audience must have would require more time to absorb. Yeah,
They were actually seeking the presentation, sir. So if possible, yeah. But otherwise, yeah, I told them that there's a YouTube live link is going on. So anytime, because we are narrating it very fast, so they're not able to take it. But of course, there are a lot of questions. So I will just try to take up one or two questions for you. That was one from Dr. Prabjotkar and architect Dinesh Bhagat. I have already given access to them. So we'd like to address, or can I read the question for you, sir? Mr. Prabjotkar, can you hear me? I've given you access.
she's a lady.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I will just read out your question. So she's asking, the COA as per the Architects Act have mandate only to regulate the courses mentioned in the schedule appended to the Act. So would like to please read the section 14 to 15 of the Act. So what is the question?
I think Dr. Ajila, you'll understand.
Yeah.
that.
She's
So
asking
the
to-
PG regulation and all that.
Diploma, yeah.
Yeah. he
So
knows.
the fact is that I think in light of the NEP 2020, Council is already moving ahead with respect to amendment, but I'm sure when we are seeking the amendment, I think all these aspects should be brought in. If the mandate of education is from the nursery to doctorate, then I think everything which is part of the professional delivery of education should become integral to the consumption of the Act, and that needs modification. My suggestion still would be that what Mr. Kanvinde was talking about was this 3+2+2. We could also look into offering integrated program, which could be a bachelor's and master's integrated, 5-year integrated program. So there are opportunities of looking towards some of these innovative models of architectural education delivery. But I'm sure where the council will be deliberating on all these matters. And as you all know, that modification of an act is not an easy process. It has to go through series of channels. And once it is put forth, but what is more important is the holistic nature of these amendments. If these amendments are being reviewed very holistically, I'm sure it is going to go a long way. Understanding the very fact that there is a tenure, which is where an act stays. So it's almost 50 years now that we had the act in 72, and so much has changed during these times. So 5 decades have been phenomenal, and our experience should inform us as to what should be the future of architectural education in the 21st century. So that means it should look into this mandate. And as you rightly know, that these education policies also have these tenures about 30 years plus, which have been put forth. So we have to align ourselves. And those kinds of consultative process, as I said, should begin within the architectural fraternity to take this forward.
Thank you, sir. I hope they could able to hear you. And there's one more question about diploma courses. So they wanted to ask, COA issues notices to all diploma college pan India to get approval after 2020. And we in Punjab have got approvals from COA this year also. I think maybe they wanted to reply to the person who have already explained.
The council has already issued notification as to in terms of the admission processes as to how admissions could take place for students who have done the diploma. So I don't need to repeat it. I think this has been circulated enough to all colleges, and time and again council has been circulating this. So which is fair. Anything else?
Anybody, you can raise your hand so that you can address.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, Aarti. Yeah, go ahead.
Like whatever academic credit system that you are speaking about, so is it considered in the employment in government services also? Like for example, if 4 years somebody does it in SPA Delhi and then decides to go to IIT Delhi to continue in the design department. So finally, when they go for an employability in a government service, so which institute gives the degree? Eventually, it's SPA will be giving the degree, or like will it be first institute?
Yes, the first institute would be responsible, because that's where the student has been fundamentally or has been registered. Only thing is that he's acquiring credits. Now, if you look at the national credit framework, which is there, so the levels are being defined, and the attainment of those levels will give you the entitlement to receive the degree at that particular level. So for each level of your higher education, the number of credits and the number of hours to be put to achieve those number of credits have been qualified in the National Credit Framework.
Very small, I mean, we are working on a very large, at a very large scale, how the overall curriculum and pedagogy actually meet together. Also, I think, is there anything, any possibility to also make students know about that, what they can actually do with this large spectrum, what we are actually working for them?
See, we are truly emerging to be an aspirational society. And then with the kind of public domain that is available, we have been talking about transparency at all levels. So I think we need to put forth our own mandates on the open platforms for any stakeholder to assess that what is the direction, what is the emphasis that a particular school is taking, and he makes his valued judgment on the basis of the information access that he has. And that's what transparency actually means. And for that matter, it's both transparency and accountability come hand in glove. That once we make systems transparently, it also makes us accountable. So that means whatever we communicate, whatever we commit, we need to deliver. And so that it meets the aspirations of the stakeholder, and he takes a very calculated decision to decide his career pathway. The system should allow that flexibility, which we are talking about, but then he should be able to charter his own path at the appropriate level. But what is more important is that at any stage, if you have recognized during all these presentations that every stage is being valued, every credit is being valued, and he does not lose out on anything. Even if you want to exit after first year, you get a certificate. So your time and the money that is being spent is being valued, and that is more important. However, you may open up, you may be, maybe somebody is confused at the inception, but then he opens up and he decides, no, this is not my cup of tea, and he decides to take on further. But whatever he has acquired, he is being given due weightage in terms of credits that he has earned. And the policy is also sensitive to the human needs. The human needs is that everybody does not find higher education affordable. And it's a very popular thing in the West. I mean, student does not complete his education in one shot because of the lack of parental support, and he is independent in supporting his own future progression. So therefore, we are very fortunate in India that we have that kind of support that comes to us. And the students are able to complete their education within that time frame. But nevertheless, the system again is opening up, which says you can take 2 degrees. So you can still meet that paradox of demand and supply and be equipped with an additional degree to be able to again get gainfully employed. The idea is to achieve employability, effectiveness in employability, and to meet the aspirations. I mean, it should not be that at the end of the curricula or having gone through a particular program, you still feel that, yes, you have not achieved something. You become a very meaningful citizen of the society, and that's what education is supposed to be.
So we have someone raised hand here. Located back in team. I see one hand, but I'm not able to locate the person.
Please feel free to ask me on my email. I'll be happy to answer you on the email. Yes, please.
Can I have a question in continuation with what Aarti just asked you? She was asking about which university gives the degree. I'm asking about, imagine a student who came to study architecture. He studied a set of courses, architecture, discipline, expects you to study. And then he decides that, okay, I also want to take up film studies. And he goes and does several courses in film studies. By the end of his 3 or 4 years, whatever it's going to be, he does half the courses which are conventionally understood from where we are today as architecture courses, and the other half are more, say, film related studies. So that student will get a graduate degree in what? Like a undergraduate degree in what discipline? In a particular discipline, or like I'm interested to know what will it be in God?
It's a very, very good question that you have asked. The fundamental degree would be in the course that you have opted to receive the degree for the award registered in. Okay. Now, I'm not talking particularly for architecture because the mandate is given to the council, but for other disciplines, I can tell you that in the master's program, there's a cap on the number of credits that you can take from other disciplines. Say, for example, if I have about 100 credits, which are being prescribed, say about 25 credits to a semester, and in 4 semesters of a PG program, you acquire 100 credits. So you're given a flexibility of 14 credits, which can be acquired from other disciplines. So that flexibility is there, and that will be endorsed in your transcripts. And that is why I mentioned very clearly that now we are moving towards an era of certifications. And this is my experience with IIT, that in architecture particularly, is that a lot of students who get through the JEE mode continue to do certifications during the 5-year program, and they don't pursue architecture at all. Some of them go to JP Morgan, somebody goes to Zomato, somebody goes. Why? Because they continuously invest in seeking certifications. And it is those certifications that equip them to get employed gainfully in other sectors of economy. And that is which is true. I mean, somebody should be entitled to charter his own path. And that's what is the significance of certain. And this is the global thing. Now, that's why you've got so many online courses available. And this has probably further triggered off post-pandemic, but truly so that if you get certifications, and if you look at the US model, I think certifications have a very huge role to play in the career progression.
One can debate on why people who study architecture go and do other things.
That's a different story.
It's a completely different.
Yes.
Thing.
Thank you.
So there's 2 more person here. Who will be the next person to ask? I've already given access to 3 people.
Hello, this is Savan Kumar Sharma.
Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm Savan Kumar Sharma. I'm teaching from last 10 years at various locations in India. And I have figured out something like the recruitment when it is done. The people which are recruited are trained architects, not trained teachers. And we are talking about achieving the goals which are set by NEP and other rating agencies, which we have to meet in our curriculum and all. So at least we can make a 6-month or 1-year teaching basic training course, so that whatever we recruit are trained for teaching, not for architecture practice. In architecture institutions, this is lagging what I have experienced from last 10 years. Thank you.
You see, UGC also has a mandated program which is called as, I'm going at the highest level, which is called as LEAP. The program which is called as LEAP is training future leaders. That means this applies to deans and head of departments of various institutions who undergo this almost specified 8 weeks of training, which is like a continuous training, which is a continuous education program, you may like to call it, which is being given to shape future leaders. So likewise, those people who are aligned, and that's again a bigger debate, which probably is not the right platform to trigger, that what should be the kind of recruitment rules which should be established. I think we need to establish those recruitment rules to the kind of end of the education and educational outcomes. Since it is at a nascent stage for architectural education, I don't want to comment, but I think it should go through a bigger debate and consultative process. But yes, so far, what should be the endeavor of each institution is to invest into series of FDPs and series of continuing education programs, which are actually offered by many institutions as part of the QIP programs. So if you register yourself for the QIP programs, and Council through TRC has been pursuing it, and also COA is mandated for all young professionals to at least attend a couple of these sessions on an annual basis. So I'm sure if the courses, and some of them have been conducted also, I know for sure, on pedagogies and so on and so forth, which should be integral to the kind of discourse that should happen. And more architectural institutions should offer those courses for the betterment of the teaching learning process.
Thank you, sir. So we have one last question from Mr. Rajat Rai.
Okay.
Yeah, you can unmute and then talk.
Yes.
I have given already access. Mr. Rajat Rai, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Is there any committee which is looking at quality of teaching environment besides measurements of spaces? Is there any committee like that? And another question, small question after that.
Okay. See, the quality of teaching, I think it is should be.
No.
Environment and quality of teaching environment.
Okay. See, the quality of teaching environment actually filters down from the vision and mission of an institution. And what are the institutional mechanisms to value quality and how quality is embedded as part of the process is critical. And what are those matrices which have been developed to ensure that how quality is attained at different levels. So I think it is, and that flexibility the system is allowing you. That if you create right kind of quality assurance cells, you create your own set of mandates, and you are free to create those mandates within your own system. And that is what the total quality management approach is, that you invest in continuous improvement. CI is the mantra for achieving quality. And those processes need to be defined by each institution in line with their philosophy and ideology and how they review the outcomes and the kind of graduates that they produce.
Yes, Mr. Rajat Rai, I think you can hear the answer. Hello. He said he's on. Yeah, thank you so much. So yes, we have, we'll be closing the question answer session here. If you have anything, please drop your question in the question answer box. And we have, 2 more presentation lined up. And in short, if I want to share the audience feedback for you, sir, they are saying that it's a kind of, all your presentation is like a wealth of information, and they would love to receive that in a PDF document in case if it is possible.
So thank you all very much for a very patient listening and giving me the opportunity to share some of these thoughts and ideas. And I think the idea again was to bring forth the entire mandate that the UGC has. I think we have some kinds of misconceptions at some levels, but it's a very comprehensive process that the UGC is pursuing. And I'm sure if you go through those documents, you would see the kind of work that has gone into preparation of those criteria and mandates. So thank you very much once again, Professor Dewan, for having me here. And thank you, my other co-panelists, Professor Aruna Grover and Professor Mathur, with whom I had the great privilege of working for so many years and learned so much from you all these years. Thank you.
So now I would like to call upon Architect Anil Dewan, sir, to hand over a memento as a token of gratitude to our speaker, Amit Hajila, sir.
I think you should come in front for the podium. Okay, yeah, you come in front. Yeah, it's time to do it.
Dr. Amit Hajila is our visiting faculty in SP Delhi too. Thank you so much, sir. So now we are heading to our next 2 presentation, which will be given by Professor Dr. Anil Dewan on curriculum at SPA in response to NEP 2020, followed by Professor Dr. Aruna Ramani Grover on implication of NEP on architecture education. So we have clubbed the topics related to it, and before we go for a lunch break, I would request you to stay on, so that you can listen to the presentation of these 2 speakers. I would request the backend team to share the presentation. Yeah, thank you so much. So now I would proceed with Anil Dewan, sir. I would request the speakers, if you can be seated over that side, you can see the screen so that it will be easy for you to follow up the presentation in case if you're comfortable.
I'm good here.
Yeah. Off the line will be, these tables are required outside. Oh, so only one table.
Maybe which table is required?
So this table is required outside.
Sorry to shift you, ma'am.
No, ma'am, you sit here. We'll ask them to take those tables.
Okay, sir. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
आप लोग इधर आ जाओ.
Yeah, so my dear audience, even present in the new committee room, I would like to update here. In the online, we have almost, 180 participants, 170 participants here. So this shows that this topic is really, really hot to discuss and then, brainstorm. And so I'm very grateful that you could make it offline. And online being very comfortable, you can see more number of participants online. So without wasting much time, so I will just proceed with briefing about Dr. Anil Dewan sir. He is our mentor, and he is here to present about the curriculum at SPA in response to NEP 2020. He has done PhD in hospital standards, and his professional experience are presently head of the department in architecture at School of Planning and Architecture, and faculty in architecture, School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi. Yes, I mean, it's been like long period of time. And he has published a lot of books, numerous book chapters, and published 19 papers in international journals, national journals, international seminar proceedings, and national seminar proceedings. And he's especially well-versed in, addressing the courses like Advait Swayam MOOC for AICTE on emerging areas in hospital design, planning, construction, and facilities management. Over to you, sir. You can stop the share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Radhika. So the SPA curriculum is available on the SPA's website. So for all the people who want a copy of it, they already have it there. So my presentation is actually part of the presentation we made to the COA inspection team that came recently to institution. So what we are saying is, revising a curriculum. So we every few years, every 5 years, ideally we should be doing that, but it takes a long time to get the syllabus through all the institutions where it has to be approved. We have to go to a Senate and the BOG and get it approved. So traditionally we used to have a board of studies in the department, and the board of studies would ratify it, and from there it would go to the Senate, and the Senate approval would make the changes possible. So this is a presentation which has been prepared by Professor Dr. Chitreka Kabre, who's our controller of examinations at the Department of Architecture. And she's going to be speaking on quality issues in the afternoon today. So about the vision statement and mission statement, I don't have to read it out. It's very important to have a very laudable vision and mission statement. So what we have here is that what is the Council of Architecture syllabus and what is the syllabus we have at SPA in New Delhi. And so there is a flexibility which the council gives us, and we are using it because we are an institution which has 12 departments, and there are lots of institutional electives and departmental electives and electives which individual faculty members can offer. So they are being offered and they are being taken by the students. So basically we have core subjects, which is the design, and then we have the building science and applied engineering services. So we have a color code to these, and there are professional streams. Basically in the architecture syllabus at SPA Delhi, we have the design and studio related disciplines. So then we have the construction and structures related disciplines. And then we have the humanities related disciplines, which were talked a lot about in the morning. A lot of humanities has been. So architecture is a very, very wholesome education. And it at the undergraduate level, it's very wide and it gives a lots and lots of choices. But after listening to all the people in the morning today, it's very, very clear to us that in 5 years now, we'll be able to offer courses which could give you a license to practice after doing some exposure in the industry. So you could come out to become an architect, landscape architect. I have a feeling now, after the new education policy, it could be possible for me to be an architect, an urban designer, and an urban planner together. So I could be a planner, I could be an urban designer, and I could be an architect. And if I am all these three, I could also do interior design. I could also manage projects. So certification and accreditation and all those things would be required. And that is how we could be able to do all these things. So to do that, we have menu-driven courses to happen in our. So we have all the courses being offered by all the departments at SPA today. And it is all we can do is that we can integrate them in a way that the timetable is made such that it could be possible for people to take up, say, the research courses, the technology courses, and humanity courses across the streams, across departments. So in the architecture course, we have the first stage, which is the first year, second year, third year. Now all over the place, the foundation courses, the first year courses are almost done in a assembly line factory kind of a situation. Like if you give us an example of SEPT has so many courses and there is a separate foundation building which produces the foundation course for all the disciplines across. So what I'm proposing here is, why couldn't SPA also offer a foundation course for B Arch and B Planning together, like they are doing for the Masters of Planning courses? There are 5 courses. Together, they do the foundation course, which is offered by one department, and all these people do it. And then we have the exploration, which you can see the details in a detailed content. So basically what we are planning and proposing to do now is to offer many more electives almost in all the semesters. So what should be possible to do now is to take some MOOC courses from various other institutions also. Very recently, we had Good from Finland course, which our students could do as a part of an extra certification. So it was a MOOC course offered by Lab University in Finland and SPA Delhi for students of SPA Delhi. So all the students of SPA Delhi can do. So there's a circular economy course which is being offered by the Lab University now to our students. So it's very much a planning kind of a course which is being offered to our students of architecture. So in the stage 2, so stage 1, end of stage 1, with the new education policy, it should be possible to exit at various levels. So we have to make these changes of now in practically what in our limitations, we have how many people we could have in a class and how many come from the previous class and how many laterally want to enter and how much space we have. These kind of issues we'll have to tackle and manage. But then we have exploration, we have ideation, we have training, and we have so that there is a continuity which some of our students do, wherein they work on a seminar, they work on a dissertation and a thesis, which is some kind of a continuity. And also what we do in our school is that whatever the theory input which is required for the studio which is happening is either given in a semester before that or almost on that. So suppose we have urban design studio happening in 5th year, then we have a theory of urban design happening. So suppose a person does an elective on hospital design, we have a theory of hospital design as a choice-based studio there and as an elective subject here. So we try to match the theory input which is required for a subject either along that studio or a semester before that. So these are our design courses, the technology courses, the humanities courses, and the communication and research, critical thinking and appreciation courses that we are offering. So this is the horizontal vertical integration that we have as of today, and we would like to revise it with the flexibility that we want, that we should get. So now these are the matrices of the courses. So I am not going into the details. My presentation would be available to you people, and it is on the website of SPA already. So what is the internal only, external only? There are no graded courses. So there are courses which have jury at the end of the course. There are courses which have internal only and which could be evaluated by a faculty through a series of assignments or whatever way we want the internal marks to be given to us. So actually we should have all credits. And if we do everything in a credit-based system, then things would be much easier for our students and for us also. So we would call credits all over the place and no more marking, and credits have to be relative to the batch we have. So you could comparative to the kind of people you have in your class, you could get your credits. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much. So I could take some questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So is there any audience who would like to address a question to architect Anil Dewan, sir? You can raise your hand so that we can give quickly permission. Yeah, as of now, we don't have any questions. But
thank you. So no, very sure. So we go over to.
So that shows that it is very crisp and clear. They can understand better about it.
I'll speak from here. I don't know.
Yeah. So we have our next speaker for the day. Okay. Before this, I would request Dr. Anna Ramani Grover to hand over a memento as a token of gratitude to our HOD, architect, and Dr. Anil Dewan, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now moving forward, I would request Professor Dr. Anna Ramani Grover to address the audience with the topic. She is going to address about implication of NEP on architecture education. So she was mentioning that I don't require a presentation for this because it will be more of dialogue delivery and then discussing about her view to all the audience here. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all.
Sorry, before that, I would like to introduce you. I'm sorry. I will just take 2 more minutes to explain about her. She's, professor and dean, PND, and she's graduated as a PR and then master planning with specialization in housing, and doctor of philosophy from specialization in shaping the built form of urban neighborhoods by water use optimization. And she also authorized 2 books and 1 ebook, edited 1 book, and published 21 papers in international journals, national journals, international seminar proceedings, and national seminar proceedings. Presented 24 papers in national and international seminars and conferences. And personally, I would like to say that Dr. Adna Ramli ma'am is associated very long with SPA New Delhi. She always addressed to the audience saying that, from 1990s, ma'am, if I'm right. Okay, 1988, she's been bonded with SPA New Delhi. From now onwards, she will continue giving her talk on this. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon all. I'm very conscious of being the obstacle between you and your lunch, which is waiting outside. So I will try to be as brief as possible. I'll try because I was given 40 minutes, but I will try. So my presentation of the day is titled NEP and Architectural Education, Ek Manthan. This implies a churning of information, perhaps to reveal some treasures. I will be first taking you through some salient features of the NEP, connecting the dots, if I may say so. I will do this by asking selective questions and answering them in the voice of the NEP. I hope you all have a copy of the NEP readily available with you. This will help you follow me closely. Then the answers to these questions will illuminate the ground plane for architectural education. Thereafter, based on projected hard facts of our common future, I will build up an argument for a possible direction for architectural education for the future. So let's begin. My first question is, what are the opening statements of the NEP? On page 3, para 1, there is a recognition that India will have the highest young population in the decades to come. This implies the migration of a large number of young people, including trained architects, to parts of the world where young population is depleting. And 3 days ago, we saw evidence of this when the government of Finland offered 15,000 working visas by 2030 to us, to India on a platter. And I'm sure a lot of young architects would be migrating. On page 3, para 3, while talking about rapid changes in the knowledge landscape, a mention of climate change, increasing population, and depleting natural resources is made. We've always known that change is constant. Now we need to recognize that the rate of change has accelerated. So both knowledge and action landscapes are calling for continued observation and responsive action. So all education, including architectural, will need to be continuous and constantly evolving. The same para talks about need for multidisciplinary learning. For architectural education, this is sweet reassurance. After all, we've been doing this since the Bauhaus. That's what hum to karte hain. Unfortunately, that skill set has remained quite static for too long, and it needs to be revisited and fine-tuned for the current millennium. Page 3, para 4 talks about how to teach and learn. Children need to learn about how to learn, and less content and more critical thinking and problem solving. This is so reminiscent of what we are doing in our traditional design studios. But as an experienced teacher, I would like to raise a flag about less content and would like to replace it with a more positive phrase like first principle reinforced content, something which underlines the essence of knowledge. The same para talks about gainful, fulfilling employment. So for some of us who are sitting in our ivory towers, this is a very loud shout. Hey, they need to go out there tomorrow and learn a fruitful living using what you are teaching them today. So we need to be alert to this essential requisite. This is so true of India, which is going to have a lot of young population. And we have people from very, very economic backgrounds which are, very varied. And so what we deliver must translate into something useful for the rest of their lives. Education in India being about complete realization and liberation of the self and a need to nurture and preserve for posterity. This as a legacy to world heritage. It says that, but thereafter this thread is not picked up and elaborated upon the entire document. This is a great pity. And for me, this is one of the most significant statements in the introduction. And I want to pause and reflect upon it. And I'm going to ask the following questions. Who am I? A body with 8 years of life, translating into a very limited guardianship of the planet. Yet, with my tools and skill sets, I can cause tremendous damage. And I need to recognize this, that, that am I going to be a bomb? So this question of who am I, which is very central to traditional philosophies, we say this in the Gita Path, Sharir Nashvat hai, Nashvar hai, it is the soul. And we are going to be in this body today, we are going to be in the next body tomorrow. It has implications. This thing has implications. We are not sister, brother. We are much more than that. But in this role as A, B, C, what are we doing? And what are we doing to the planet? My next question is, what is my position in Prakriti? Traditionally, we see this as a duality of Purusha and Prakriti, the yin and the yang. And scientifically, you must have done this experiment where light is sent through a prism, white light. And on the floor, this is a class 6 experiment. And on the floor, you will see it become 7. And then in the next prism, it then becomes white light. We are unable to do that next prism, but technically it is possible. So if we are one, if I am pink and you are blue, we are all part of this Prakriti. Then what is my role as a human being on this earth? So what is my role in Prakriti? This needs to be understood. And this is all part of essential education. Concept of Maya. We have had 4 presentations of the NEP. Perhaps mine is the 5th. Each of us is looking at it so differently. Coming up with, we are reading it, we are saying something about it, somebody else is saying. So this Maya is ever prevailing in our communication, in our dialogue. More real. We've all heard the story. The 5 men and the elephant, So this is prevalent. So when we say something, it is heard as something else. It is operated upon as something else. So for education, this is also important because you're delivering something here. It gets translated and it gets transported and something else is actually done. So Maya, how to deal with it? It's essential. Then my next question is how to recognize a current task, karma, as a positive contribution to the continuum, dharma. You must say, nobody's taking lectures. Why should I? Why should I cut vegetables when he's the chef? But your karma, your individual karma is going to translate into the dharma of humanity. So all of us need to do these little bits and pieces with rigor all the time, day after day. We bathe every day. We wash every day. Why? To keep our body clean. Then, this karma has to be extended beyond this physical body to a whole, to community, to planet, to universe. The next question, my next question is how to be alone in, and all this is all there. Gita mein hai, Ramcharitmanas mein hai. So being a practicing Hindu, I'm sure it is there in all the other texts. How to be alone in the marketplace. The yogic concentration to still the mind. The attitude of dhyana. Children and teachers today, we are unable to focus ourselves on the task at hand. How to address this question? I think this is a very fundamental question for us. And it's not just education, it's in everything. We put on music, we have 4 things, we are dealing with everything and we are dealing with nothing. That's not okay. That's not how this body and mind and intellect was designed. We are very far away from where we should be. How to link the chain, how to be a link in the chain and the font of creativity simultaneously. I'll repeat this. How to be a link in the chain and the font of creativity simultaneously. Just because I'm a big architect and I'm done, designing townships, I shouldn't follow traffic rules. And that's what we presume, isn't it? That, can I, just, we are so entitled about everything that we do. But so if you don't obey traffic rules, you may die, you will reach late, you will be frustrated, and your creativity will die. So you have to do this simultaneously, be this and that together, So I think the search for answers to these questions more than ever are important to an architect. This creative individual positioned in Prakriti and more than any other time, and I quote the NEP itself, when faced with climate change, increasing pollution and depleting natural sources. With reference to India, I will add population growth, natural disasters like cyclones just unfolding in Chennai, or man-made disasters like political conflict happens all the time, migration, war. So my next question is, what are the significant principles of the NEP? I will quickly move on to the principles of the National Education Policy, which will govern the lives of Indians fully from 2030. Between page and 6, there are 22 of them. Rather too many in my opinion. I will mention 6 in 2 subsets. In the first group, I will talk about 4. I will mention 4. If the accelerated rate of change has to be met with head-on by architects, these principles will set the stage to guide our journey. What are they? Recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capability of each student. Creative and critical thinking. So we are talking about an accelerated rate of change where problem definition and solution making are simultaneous. And before the results have come, you will have a next set of conditions. So that is the accelerated rate of change. So recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capability of each student, creative and critical thinking towards innovation and decision making, ethics, Prakriti, human and constitutional as a nation, respect for diversity and respect for local context, also important for us. The second group consists of just 2 principles, and these are unique to India. Promoting, these are my extractions. There are 22 principles. I just want to highlight some. Promoting multilingualism and the power of language, and a rootedness and a pride in India. No other political entity in this planet speaks as so many fully developed languages as Indians do. Today morning, I checked 22 fully developed modern Indian languages. From tropic to the subtropical region, we have 6 climatic zones and human habitation responsive to it. Yet we are one democracy, rising on our feet to one national anthem with common national icons, revered from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Amitabh Bachchan, everybody will go, you know, from one little kid in Chennai to somebody sitting in Kashmir. Everybody will go. So we are that kind of a country. Not to mention that because of federal structure, education is in the concurrent list and elected governments of both states and center have a say in the matter. Now, you know, that kid from the slum will say, super Arun. That is the way he will express his opinion about Amitabh Bachchan. Probably the Kashmiri kid will do it in some other way. There's no Kashmiris here, so that's why I can't say how he will do it. But the intent is the same. The connect is the same, but 22 languages. So addressing these 2 principles means an additional layer on top of the operational framework which we have created by the first 4. So it's a very complex country. So what are we going to do? So my third question is, the child who comes to your studio in first year, who is she? And here I say S''he. And in future, I will always use that. I will say she. So nothing sexist about it, please. This child has done 15 years of schooling. This is on page 6, there's a diagram. 3 to 8 fundamental, 8 to 11 preparatory, 11 to 14 middle, and 14 to 18 secondary. This entire journey from 3 to 18 years, school curriculum has been flexible so that they can design their own path of study and life plan. Quoting from page 13, para 4.9. So from the age of 3, they are designing their own paths of study and life plan. On the same page, the child has seen no hard separation amongst co-curricular, curricular, or extracurricular activities. Has seen no separation between academic and vocational stream. Has not dealt with silos like arts, humanities, and sciences. So you are going to get a gift in the studio. On page 14, para 4.3, it says, began schooling in the mother tongue and finished schooling with proficiency in 3 languages, 2 of them being Indian. So if you are a national university, then you have a task ahead of you. The NEP says the child has taken 2 board exams in the secondary level in class 10 and 12, para 4.37. Board exam in class 12 was at the end of 4 years of multidisciplinary study. So brings to my next question. How will she enroll for a degree in architecture? There is no clear policy laid out in the NEP. But there are 2 case statements in the policy on page 19, para 4.4, which we must leverage. The National Testing Agency to offer high quality common aptitude test at least twice a year. It will be left to the individual universities and colleges to use NTA assessment for their admission. Do we turn our backs to a common entrance exam or do we not? Should we? Can the nation afford not to have a common entrance exam? I mean, remember that little boy who wants to become an architect, or that little girl who's, probably helping her mother chop onions, wants to become an architect. And can we have some exam sitting in the studio in Delhi? Perhaps not. After all, there is a constitutional mandate, So in my mind, this is a very important gap we as architects and professionals we should fill by. We have to do 3 things. Have a serious debate on 3 issues. Who is the school pass out and what will she bring to the table? who do we want? Recognize that when each student chooses his or her unique path, school pass outs at class 12 will have very, very diverse backgrounds. What is this aptitude we wish to capture and bring to our studio? And as a profession, we need to be very clear as to what attributes are essential in our freshers and how to get them into the institution. So we have to define this, and then how to administer and evaluate the test, keeping in mind the complexity of our country. Having been involved for over a decade, both as an examiner of JEE and NATA, I can only say that there was much dissatisfaction always, but there was no solution. So what is going to be the way forward is a very important question we need to answer. Will it be a national exam versus a state exam? Remember, education is a concurrent subject. There will be quotas in state universities for other states. There will be various other kinds of reservations. There are small 3,000 is small as per the NEP. So there will be an institution which will have 3,000. There will be another which will have 15,000, and they would have, so the scale of operation is different. Will it be a virtual exam? Will it be a rival exam? Will it be an MCQ driven exam? Or will it be a task driven exam? We need to have an argument, but at the end of it, we need to create a common consensus, and we need to articulate this consensus very clearly. Ye chahiye humko, in simple words, so that there is the administrative wing of our country which will translate it and make it happen. But we never managed to do that. We never managed a consensus. We never managed to articulate in very simple terms what we want and how to go about doing it. And then we have to lobby in government forums so that it becomes a part of the NTA. And so at the end of my presentation, this is one issue I would have liked to start a conversation, maybe over lunch. What does the NEP propose for professional education as part of, on page 50, para 2.1, it says professional education is to be an education in the ethics and importance of public purpose. I repeat, ethics and importance of public purpose. An education in the discipline. Hawa meaning education in the discipline. An education for practice. So what are the attributes? So page 50, para 2.1 must centrally involve critical and interdisciplinary thinking, discussion, debate, research, innovation. And to achieve this, professional education should not take place in the isolation of one's specialty. So if you're wondering what's going to happen to SPAs, IIMs, etc., it says all institutions offering either professional or general education will aim to organically evolve into institutions, clusters offering both seamlessly and in an integrated manner by 2030. Yesterday, I was having a conversation over chai with Neha and a couple of others, where we said, oh, we should have an MOU with IIT so that their labs can be used for our PhD students to do ABC. So, we must be thinking about all this. So, how to do it is left to us. What we want to do is again left to us. But we must go ahead and do it. It's very important. We must have a very clear idea of what we want and how to. And I'm just setting the field because I'm going to talk about the current scenario which we need to address as a profession. That is coming later. Where is architecture located in the NEP? Page 50, item 20. Professional education, primary, under professional education. Primary of Primacy of place is given to 3 professions. 3, agricultural education. Yes, we have to feed our millions. Legal education and healthcare education. The 4th is called technical education. It includes architectural education in the diploma and degree levels, along with engineering, technology, management, town planning, pharmacy, hotel management, and hotel management and catering technology. Further, it says technical education will thus also aim to be offered within multidisciplinary educational institutions. We must be very clear, just because healthcare and the legal profession are operating under a different act of parliament. We are operating under a different act of parliament, which I'm afraid, I will say, is a bit of a lame duck. It doesn't cover us to the extent that we would have wanted it to cover us. We were living in ignorance till the Supreme Court told us so, The point to note is that legal and healthcare are kept out of the gambit, becoming part of multidisciplinary education. And it almost seems that the paragraphs on legal and healthcare education have been written with a completely different and left unedited. Yes, because there is an act which tells you what it ought to be. And it covers healthcare fully. So they will not touch it. Interestingly, pharmacy is placed under technical education rather than healthcare. Now, this is an anomaly, which I find very interesting. And my next question is, what is the regulatory mechanism in the NEP for architectural education? The regulation will be by accreditation by National Accreditation Council. Funding will be through Higher Education Grant Council. Expected learning outcomes for higher education will be framed by General Education Council. My friend Amit here has talked at length, and so has Pushkar. I won't go into it. Council of Architecture will act as a professional standard setting body, and it will support the General Education Council. What will it do? Draw the curriculum, lay down academic standards, coordinate between teaching and research and extension. It's all laid out there, page 48, para 8.7. Set expectations in the field of architectural education and practice, but have no regulatory role. All higher education institutions will decide how their educational programs respond to these standards, among other considerations, and will also be able to reach out for support from the standard setting body. So they are going to support us, and we have to charter the path. It is our job. Responsibility and accountability shall devolve to the higher education institutions concomitantly. Bhai sir, you are in charge. Under these circumstances, what modifications in the method of registration of architects for Council of Architecture, a national exam? Should it become a once-in-a-lifetime activity? Considering the accelerated rate of change in both knowledge and action landscapes, is one-time registration appropriate, or should it be revisited? Should we not be thinking of this revisit as an opportunity for architects to refresh their knowledge banks? It's so important because your ground plane is changing, and I will demonstrate how it is changing. In the 21st, so now I'm coming to this question of how is my ground plane changing? So I established I have established the ground plane of architectural education. Now I'm going to talk about the projected hard facts of our common future by asking 2-3 questions. Then Yeah, I've not done badly, I must say. Okay. So in the 21st century, what essential issues will take center stage for humanity, and habitat? The first set of issues are from the habitat. While the world's population is currently growing at 0.04% per annum, urban world population is growing at twice the rate, 1.67%. So at least in the next couple of decades, world over, due to urbanization, city life is the preferred choice, is going to be, whether we like it, we don't like it. Closer home, India is slated to be the world's largest population by 2023, next year, as per a UN report. With the largest young population in the world, migration of young trained architects is a very likely scenario, unless India becomes a preferred country of residence. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai, Further, by 2035, 43.2% of India's population will be urban, living in cities and towns, and not dependent on agriculture for living. 43.2% by 2035. With a geographical area of 17.5%, holding the world's largest population, experiencing competing demands on agriculture, we have to feed them, natural habitats, because they are the controllers of our environment. Land will be India's first resource at premium. India's cities are likely to be dense, far denser than we are able to imagine today. Yet expected to ensure basic needs like fresh air, clean water, adequate natural light, ventilation, and physical mobility. Recently, there was an election manifesto handed over to Delhi Walas on a platter, which said, FAR double, 5 floor to 10 floor. Who walks up 10 floors in 100 square feet plot, because there's no place for the lift? But why is this coming? This is coming because the winds of that population growth are being felt by our city. And the corporator is giving it to them on the platter. Don't you want to have a say in this? We must. That's our job. In hindsight, today, our previous millennium's urbanization exercise seems like a cakewalk, where agricultural land was acquired to be transformed into ever-growing neighborhoods and cities. In this millennium, however, it is the current cities with their eclectic mix of old and new, slum and posh, chaotic roads and deserted public realms, which will form the inflexible armature and the unyielding grain on which the transformational exercise will take place. So the cities are there. They are very difficult. They have to be transformed to accommodate more. And ownership of land is with, in most cases, is with the common man. So he has to be brought into the picture. Rather than design from scratch, it would have to be the reformat from old principles for buildings, urban spaces, and neighborhoods. This design exercise and build will have to be purpose-made towards higher spatial efficiencies, hitherto unknown. There are some examples in our old cities, not very good ones, but the kind of population density that our cities are likely to experience is going to transform the way we are going to look at the built and the open, at how much space per capita. It's going to, we need to recognize this upfront and talk about it upfront. With accelerated rate of change, new standards will have to be formulated, their worthiness tested, and urban habitats realized simultaneously. It is all going to be simultaneous because everything is changing so quickly. In addition to population growth, the second major issue for habitat is climate change. For Indian cities, climate change have two dimensions. Rising cities, which will impact shoreline infrastructure and coastal cities. A lot of our cities, engines of economic, or what are called economic engines, Bombay, Madras, Chennai, Calcutta, they're all coastal cities. With rise in water, it will have severe impacts. The second one is long-term change in monsoon patterns, where coastal habitats will get more rain and interiors will be far drier than the last millennium. We are already seeing this happen regularly in Chennai and Mumbai. So cities will simultaneously suffer with alternate flooding and water shortages. So coastal cities will have a different dimension of problems, and our interior cities will have a different. We will be dry, and the coastal cities will be wet. And because they are on the coast, and because after an event, you're not able to let the water go into the sea because there is a high tide, you will have flooding, and all of this is going to impact lives. It is going to impact infrastructure in a very, very big way. And so when we create solutions, we should be talking about how to create solutions for all of this. The second set of issues are from our civilizational perspective of waste. Nature knows no waste. If cow eats grass, it produces milk, and somebody eats cow. And then mankind has learned to use its hide to make leather. We carry water in the deserts using this as the container. So I think algae is eaten by fish, which is eaten by the whale. So there is no waste in nature. Man is the only being who creates. We have been living 100 years. We've been living beyond our ecological footprint in varying degrees. We may have done better than the West, but we're catching up. And so from initial creation to daily existence, the current city dweller puts to use building material, food brought from the hinterland, water and air, manufactured goods, uses it in a set pattern, transforms it into waste. Next 24 hours, it becomes waste to be transported away to lie in city and regional dumps, or to lie as wastewater in the periphery of cities. In the cities today, the metabolism of most resources is essential. These are pumped through the system without any thought to origin or destination, in creating waste. This is unknown to Prakriti. This is unknown to our essential being as one of the 7 colors of the prism. But we've got our civilization there, and we need to do something about it. For cities to be ecologically viable, Prakriti needs to be mimicked to convert to circular metabolic systems, building material waste, industrial waste, biological waste, along with fresh water, fossil fuel, mineral ores, will have to be put into a cycle of use to achieve a minimum rate of throughput. So for architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, and NEP engineers, this implies a new way forward for material technology and service engineering. We have to relook at this entire notion of waste and recognize that this is more a problem than a solution. And we have to build. So what lessons for architectural education? I can go on and on, but I'll just pick 3. These are closest to my heart. And you could, I'm sure, think of 20. I'm on the second last page, by the way, so not very far. So where should the architectural design studio be heading? In my opinion, it should be directed towards reformat of the existing city by redevelopment projects, reuse of existing buildings with minimum intervention for higher efficiency, multiplicity of space. Why should a school work from 8 to 2 and be left empty for the rest of the hours? Why? That land was competing with land on which we could have grown food. What is wrong with us? And we want to leave lots of schools because it's a young population which is growing, and we are going to educate them and we're going to export them, or you partly educate them and we're going to export them because the rest of the world is not producing people. We are. Optimization of holding capacities. Whenever you go to one of these urban villages and you look at a house or a room which is on rent, that will have another room which is on top, which is on rent. And then there will be another room at the third level, which is on rent. And there would be a small staircase by which they will go up, and then another one and another one. And if you open our building bylaws, it will say, this is illegal. This is not safe. I'm not denying that it's not safe. But 99.9% of our humanity in cities is living like this. So, hey, profession, where are we? What have we contributed in the last 100 years? 0.1%? Do we still want to be there? Or do we need to go ahead and do something about this? So what is the role of teaching institutions? Recognize that your city is unique and be its laboratory. I've always said this. कि भाई दिल्ली में बहुत कुछ है सीखने को, क्यों बाहर लेके जाते हो? Well, that's my personal view. So and है बहुत कुछ करने को. Establish spatial and performance standards afresh. We need to have a conversation about this in a very open-minded way. The rest of the world has not grown its population. So it can afford to have performance standards of a different kind. Can we? Or is 99.9% of our humanity going to be outside the standard and we pretend as a profession that all is well? I don't think so. Develop a real understanding of ground realities by engaging with the end user and industry, and involve the student as a significant ingredient in this equation so that she is trained in public purpose. Not drawing, not, what is my concept? My concept is a flower, please. Let's put public purpose, let's put an education in the profession center stage, and let's take it there. Explore alternative methodologies for engagement and transformation of the existing armature and grain, city structure, neighborhood, buildings, and these are going to be very unyielding armatures. I'm just talking about the physical. Remember, there is the social, there is the economic. Land is viewed by everybody outside this room as an economic asset. For us, it is something to be built upon. There is a very different perception. The Maya, remember I talked about Maya? So many people view this in so many ways. How to build a consensus to make it happen. Putting center stage the fact that a student from a city A may be educated in city B and then practice in city C or D. So methodologies need to be linked to first principles in the entire period of study for a student to become a problem solver. He's not doing housing at Saket. He's doing that, and yet at the same time, carrying in his portfolio the methodology to be able to deal with housing in Finland, maybe. And what should the industry do? Fund and run research centers with the central notion of putting resource technologies center stage. How to deal with waste. That, I think, should be focus of industry. And somebody should tell them that make reuse resourced stuff sexy. Market that. So all of us will chase that. Invade the design studio space by connecting studio to lab and vice versa. Industry needs to be there in my studio with me, telling me, हाँ ये हो सकता है. It needs to be there. It has to invade the space. We have to make that happen. Provide the physical building block, nuts and bolts, and the skill sets for signature projects. They make the material and they think, हाँ बना दिया आप कर लो. No, you have to skill people. You have to take it back and reformat, and you have to do this back and forth. Cement boards were fine. It took us 15 years to get, no, not more than 95 is when I first, 95, what is 22? So many years now, more than 20 years for it to become reasonable. We used to have something called Bison panel in 95. It was useless. It has taken industry so long because perhaps nobody was telling them, or we were not having that dialogue. Be design, come delivery partner. So I'll close the loop now with the 10th statement. I will by revisiting the NEP with its directives of professional education. The first one was an education in the ethic and the importance of public purpose. With one planet to call home, architects must be educated to become one with Prakriti by being a link in the chain and the font of creativity. To me, this central ethic in the hand of a trained architect will translate to the highest public purpose, which is making a livable planet. We as architects, if we have to build and make this planet livable, this is our public purpose. And education in the discipline. So the discipline itself needs fundamental restructuring if we have to place the habitat of this millennium center stage. The question is, can we as educators make correct projections and lead the way? Thereafter, remember, again, this business of Maya. In today's NEP talks, we have said so many things. They're all relevant, but how to take this forward so that we are all together, that is, so we have to make projections and we have to lead the way. Because the accelerated change in thereafter, because of the accelerated rate of change in partnership with industry, put in place a regulatory framework which will view education as an ongoing process in the life of an architect. So if the Architects Act is amended and we are then the only people who are building, then we better be educating ourselves constantly all the time. And remember, this discipline is changing, will keep on changing as the population grows and the manner in which we use the resources and what constitutes resources being viewed. Because building material, the building industry is a guzzler for resources of every kind. When education is conscious of the real world needs, recognizing the backdrop of an accelerated rate of change, easing into practice will be automatic. So if we give them this kind of an education where they know what that community is and they recognize this, then the ease into practice will be better. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Wow, ma'am, amazing. Actually, I wanted to, say that asking question is an art. So basically, not everybody will be, talented to ask questions. So you are like, raise so many questions. So we have to really give a standing ovation for that, which you have lined up. And really, because if you ask questions, that actually take it to the learning. And what I can see is like, whenever you raised all these questions, so this particular presentation is open to architects, design professionals, planners, research scholars. I think you gave a very long way to them, like how much research they can do. There are a lot of topics which you have addressed already. We are actually in between of more number of problems, and India, I think you have to really see as an architect, we play a vital role in it and we are responsible for that. So architects now, please, not only students, architects, everyone, we have a very big role here, and then we have to focus more on day-to-day problems. So our future is going to be a very difficult part. So let us focus on that. And I feel that is the kind of points which you have addressed here. So it's commendable. And I'm sure that more number of people might be thinking how to answer, or, they must be thinking about all those things in different directions. And you have given a very big dimension to all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And yeah, so anything, Rashmi ma'am, you would like to add on?
Oh, definitely, ma'am. Your
Yeah.
presentation took us to a very different level. And it was indeed a very pleasurable time. I mean, it's very different. Without using any PPT, you are addressing
No,
the audience.
I think we should stop and we should have conversations.
Yes.
That's
Because we are allowing a tool created by us to interfere between her and me. When her eyes sparkled, when she smiled, my response was automatic. We've lost that art.
That's true. So definitely, this was a different feel for everyone. I'm sure last 2-3 years in pandemic, everybody is so used to this online thing with screen share and PPT being displayed. So this definitely was a very different approach. And I'm sure you have inspired many in this regard. Thank you so much for your presentation. Over to you, Radhika.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So now we have come to the, we will have a short break for lunch, and then after that we'll proceed with 2 more speakers, and then we have a very interesting session in the afternoon. We'll be discussing about, all the whatever Google survey form which we shared with all the participants. So the results will be shared in kind of a presentation by Professor Rashmi, and we'll be discussing in the form of panel discussion. So I would request all the participants to join back after 30 minutes, and we have a guest of honor, architect Habeeb Khan also will be joining shortly. So we'll take a short break of 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will update.
So any questions if audience has, let's ask for those. Yes, I'm so sorry.
I will allow, even audience from audience side to ask any questions. I think I can see some hands are raised already. So, so can we take up after question answer?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Rekha Bhaskaran is here. I will allow her to talk. Over to you, Rekha Bhaskaran. You can address. Can you hear me?
You're keeping them from lunch, actually.
Yeah, I know. I must be alone. She's not there? Okay.
No, she is there, but her audio is not connected.
Okay, the audio is not connected. So maybe you can drop a message in the chat box or question answer so that I can take up the question. Okay, so if we don't have any other questions left, then it's fine. So now I would request
I have one short question.
our HOD architect, you would like to ask? Yeah, please.
Ma'am, as you mentioned, it is just only Supreme Court order. Basically, this is misusing when Supreme Court order published. So in 2019, it basically Supreme Court interpreted whatever written in the act.
Absolutely.
And,
So we have a lame duck act.
It is not their judgment.
No, it's not their judgment. It's an act which was very narrow, which allowed us to call ourselves architects, whereas the other professional acts
have defined.
Define, yes.
Yes. So
The services of
CA,
the
like
professional
CA,
services.
it is a very simple act, very limited act, and the language of the act is very simple. And it is very clearly mentioned the certificate of practice. In doctor, their medical act, it is very well written is the certificate of practice. In law is also, but unfortunately, our basic definitions are missing. Like there is no definition of architecture. There is no definition of architectural education. There
So why is it that as a profession we can't stand up today and make a demand?
we are also demanding, ma'am.
So
From
we have to be a vote bank to make it happen.
2015, I am the member of IAA also, Northern Chapter, and I am regularly.
You should focus on the questions because your lunch is waiting for
My
you.
question is, ma'am, it is our responsibility to change the act.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
I
no
agree.
amendment.
Yeah.
That
What is
my
the next question? Is there one?
Yeah, that's
That's
all.
all.
Yeah, because the food is getting cold. That is more important.
Yeah.
Not waiting it can always.
It's a very good comparison, Dr. Anna, that is with karma, dharma, and bhagavad. So there's a comment from Anil Khatri. Yeah. So now I would request our HOD Anil Dewan sir to submit a memento for her extraordinary speech and making our minds open with several questions. We have to now find an answer for that. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I would request all audience, of course, not in the online. You can actually take a break, quickly grab your lunch and then join back. And I would request all the audience who's present here, dignitaries, to please go forward for the lunch. It is laid out outside. Thank you so much.
So one more thing, I would like to thank my students from Vasupala Academy, Sujal and Aniket, who have taken their time out to photograph our event. So I would request all the offline participants to just assemble for a group picture so that these people can go. They have a submission tomorrow.
Don't go without having lunch. Can't have lunch.
What's your good name?
I'm Sujal.
Sujal and Ankit.
Aniket.
Aniket, thank you so much for coming.
I will.
Presentation.
I don't have to tell you इनको 5 नंबर हमारी तरफ से दे देना please. 5 नहीं 10. background, so you understand.
Okay, well, good afternoon once again. Yeah, camera is on. So good afternoon once again. So my dear audience, will be continuing the session again after the short lunch break. So now we'll move forward with the other two last speaker of the day. We have two speakers here, Professor Manoj Mathur, and he will be addressing on achieving quality in architecture education through NEP and SDG. And we have one more speaker next to him, Professor Dr. Chitra Rekha, on quality imperatives through NEP for AE. She will be addressing on this topic. So firstly, I would like to give a brief introduction about Professor Manoj Mathur, sir. He is a professor, graduated in architecture and honors and recognitions on Newly Post Memorial for Best Thesis Project and IIT Kanpur Certified Instructor of National Program for Earthquake Engineering Education. And he is experienced as a assistant art director for the feature film Pasi Sari. So he's a registered COE and FI faculty of IAE, Honorary Joint Secretary, Northern Chapter India, and he's also a member of SPA Alumni Association. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the session. Over to you. Now, sir will address on this topic.
Screen share allow. Huh? Allow screen share.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Imran, can you just look into this? It's not maximized there. Screen share.
Yes, उसने यहाँ fit कर. We can all see.
Shall we begin?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch. So as you can see, my session is very strategically placed in the schedule. I have, as you can see, with the title which I've got here, it is extremely generic. I have very little to do here with architectural education or architectural profession, anything like that. This is something which is generally about higher education institutions and what NEP has got for them. You have heard in the morning extensive presentations about what has been happening in the NEP and its aftermath with respect to what higher education institutions are going to do or should be doing. And we also heard about what architecture education institutions have to be doing in the light of the NEP. So this is what my job here is, basically to recap. I am only going to say the same things all over again, hopefully in big fonts so that you don't miss seeing them, and with simple words so that you can remember them. It's like going over the entire story all over again with short bullet points. So it's something like the Ramayana. After you had the Ramayana, then somebody should not be asking Sita kiska baap tha. So for that purpose, this is just to remind you कि Sita किसी का बाप नहीं था. So So this is the few points that I'm going to talk about. 5 points, basically, a little bit of the background of where we are coming from before we come to the new policy, and what are the main features of the policy, and what is going to change, what is not going to change, what we wish will be completely forgotten, and what are the changes that will come in the higher education institutions, in what they are going to do, how they teach, and so on. And then some practical difficulties that institutions might experience. And then finally, about what we have to do about some, or actually in particular about one very, very important aspect of the new education policy, which actually will be the most problematic to implement because we are just not used to it. So basically, to begin with, the NEP completely changes the geography. It completely changes the lay of the land in terms of education institutions and what they should be doing. So we have to remember that our entire educational system actually comes from the British era. And starting from there, we have always lived in an ecosystem of deprivation. It's like all along we have had shortage. So we've had shortage of schools, we have had shortage of good schools, and then we have had shortage of colleges, shortage of good colleges. And because of this shortage, we've always had this notion that you need to be selected to get into education. So you need to be selected to get into school, you need to be selected to get into college, and then you need to be selected to get into a good college. And if you're not one of the selected, then you will not get it. So in some ways, our entire educational system is based on the fact that you have to be excluded. So it's an elimination system, and only those who we cannot exclude for any reason, they are the only ones who get filtered out and they actually get a higher education. That is something which, in my opinion, the NEP wants to change. It wants to actually make this entire thing more available to people, more affordable to people, more accessible to people, so that more and more people can get higher education. And this is something which we have to learn to understand, to kind of wrap our heads around it. The NEP has had a lot of, you can say, pushback. It has got a lot of disagreement, and from none other than the academia. But I would say that all of it is basically about a fear of change. It is basically about trying to match present day processes with future goals without understanding that if our future goals are going to be drastically different, our future processes also will have to be drastically different. We cannot get to those same goals without our present processes. So our present processes have got difficulties of infrastructure, have got difficulties of how we test, and so on. And we always come up with these excuses about what is the problem with the NEP, because we have these problems, therefore it cannot be done. But then if we have that as the target, if that is our goal, then we have to work towards it to get it done. So that being one important point, it's like, reminds me of a saying in Punjabi. It's you will know the exact one. My Punjabi would be a little crooked. So it's something like कि अभी पिंड ते वसिया नहीं और डंगरा दे खूटे दी गल कर रहे हो. So it's like the village has not even been settled yet, and you are talking about
where the cows will be, tethered. So it's kind of putting the easiest or the smallest of the problem in front to become the objection to not pursue the larger goal. So that being one. The other being that so far it has not seeped in to the psyche of the entire academic community. The academic world at large, the teachers, the students have really not got used to what this NEP is about. It's been discussed a lot. As in the morning you heard Professor Khajela talk about all the massive amount of exercise, the research, the hard work which has gone into it, and it's still ongoing into trying to make this thing work, which most people are not aware of. And at the same time, when we say that we have an objection to it, then we are just doing it without really knowing. So that said, I would also say that there is also one important aspect to consider, and that's a short saying again. It's said that war is too serious a business to be left to the generals. So alone. So it's also something that this entire policy framing may be too serious a business to just leave it to the experts. Experts, of course, we heard Professor Ajala say that no, it's not just left to the experts. There has been widespread consultations, but people have not really been responsive. So we have a policy which was supposedly very consultative, coming out of a very consultative process. And somehow or the other, the consultations did not actually spread so far and wide as they possibly could. But nonetheless, in the coming days, once the whole process starts off, we will have more evolution. We will have the policy actually rolling out, taking shape, and so on. So that's coming to the point number 3 here. We are talking about what is going to change in the policy and what are the difficulties, and finally, what do we have to prepare for? So that's the seatbelt sign. So let me begin at the beginning, at the very simplest. I don't know how many of the 180 odd people who are attending here are really into the higher education policy. So there are some things which are so basic, which we actually need to very clearly understand so that we can see the dimensions of what we are attempting. So the first question is that if we are talking about higher education institutions, then what is higher education? So higher education, for some reason, we may think is about the big degrees in college, is about the technical degrees, is about going to do a B.Arch and then probably an M.Arch or a postgraduate or an M.Tech or a MBBS, and then maybe some further doctoral degree and all that. Yes, all of that is higher education. But higher education is also the certificate course in C++ that you do just after getting out of school in your school holidays, pending your admission into some college. Those 3-4 months you spend in doing something like that, that is also higher education. So higher education basically is anything that you do after your secondary school education. So the lower education, the middle education, after that is over, comes the higher education. Generally, we call it the college education. Why do we have this education? Now, here is something which takes off from what Aruna was talking about in the morning. Morning means after lunch, before lunch, in the afternoon before lunch. So we have this higher education for a very simple reason. Actually, just like this bird, beaver bird, you'll be wondering why this picture is there. This beaver bird has got inbuilt the intelligence to create this very fine hanging nest. Okay, there is no glue or any such thing. It's just woven and it hangs there. Okay, so just like that, all human beings have got this inbuilt capacity to find their food and find their shelter. Yes, they also find their water and they find their air. Where there's no good water and there's no good air, human beings will not be found. So finding the air, the water, the food, and the shelter is an inbuilt, you can say, capacity which human beings come with. But then why do we need to do anything else? Why do even, do anything other than these things? It's because we have this silly thing, which is called the brain. For some reason, we have still to fathom why it is there, but that does not let us rest. So we are always trying to find easier and better ways of doing just these four things. And what are they? Finding good air, finding good water, finding good food, and finding good shelter. It's hard to believe, but it's the purpose of everything that we do on this earth. So we travel by air from here to New York. Why are we going? Oh, I have business. What is this business? Well, I'm probably going to sell something there. Why are you selling it? So that I'll earn the money. Why do you want to earn the money? So that I can have a better house. That's what a house, it's a shelter, and so on. Everything ultimately ends up with these four basic things. But because we cannot resist our search, our quest for doing it better and easier and so on, so we have to actually keep on doing other works. All these other works, as again, a point which came up in Aruna's presentation, was about fulfilling these specific societal roles. So everyone can do everything basically, but as a society, we have decided that somebody is good at teaching, somebody is good at art, somebody is good at making chairs, somebody is good at sitting on those same chairs, okay, and so on. And therefore, for keeping this entire business of making our search for air, food, water, shelter easier, we have divided amongst ourselves our various roles that we are going to do as a contribution to keep this world happy, to have justice, and to have peace. What is a societal role? Societal role is what one chooses to do as a contribution towards the well-being of self and of the society. That public role which was talked about, that is the societal role. It's also called a job, quite simply, which everyone looks for. Once they think that they have got a capability or a capacity to do anything, they want a job, and they want it to be equal to what they have learned. So there's a job or a career or a means of livelihood. So these are the things that we are looking for. As a sample of what architects and planners would be looking for, we have these very nice multicolored 5 squares here. There are 17 in all, I believe. And out of these, I've just chosen what I thought were most appropriate for us as architects and planners. So we could find our roles in these sustainable development goals. Okay, this is just a sample of what could be our roles in this. This is again a concept which Aruna has discussed extensively. Here we come to the policy for higher education. So as I said, we already decided our roles. Everybody can just go about doing what they feel like, as long as they don't come in the way of somebody else, don't harm the quest of somebody else. They can keep on fulfilling their societal roles. So why do we need a policy for higher education? So the policy provides a direction in the quest for effective societal roles. So there might be societal roles from time to time. They might also change. Some societal roles may get dropped because they are no longer required. Some new ones might come up. Effective means effective for the good of the world. And then there would be some competencies required to fulfill those roles. So what are the required competencies? And what are the best processes to acquire and update such competencies in the context of the state of the nation at a particular time? And this is very important. So we have had other NEPs before, and this is the NEP of 2020. So many a time we make the mistake of thinking that this NEP is forever, that this NEP is going to be cast in stone, and what has now become the policy is going to be forever the policy. And we find that there are so many things which are, which are shortcomings in this policy, which are not getting done. And my God, if this is how it's going to be, then what will happen to the world? What will happen to the society? What will happen to, the existence of humankind? We will all become animals, and all kinds of alarmist statements come with regards to, what the policy proposes. But we have to remember that the policy is for this particular time. At this time, the way we are, this is how we need our higher education to be. So we have to remember that this policy is of a time for a certain time, according to what is our need. Why a new policy in 2020? And this is a very, very straightforward point. We have to get it into our system. We need this policy in 2020 because of the illustration on the left hand. So when we are saying that over 93,000 candidates, including 3,700 PhD holders, apply for a P.S.N job in UP, there is something drastically amiss. Something is really, really bad. In other words, we should say something has gone horribly wrong. Okay. Why am I saying that? Am I saying a P.S.N job is not a good job? No, that's not why I'm saying that. I'm saying that P.S.N job is equally a good job, but you didn't need to be a PhD to do it. You needn't have wasted those many years before you could take up this job. You needn't have wasted so much of your time, your teacher's time, possibly your parents' money, or if you also had a scholarship, then national money. All of that was wasted if this is what you were going to do in the end. So there's a complete mismatch of what is the competency required for the societal role that needs to be fulfilled. There is a rising number of educated unemployed or underemployed. I should also add misemployed. Okay. There is rising manpower imports for new competencies which we do not create in the country at this moment. Yes, we do have a Rashtriya Udan Academy at Fursatganj and also one at Gondia in Maharashtra, but we don't produce enough pilots. So that's why you shouldn't be surprised if on some flight you have, a Croatian pilot wishing you, have a nice flight. We are going to fly at 37,000 feet and so on in some broken English because we are importing pilots. So pilots, of course, is a very, very small segment, very narrow segment, but it's symptomatic of where we are heading. Rising number of potentially productive youth. This is the big point everywhere, that we have young people. The number of young people is rising. The number of young people who can be potentially doing productive work, good work, completely changing the country with, whatever they can contribute is rising. And we are not having enough opportunities to either train them and put them to good use. We have a rising overall population, as you already heard, that in another few years, maybe a decade, we will be the most populous country on the earth.
Next year.
Next year? As soon as that?
UN.
Yeah. So just the other day, I was mentioning about, what happened 15 days ago when we became a world of 8 billion people. So quietly it passed, we didn't even bother to say anything because now we are scared that we are a world of 8 billion people. And I remember I told you about the time when we became a world of 6 billion people, which was less than 40 years ago. Okay. So our population is growing. That population of old people will have to be supported. We have to find the money for the pensions, which, as we know, today is such a big issue politically. And we have rising national economic aspirations. So yes, we all do want to become the 5 trillion economy, much as we might laugh about it, but inside, we all want to be that. So here are some things. This is just like a cheat sheet for NEP. Just few points which we can all remember very easily. So it all starts with A for access. That's the most important. Access, equality, quality, and accountability. Accountability, as Professor Ajela very nicely explained, translates to transparency. Then we have inclusivity. And here is possibly a contradiction. So inclusivity means that we want to include everybody who has the potential to learn something into a learning stream, into a stream where we can give them some training, give them some education, and they become useful to the workforce, the national workforce. And at the same time, we are also saying that we will reward merit. So it's not just that we want to put all of them like sheep, into a, I don't know if that's a good example, but we want that people who are better should also be seen to be better, and they must become the examples for others to follow. Cultural and constitutional values. Yes, holistic education and personality development, creativity and critical thinking. None of these need to be explained. You've listened to the full explanations, much better ones, in the previous two presentations. Productivity and employability, public-private partnership. This is a very important aspect which has been put in the policy, which is to say that it's not just the responsibility of the state to create this resource of well-trained manpower, which is going to fulfill those societal roles. So it can be done by players other than the state. Functional autonomy of institutions, unified regulatory framework, and finally LBTO, which is light but tight oversight. So this entire thing, it is now clearly acknowledged by the last 3 points. It's clearly acknowledged that this entire system is a web of complications in which the institution whose main role should be transmitting knowledge and creating the capacity that we require seems to get mired in all kinds of compliances, in all kinds of approvals that need to be taken for every little thing. And we want to just clear all of that, have just one authority which is going to look at regulating all the disciplines that we can possibly have in higher education. And finally, what kind of control, what kind of danda is going to work? What is the reward and punishment regime? It has to be light and it has to be tight. So we are not going to give any leeway, though we say that institutions are autonomous, so they can keep on doing their own thing, okay? But they cannot do the wrong thing. When they do the wrong thing, they will get it. That's all. But other than that, they can keep on doing their own thing. So for higher education institutions, that is something in the previous slide we discussed, applies to everyone. What is for the higher education institutions? For higher education institutions, the emphasis shifts. So while yes, it's true that we are looking for a higher GER, gross enrollment ratio, and we are saying that by 35 it should become 50%. That is 50% of all the people who are, you can say, of the right age and condition to take up higher education. And this is general. This applies right from the nursery level onwards. So 50% of all such people should actually be enrolled. Right now, we are saying, again, borrowing from Professor Hajela's data, that in the last 30 years, we have come from 7-point-something% up to 27%. So yes, that's something we can be proud of. But at the same time, we have seen those 90,000 people with 3,700 PhDs applying for the jobs of the P.S.N. So yes, enrollment was great. Enrollment up to 50% will be even greater and make us happy. But what does really make us happy is that if we do it smartly. So the emphasis is smart higher education instead of just more higher education. Yes, so we want higher GER, but that higher GER should be into disciplines or into programs or into streams which actually make that person more productive. Faster attainment of post-graduation and doctoral levels. So this is something which, again, we discussed in the morning, that in 7 years' time, for example, in architecture, we could actually attain 2 degrees, 2 master's degrees, because we could attain our first master's degree in 5 years itself. So that is something which has been made a feature of the policy. Outcome-based education requires no explanation. Recognition of competencies attained at all levels of learning leading up to the graduate level. And we have now the recognition of each year of learning. So 1 year of learning, the certificate course you get, 2 years of learning, the diplomate, the 3 years, the basic degree, the 4 years, the honors degree. All of that is now recognized. So what is the use of such recognition? The use of such recognition is that the specification of a qualification or the requirement of competency for a particular job can be modulated accordingly. Because not having these levels recognized meant that for everything you would specify a degree, a graduation degree, whereas it's not really required. So now you could specify any of the 4 levels as the requirement of that particular job. Recognition of multiple modes of learning to attain productive competencies. These modes of learning can be, we have seen now very many modes. We have hybrid modes, we have blended learning, we have online, offline, all kinds of things happening. So all of these, we can have them in our native languages. We can have translator software translate somebody speaking Italian into our own language, which might be Telugu, and we can learn whatever the person has to say about something which he's teaching at Politecnico di Milano. All of that is possible. And we will recognize this as a legitimate way of learning. Recognition of multiple sites of learning. So you can go out of your institute and go to some other institute, do your learning over there, and you will get the credits, and the credits will be transferred to your score. Recognition of differential pace of learning, which is that you don't have to do everything together. You don't have to do everything in a prescribed limited time frame. You can take a longer time if you so desire. You can also take less time if you so desire. Okay, so if you think you can take the examination papers of a higher class and you can do them right now, well, go ahead and do that. You will get the credit for that also. Continuing education for reskilling and upskilling. So there was the use of the word Dikshant. So yes, so there's a slight confusion there. So that Dikshant is only the end of the Diksha for that particular level. Your education or your Diksha actually does not end there. It can go on beyond, but it will be for a different kind or a higher level of Diksha. And even after you have come out of a formal education system, you can keep on learning and keep on upgrading your skills for doing better and better things with your life. So what does it mean as the model? I mean, how does that model change? That model which we have so far been following in higher education. It basically brings about one very important, let's say, change. And that change is disruptive sequencing. So in all our curricula, we'll today find that things are arranged in an order. There's a progressive order. Okay, first you do this, and then you get good enough to do something after that, and after that, and after that, and so on. So it's a very, very linear progression. And it's only after you have completed that entire chain that you are recognized as having learned something completely and become useful for something. Disruptive sequencing would mean that, you know, we would let you stop at a particular point and let you learn in your own way whatever has been transmitted to you by application. So if you have, for example, very, very crass example I'm giving, I mean, if you've done, the first year of architecture and you found workshop to be very interesting, and you have done great work in workshop, and you're finding making models as something, which is really coming to you at this time, we will say, okay, fine, you stop. Why don't you make, for a year, why don't you professionally make models we apply that, you see what you can do with it. And maybe you'll find that, yes, that is your calling. So the idea of writing here farm to fork is not actually that we want to eat the students, but the idea here is that from the place where they are learning into the place where they are going to be useful in the workforce, that is something which we are going to bring up front. We are going to speed up so that they get into the mode of working much faster. And they don't have to wait till they are 21 before they earn their first money and learn about how to deal with it. So customized learning, normative testing. So the ways of learning can be tailored according to how a person wants to learn, which way they want to learn, where they want to learn, but the testing is standardized. So as long as they are able to clear that standardized test, it really does not matter how they prepared for it. Non-prescriptive curricula means that the syllabus is such that it can be nimble, it can change from year to year, depending upon what we see as the winds around us. So if something around us is changing and we find that at this point, if our students could do this more or this less or this differently, then we are able to put it into action. The coursework is responsive to that changed need. Modularization, it means that students have shorter attention spans. Let us not pretend that we can take them into the Buddha training or the monk-like training where they will stay there for some 20 years and they will chant, and every day they will go into the question answer session and that's how they will change themselves. No, they can't wait so long. So very quickly we have to get what we have into them so that they can see how they can use it and they can act according to it. Virtual universities and tutor bots is again a issue of how we are going to bring this about. So all of our difficulties today are linked to the fact that educational institutions need to be grounded. They have to be on the ground. We have all the regulatory bodies, and the first set of questions in all the approval processes is about whether the institution owns the land. It is not about whether institution owns any intellectual property. It's not about whether the institution has, the masala, the teachers, the faculty who can give the good education. It's about whether the institution owns the land. Because somehow it has been presumed that only if you have the land can you have the building, and only have the building you can start teaching. So that model is like, oh, so last century. We have moved far away from that, and we have proved in 2 years that so much of it is not even required. So yes, we require a little bit, but at a much lower scale, much less than what we thought was necessary. And we need to de-link this whole idea that you are an institution because you own the land. And we need to uplink with various other virtual modes of learning. So our teachers need not even be real teachers. So while we are today in the mode of saying that, yes, we have MOOCs programs where one teacher sitting in one place can record their lecture and so many millions of students all over the place can listen to them. The real fact is that that teacher doesn't even have to be a real teacher. Can be a virtual teacher. So that means that we will need less teachers, and therefore this whole problem of there being not enough faculty to teach so many students, we will have a solution for that. Incentive for experiential learning, which at the moment in higher education is very, very little. Much of the credit goes to what is done in class. Very little credit is given to what is done outside. If you go and work somewhere, in some industry or in some place, not even related to your course. What if you go outside and do some outreach, do some social work? No credit is given for that. So that is something which can be incentivized. And then credit banking. So the credits that you earn in different places, in different modes, at different times, they all get collected and they stand in your account. So that when a degree requires a certain number of credits, these are the various ways in which you can collect your credits, work towards the number required to attain that degree. And finally, in the end, is one really big pain point, and that is multiple entry and exit. It is something which I would say is even unfathomable for us in the traditional mode of teaching learning. How is this even possible? Okay. Multiple entry and exit is exactly that. Multiple entry, you can enter many times, and exit, you can exit many times. It is far, far, far ahead of what we have today as the exit option after third year in VR. That's nothing. Okay. We are talking of your having an exit option after first year and again after second year. And who knows, if we get to the point where our courses are modularized as envisaged here, you have an exit option after third year, and then you come back and you again do your exit after fourth year. It depends on your condition, whether you're willing to learn, whether you're in a mood to learn, whether you're having typhoid, or whether you run out of money, or your parents have had a divorce. There were so many conditions that we come across when students tell us that they are not really in a situation to study. So why force them to study? We say, okay, go, come back when you're good. So with that being now the model which we want to work with, it's really, really inclusive. We are saying that this guy is good. And so every possible support that we can give to get this person to learn what would make him or her more productive and useful for the country, we must provide that. Multiple exit and multiple entry is one of the most important innovations that is envisaged in the end. So in this kind of scenario, these are few points which we must remember, that every learner does not need to learn everything. And this is very, very relevant because we never get tired of saying that architectural education is so wonderful. Architecture education is so diverse. Architectural education is so comprehensive. Okay, you learn so many things, and after architectural education, you can go out and do so many things. That begs the question that is architectural education just too much for just doing architecture? Maybe it is. Maybe there are so many things here which for doing architecture we may not require. So that is one aspect which has to be looked at, that a learner need not learn everything. And that is now coming through in the morning Professor Pushkar's presentation, where he talked about the choice which is going to be given in the later years of the graduate degree program, where you could choose to be doing only what you really intend to do after you leave the college. Every learner need not learn in a fixed time period or at a predetermined age. This is very important. Because even after discussing this entire business of the freedoms that we are giving in the new education policy, we are still continuing to say that you have a 4 years degree program and you're allowed 7 years to complete it. That's a contradiction, and it should soon go. Once we start rolling out the policy, we will see, where it is just killing itself. So if a student is there and a student wants to go out, and after going out, thanks to the various certificate or diplomate or the degree that person has, is able to do something and starts building a nice career, and then finds that he has sufficient time off or has sufficient money and decides at the age of 36 that, yes, now I think I can go back and complete my architectural education. The system must allow that. So while we are talking of the Washington Convention and the Canberra Convention and the Bologna Convention, all of these international standards, we must also remember that internationally, there is no upper age limit to when you can come into college. And there's no restriction on when you must definitely leave college. No. So we need to adopt that if we need to be looking at globalization and internationalization. Every learner diverting from a norm cannot be deemed a failure. This is again a very, very important thing. And I'm not saying that these are written in the national education policy. I'm only saying that these are the implications. That if we look at these things, then we have to, for our own purpose of getting to understand what the policy implications could be, look at these ideas. That this question of being a failure because you did not do something which was prescribed, that concept itself needs to be revisited. First of all, why the prescription? Then why should you say that at a particular time you should be able to finish this? None of those things are valid. And therefore, no person would ever be a failure, because there will always be options to exit and to enter again. Progressive learning enables success at different levels of capability conversion. So you have a certain capability at a certain time, and that capability at that particular time, you have the option to convert it into academic success. And this is again a big question, that should all the education be recognized only if it happens within a school or a university or a college or a program? Can a curriculum account for what is happening elsewhere in the learner's life? What if I learned something great outside? Can I come and say that, oh, this is a wonderful thing I have learned? Will you give me credit for it? That is the real dream. The learner-centric program is tailored to give what the learner is prepared to take at a given time. At a given time, I can take only this much, so just give me this much. A society-centric program should deliver the specific capacity prioritized by society in the short term. And a discipline-centric program should be the eco-culture for enhancement, refinement, and proliferation of this discipline in the long term. So clearly, programs will be of these three different types. As of now, a program is only of one type. Everything is about the long term. We don't have the short term and we don't have the short term and certainly not the student-centric component. So time is critical to optimizing capacity creation. It is all about when. When the student is ready, that's when it will be best to give the student the education desired. Now, coming to this issue of multiple exit points, they enable a learner to leave temporarily or permanently. You can leave and come back, or you can leave forever if you like, or you can leave forever till you decide that no, you want to come back. Okay. To perform in the workforce in the manner trained or otherwise.
I will leave at 4 o'clock.
So the whole idea is to get to perform. The whole idea is that you should not be idle. The whole idea is that you should not be a burden on society. You should do something and earn your livelihood, instead of waiting till the terminal exit point. So one doesn't have to wait till the end of a degree period and only then come to know whether you're good at it or not good at it. Multiple entry points enable a learner to join at a higher level, commensurate with capability acquired outside the program. Once you exited and went outside and did something else and learned something new out there, and you came back, you left after 6th semester and you came back, and in this whole period when you were outside, you were working somewhere and you were doing all the things which other people were doing in the 7th semester, then you straight away sit for the exam for the 7th semester and don't have to study for it. And you're straight away admitted into the 8th semester, something like that. So they can come back at the same level after exiting midway instead of starting from scratch. So instead of saying that after exiting at 7th semester, if you go away, then you again have to start from first. No, that's not necessary. This is what our simple progression would look like graphically. It's a vertical progression. This is what we all want to do. This was that comment of Mr. Anchuri after the first presentation. So this is what he was saying, that we have always imagined this, kind of well-rounded studio in which everything comes together and everything gets tied up to everything else. And it's a very nice, beautiful pie which we create. So we want this horizontal integration within every semester, every studio. Very nice. Everything is complementary to each other. We also, as Anil Dewan just pointed out, we also try to do that. We try to have the theory subjects and the studio subjects correlated and so on. This is what should really happen. And yes, to a great extent in SPA, we are able to do this. So in things like architectural design or say building construction, I'm lapsing back into architecture only because I want to give some easily recognizable examples. But this is what something should be happening in all disciplines. Is that not only that ring of each semester is complete, but that it leads to a higher ring automatically in the next semester. Okay, so you complete a ring, but you don't come back to the same point, you go to the higher point. So if we cut and push it up, then we'll get something which is a helix. So it's almost like saying that in every passing day of that semester, the student is improving till at the end of the semester, the student has improved so much that can actually cross the threshold to that next level of learning. This is something we would want to have at the end. So while it's wonderful to have this multiple entry exit, while it's wonderful to have people coming back to college to learn new things, okay, we would at one time want them to escape. That you are now no longer in that, you can say cohort or set of people who can actually be more productive if you learn more. Okay, so you leave this model and maybe you go and actually start training other people instead of trying to learn new things. So you escape from here, you escape from this spiral. You become so fast, you become so speedy, your acceleration is so much that you actually go out of orbit. Now in this, the problem is how to enter and exit at multiple points, and that will be the big pain point for all academicians who have to design a syllabus. How do we now, this is also beautiful theoretically and graphically, how do we now write down that syllabus, that whole thing about outcomes at every semester and so on, so that it really works? I'm not saying that I'm going to give an answer, I'm just posing the question here. Okay, Radhika, please note, I'm asking the right questions.
Yes, sure.
Right? So it's about, it's here, I have given one model, it's about learn, apply, learn, apply. So in every session, you have some learning and then there's a break time. In that break time, you provide opportunities for applying. That applying can be very formal applying, it can be informal applying and so on. But this is what would really happen if we integrate that with the multiple entry exit. Okay, so this is how a comet works. Okay, so if we have a solar system which is it just keeps on going with that same speed, that same order all the time, And in that, you have a buccaneer, you have a maverick, which is the comet, which just comes for some time, goes around the sun, kind of gets a little more energy, little more light, and then out it goes into the space, outer space, and only to come back after, who knows, 60 years. Some comets come back after 630 years and so on. So that is something which might happen. People who go out, and because thanks to this multiple entry exit system which we are creating, these comets might come back after many, many years. When they come back after many, many years, life on Earth would have completely changed. What you are teaching in college may have completely changed. Your entire syllabus may have completely changed. How you are teaching it may have completely changed. And then also, if you have to accommodate this person who is coming at this point, you have to have a system to see whether this person can now take what you have to give. So here, I'm basically saying that the way to do this would not be so much theoretical as it would be about practical. So if a person can demonstrate that whatever is required to be done with that much of knowledge, that much of intelligence, that much of experience, if that person can demonstrate by working, by application, that he or she can do it, then we should consider our job done. We should consider that this person is now eligible to come back into learning and can take the further teaching that we are planning. So capacity can be created and tested off classroom, off campus also. And leveraging work experience. So whatever is the actual experience of work done, we can use that to achieve the qualification that we desire. That can become a very important part of the multiple exit and entry curriculum. So here we are. So we have this worm now, I can call it. It's that same spiral, and that spiral is cut up into parts. Normally for everybody, they would flow from one part to the other seamlessly. But if people want to jump off at the break points, they can go out and they can come back. So somebody could have left in the bullock cart age and they could come back in the ambassador age. And then who knows, we might be able to combine that, and then it's not so bad actually. Because the speed is very much what you would get in the city of the bullock cart, and there's no doubt that the back seat of the ambassador is the most comfortable seat ever in any car. Okay, so it would be like this only. Thank you.
So I'm totally mesmerized with the kind of presentation you give. Of course, this is my second presentation I'm attending of yours. And I think what I feel is the complex things has been put across very easily. I think this is the best way we should learn so many things from you, how the philosophical things can be explained in a layman's language. So beautiful, sir. It's a beautiful art you have got. I think now onwards I'll sit in every class of yours. I'll follow you. Yeah, so beautiful. And I hope same thing you'll agree, from the audience side also. So I would request now Rashmi ma'am to sum up his important points to the audience, please.
Yeah. So actually, Radhika is very right over there, sir. It's very much rooted to ground, and the way you have explained everything is so practically touching everybody. I mean, it's how to do with everyday life, how everything is so important, and how NEP, of course, right now, today we are with the agenda of talking about NEP, but everything actually revolves around our every day-to-day life and every nuances we go through. So I have not made a lot of notes for your entire presentation, but I would just like to highlight on few things which I jotted down, that the understanding and appreciation of NEP with respect to higher education institute is what you covered up. And you spoke about it in your classification as rear view mirror features of the NEP 2020, paradigm shift with higher education, labor pains and birth pangs, and then seatbelt signs. So, and yes, you have been very critical about the selection, where like selection is actually filtering out and excluding. So that is something, a bitter truth, where like we talk about selection, but it actually is coining down somebody in a different position. So NEP has a lot of has like faced a lot of pushback because of disagreement from a lot of academia, and because people generally fear for change. And all across the country, there is a lot of confusion and debate as in how this is going to imply and how things are going to change, how curriculum, how our learning teaching processes, how pedagogy, how our examination mechanisms, how everything is going to change. And at the same time, we are also critically looking for quality, achieving quality as one of the major drivers for SDG and the NEP. So the present processes, of course, are not enough to equip the demands of the future, and there needs to be some augmentation. And you're very rightly talking about the very basic needs, as in air, food, water, and shelter, and the societal roles, the demand with supply of competencies. So basically, the skills, the competencies, they will be very, very critical. And you're a very apt example where like you'd quote that 3,700 people, PhD PhD degree holders apply for the job of P.S.N. So this is the state of affairs in our country, and we need to be very, very careful in dealing with and strategizing things for tomorrow. So, and you spoke about rising number of rising number of educated employed or underemployed or misemployed, and then rising manpower supports for new competencies, rising number of potentially productive youth, rising overall population to be supported, rising national economic aspirations for higher education institutes. And then you talk about smart higher education instead of more higher education. So to summarize, sir, again, I would just say, so this is in a very beautiful manner, in a very practical manner expressed, and I'm sure the audience would have understood the very little nitty-gritties of it. So I think that's it from my side. And if anybody is interested, we'll just take very quick 1 or 2 questions, because we have been running late as per our schedule. And there's one more presentation after this. And we really want to do a very quick panel discussion also.
Yeah, so we have 2 questions here from Akila and Mohammed. So Mohammed wants to share that there is a entry and exit option in his country. He has just mentioned this example. You would like to speak, Mohammed?
Hello, thank you. Is it audible?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, I'm from India, but right now I'm working in Ethiopia, actually, one of the university in architecture department. So here we are having the option of multiple entry and exit. And recently what happened, one student, he's supposed to pass out 10 years ago, before, but recently he wants to join again. And when he joins, and again, he's facing a lot of problem. Like, because meanwhile, the curricula has been totally changed. So because we are following the credit system, so there is a lot of struggle to how to manage this credits, because they have to substitute the credits. Otherwise, they are not supposed to qualify or eligible for their getting their degree. So such kind of problems we are facing right now. So right now we are also planning to revise this multiple entry exit, like how we are going to substitute, because this is the first time we have followed. If you are not changing the curricula, there will be no problem. But once you change the curricula, there will be a problem for the course substitution, and the credit value must be similar, because at the end, these are the things which are going to be evaluated for awarding you the degree.
Right. That's the big issue that we will face. And I'm just putting through an idea that the way to do it is that people intending to come back must also have a realistic understanding of the state of art. So, simply saying that, now you are desirous of coming back is not good enough. You have to have been following that discipline or that profession or whatever work you're doing in that. You have to have your engagement with it constantly throughout the time that you are not in college. So maybe you are working somewhere, maybe you were, earning, and maybe you are doing something else, but your interest in it has to be something which should not have flagged. And therefore you are following whatever were the changes happening, whatever were the developments which are happening around it. And that would be your trigger to come back, So if that is not the case, then you have to have some kind of a bridging arrangement. So this person who's coming back after 10 years would have to do some kind of a short bridge course or some additional courses to come up to speed to take the next semester in the changed format.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I think we need to recognize that we will not have many hairy comments. We would have a handful, which means that in each case, of course, institutions are very big, but within the discipline, we may be able to deal with case A differently, case B differently, and we must have the legal framework that allows us to do that.
You must have that enabling framework.
We must have an enabling framework which trusts us enough to take each of these cases case by case, say yes, say no, yes, say with these conditions, or say yes after you go out there and do that and come back. So each case can be different. Because at the end of the day, if somebody is desirous of a degree, we must do our utmost to give it to him or her.
So we'll have to work around various frameworks and various scenarios.
Yes. So on a case-to-case basis, everybody is not going to become a Haley comment. That's not how mankind is built.
True.
Yeah. So I hope you got the answer. And Mr. Akhila, Miss or Mr. I don't know. So please, you can go ahead and address the question. I've given you access to ask. Akhila, can you hear me? Okay. So if not, then we will move forward to the next speaker then. If you can come back, then you can just drop a question in the question box and we will take up on it. Yeah, so now I request our HOD and Dewan sir to hand over a memento to our speaker, Professor Manoj Mathur. Thank you so much, sir. That was a wonderful presentation, and I can get a lot of good feedback and lots of support. So I know we have given a schedule that we'll be completing by 4, but we may actually postpone. I mean, extend it for an hour. So please stay back, and then we could actually complete the panel discussion as soon as possible. So here we have our last speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Chitrareka Kabri, Professor and Controller of Examination in SPA New Delhi. And you can see like she got graduated from Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, and Masters from SPA New Delhi in the specialization of Building Engineering and Management. And she also completed her PhD in the University of Queensland, Australia, and many honors and professional experience with respect to her experience. Says that Fulbright visiting professor, North Dakota State University in USA. So she's having experience both abroad and national level. Professor and Dean at DCR University of Science and Technology, Multan, Haryana. And Professor and Dean at Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal, and she even worked as an assistant professor at IIT Kharagpur, and she has already published 40+ research papers, and she is also a Griha certified professional and evaluators, and so her her experience is commendable. We are very glad that ma'am is here. In fact, she was traveling today morning and she could able to make it as per the plan. Thank you so much, ma'am. And over to you, ma'am. So she's going to address today on the topic again, being an examination controller. She's going to take up the topic on quality imperatives through NEP for architectural education. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have got a small presentation also to support my discussion on quality imperatives in architectural education. And I think we had a threadbare discussion on NEP by our senior professor who had discussed about various aspects of NEP. And one of the challenge in implementation of NEP is how we will ensure the quality control and quality assurance in the higher education and especially architectural education. That is what is our challenge. If you can just put up my presentation.
Sure.
Yeah. So architectural education as of now we know is regulated by the Council of Architecture under the Architects Act 1972. And in just concurrent with the NEP 2020, architectural education regulation also came up, minimum standards came up approved by the Parliament. And there are some reflections of NEP 2020, but not in the fullest way. Maybe somebody has shown, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm just going to talk some highlights, not in a very detailed way about NEP 2020, because all of you are now aware what is NEP 2020. So I'll just focus some aspects of COA minimum standard, which also came up in 2020. And then I like to put forward the quality, leading actions we require, and NIRF, which is very much applicable for our national institute. NAC is applicable for the state institutes and other universities and all. So we'll just see how quality benchmark and assessment has been laid down and how does, it now has to in line with the NEP 2020, because those benchmarks are very much with the previous education policy. As India, please next. Yeah, as we know that we also have a very diverse and largest education system after USA and China. And I must say, because I have traveled extensively and many of you have also experienced this, our school education is one of the very strong foundation, and our students are performing in various countries also. Now a lot of our people are working in different countries, and if you compare the school education of our country and other country, we are quite strong foundations. So that is, I think, because of the national education policies we have post-independence, that was in 1968. And then 1986, we had the second education policy. And then program of action came up in 1992, where it was felt that we should have the quality benchmarks to assess the higher education institution, whether they are performing as per the standards and all. So NAC was established by virtue of this. And the universities were accredited and colleges were accredited with NAC. And then now we have the new education policy almost after a hiatus of 34 years, and which is actually to address the forthcoming industrial revolution and the digitization which we are having, globalization we are having, and the SDG which has also laid down certain foundations. And now it is also to ensure the quality and also bring in the strong quality culture. But the big question mark before all of us is that how it will happen. And I think my previous speakers have raised this, that how it will happen. Next. You like to give me control?
That's okay. I'll
okay, fine. So as India is also having a very, ancient civilization, and we have education has been one of our strong points, and we have the universities which are known from our historical time, Nalanda, Takshila. And then we had the Central University, State University, and presently we have a myriad of institutions at different levels. And we have now the national institutes of importance, and there are a host of private universities across the country. So in this, the challenges come up to see how we will ensure quality. Can you please the next one? So I'll just come to the Council of Architecture has laid down the minimum standard. So this is not maximum. Sometimes, people question that this is not followed or we should have this much, but this is minimum so that we have a parity across the country. And these were revised in 2020 by extraordinary gazette notification. And this highlights, Rashmi, can you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can see that it has, given the different baskets of courses, that is professional core, and then there are building science and applied engineering and professional elective, open elective, and professional ability enhancement compulsory courses. And this is given different weightage. You can see the core professional is 50% and the remaining 50% is attributed to this. And if we look at the matrix of this, it is giving the example what courses come under different this professional course and the building science. And one of the highlight in this is the open elective, which is kind of reverberating what NEP is asking us to make it multidisciplinary, and across the discipline one can study. So it has given 5% weightage, but I think down the line it will get further enhanced. But even getting 5% in many institutions is a challenge, because that we have our BR curriculum is almost 265 to 270 credits. So 5% means huge amount of credit has to be given to open elective. And the multiple entry and exit option, this was discussed some time back last year on the Teachers' Day webinar. So as NEP envisages that we will have multiple entry exit options. So I had a discussion with Madam, Aruna Madam, and we were just thinking that how it may happen if some student want to leave after first year, then he can get some certificate, and maybe after second year, then diploma in architecture, and third year we are already giving an SPA, Bachelor of Building Science, and fourth year, after 5 years, you get the complete degree. So this is something right now, but maybe it will change. So now we look at the quality aspects of the education, which is my focus area. So one is that we require the quality system, which will have the quality assurance and quality control mechanism. And right now the two, right now we have the, two systems, that is NAC and NIRF, which I mentioned earlier. And for that, we require a very strong internal quality assurance cell at the institution level, and which should be very much grounded, because if we want NEP to be translated into a quality education, then there has to be, customized, or because the NEP also says that we will have the autonomy to the institutions. If we have autonomy with the institution, then each institution should have a very strong IQAC, so that you are able to establish your own benchmark, your own control mechanism, that how will you deliver the quality, graduates to the industry which is employing them. So this is what is something which is laid down for the IQAC, but we'll have to look it in the light of NEP 2020. Yes, next. So the aim of IQAC, as it is defined, that it should be a system of conscious, consistent catalytic action to improve academic and administrative performance of the institution, and it should promote for institutional functioning towards quality enhancement and quality culture, and also best practices. These things. Now, it has to have, the strategies for IQAC are also laid down. I'll go to the functions of IQAC, because I was heading the IQAC cell in my previous organization. Next slide. So the challenge here, I had to start from scratch a IQAC cell. In that, we had nothing. We had no such, a framework laid down. We already have a syllabus. Every institution has a syllabus, and we are, following up that, and examination systems are there. But the function of IQAC is critical in, laying down the policies, quality benchmarks, which are, articulated with the vision and mission of the institution. So I had to make some 40 odd policies, and policies govern every aspect of the institution function. Because if I just only say that I will be looking after the curriculum and the examination and all, that's not enough. We should have the complete, it's a holistic approach in the institution development, and then only we can deliver quality education. So we had to lay down policies for, academic, administrative, even for we also have at SPA Delhi, we have also many policy documents have come up for even for PhD, we have a policy, we have for intellectual property right also, we have policies. So there were policies even for publicity, like how would you publicize your institution? Sometimes we are complacent that we are well-known institution, but then when you find that other institutions are getting much more noticed, so we have to also put our highlights, our achievements. So how would you publicize? How what is a publicity policy for your institution? And besides policy, we also have to make a mechanism that whether we are performing according to that standard. So there used to be audits. We have to institute audits like academic audit, administrative audit, library audit, finance audit, so that you are able to see that if we have laid down certain benchmark, are we meeting those benchmarks? And if there are any shortfalls or anything, we should address that. And that is what IQAC has to do. It has to have even student feedback system. We only think that only student feedback is there, but there is a feedback mechanism for every stakeholder. Like besides student, there is a parent feedback system. Then there is a industry feedback also, because industry is ultimately employing our students. So whether our curriculum is catering to them or not, so we take the potential employer, their feedback is also taken up, and then according to that, the curriculum is modified. Even alumni feedback. So there is a whole system of taking the feedback. So that will, ensure that we are actually, quality control is quality is happening or not. We may have very well laid down policies, but whether they are implemented or not, that can be, checked through the control system. Next. So this is what is quality improvement, whatever best practices we have. I'll quickly discuss about the I have just highlighted in short the IQAC function. Lakshmi, sorry, please, Lakshmi, can you? Yeah. And for that, we should have a complete exhaustive database system, because without the data, we cannot really find out whether we are performance, because institution are, as it is becoming complex also with the NEP, we should have a academic credit bank also, because if some student is leaving in between, or if somebody is migrating from one institute to another institute, how much credit he has. So we should have a management information system, which is keeping a record of all these, how students are performing, even teachers, lectures, everything, and evaluation. It needs to be, in a digitized format. Next. And definitely, these are the benefits of IQAC, that we will have more clarity. It will be giving transparency, and it will be, kind of a dashboard for everyone to see that how we are performing. It will be a very dynamic system which can be updated and amended as required. Next. Next. Yeah, so this is the quality indicator framework, which is presently laid down by the UGC for NAC accreditation. And this has to, now be fine-tuned with the NEP, because this is again very rigid system of quality assessment, where they have the 7 parameters. that is curricula aspect. In this also they try to check how frequently you are revising the curriculum. So NAC happens every 5 years. So every 5 years we have to report that every year did we change the curricula, how much percentage of curricula was changed. And then teaching, learning and evaluation, that is the other matrix of this. And research, innovation and extension, that is the third matrix. And 4 is about the infrastructure and learning resources. And 5 is student support and progression. 6 is governance, leadership and management. And 7 is institutional values and best practices. So each one has got some key indicators. So in curricula aspect, you have curriculum design. Just please, academic flexibility again checks up that how much open elective. So it segregates the entire curriculum into different parts. That how much is the core, how much is the open elective, that you have multidiscipline approach, and then curriculum enrichment, that how you are taking inputs from the industry, and the feedback systems. As I explained, there are 4 or 5 feedback system which is expected in this indicator. Yes, next. Now this is something about the teaching, learning and evaluation. That is student enrollment and profile, that how much against the intake, how much enrollment happened. And student diversity, that is across this NEP also talks about that we should have diversified and inclusive this thing, that is student from weaker section and from gender, this thing, different cross culture, how many are outside the states. And then teaching learning process and teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reform, and then student performance and learning outcome. And then they conduct a student satisfaction survey through third party. So this is not conducted by the institution. And feedback from the student is to be taken up, centralized, so that there is no biasness in their feedback. Next. Now the research, innovation and extension, that is promotion of research and facilities, and innovation ecosystem, publications and award, consultancy and extension activities and collaborations. These are all infrastructure, which is like all physical facilities and library, IT and maintenance of campus infrastructure. Yes, this is student support system, that is various grievance committees are there or for the student. There are counselors for the student, and alumni, how alumni is involved, and students participation in different activities. Governance is another important aspect in this. How institution vision and leadership is there, and in this IQAC is also assessed whether an institution has a IQAC cell or not, and faculty empowerment strategies, that how faculty is engaged in very continuing education activities and all, and then financial management and resource mobilization. Next. This is something where innovativeness comes, that whether institution is having environmental awareness and any kind of best practices are there, or any distinctive characteristic has been developed by the institution. Now, which is something, NAC has no such specific matrix for architecture, but NIRF has a matrix for architecture, in which we have 5 parameters: teaching, learning and resources, which has got a weightage of 0.4. Research and professional practice has got a weightage of 0.2. Graduate outcome has weightage of 0.2. Outreach and inclusivity has got 0.1, and perception has 0.1. Now, interestingly, if we look at the teaching, learning and resources, each of these key indicators, that is student strength, please, next one. Student strength, this also checks that how much percentage enrollment is there, how many seats have been filled up. So if you have almost 100% of student strength, then you get the complete mark. And now here it is saying faculty student ratio with the emphasis on permanent faculty 1:15. Now I would like to question in respect of NEP that if there is a multiple entry and exit options are there, and suppose if the students have left, then how do I maintain 1:15? Then this has to be also become very flexible depending on the type of number of enrollment. Then this matrix cannot be related. This was a question I would like to further explain this because this is calculated based on the intake. Right now, the NIRF says that if your intake is 100, then this irrespective of what is your rate of enrollment. I may have 40 enrollment, but the faculty student ratio should be 1:15. So I think this has to be revised because it cannot be 1:15. When you are giving multiple entry exit option, then people may leave, people may come back. So this has to also become very dynamic if enrollment is made dynamic. Then they have the combined matrix for faculty with PhD. So ideally, they say that 95% of faculty should be with PhD. Then you get, complete marks, and then experience of the faculty. So see, NIRF is, making it necessary that we employ 95% faculty with PhD. But here we are saying that it is a lifelong learning. I have an option to come back and complete my education and after 10 years, and I need not complete my PhD. I can still be a teacher. So there also will have to, qualification also will have to be looked into. And then experience matrix is that people with 8 years experience, people between 8 to 15 year experience, and people between greater than 15 years. So their mix should be all equal, that 1:1:1, the ratio between these. Then your institute get complete marks. Regarding the financial resources and utilization, that is how much annual capital expenditure per student and how much annual operational expenditure per student. So this also has to be very flexible because student as enrollment will keep changing with the multiple entry and exit options. Next. Then this is about the publication. They are saying that UGC care list so that we ensure that our publications are quality. And then the citation count is also another. We should have the good citation count, and we should have research projects. We should have consultancy practices. So for that also there are, if you have a good number of projects, and they should 50-50 weightage is given for the research projects and professional practice. Next. Placement and higher studies. This is again that how much percentage of your students have been placed based on this matrix. Now, if my student leave in between, that means my percentage of placement will come down because that student is not getting immediately placed. Here, the presumption is that people will complete the course and then they will get, placed. And then based on that, now also we fill up that our suppose 100 students are enrolled. So how many students got placed and how many students went for higher studies? According to that, we are evaluated in this matrix. So this also need to be changed because we are providing flexibility in leaving the institution, and there is no such bar that you should complete your course in 5 years or 8 years. And for the university examination, that is fine. We have now the choice-based credit system. So that is okay. And this is about the salary, that how much salary the students will get after the completing their UG or PG degree. So this NIRF calculate everything based on the 3 years. So I think the whole matrix need to be re-looked into and revised if we want to implement NEP and we want to see that we are fulfilling the quality benchmarks. Yes. Then the outreach and inclusivity. So this is fine. It says that the students from other states and countries, 25 weightage is for the other states and 5 is for the other countries. And gender equality has been maintained. For the student should be 50% and for faculty 20% women. This is the ideal situation expected in present NIRF. And economically and socially challenged students, so who are provided full tuition reimbursement. we have 20 marks for that. And for facilities for physically challenged, that's obvious requirement of universal accessibility. And this is the last metric, that is the peer perception. So a survey is to be conducted over all the stakeholders to get what is the perception about the institution. Next. So this was something for the SPA and IRF ranking. But I think if we are envisaging that we will be implementing NEP, then we'll also, I think the Ministry of Education will also have to revise the NIRF matrix also, because it has to reflect what NEP is looking at. That's all I have to say about the quality imperative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such a exhaustive and precise presentation, ma'am. Everything is to the point. And definitely NIRF is addressing the quality, quality accreditation for architecture, but definitely it needs to revise itself based on the NEP. And you are very nicely explaining the entire matrix where like all the areas have been covered up, and how the quality system assurance mechanism needs to be put in place, and how we need to be aware of every aspect, every stakeholder, whether it is faculty, student, the infrastructure, the vision, the governance, the alumni. I mean, everybody in a way is responsible. And I think this framework would require appropriate, exhaustive inputs. And I'm sure the audience would have really understood how things work, because not many colleges are ultimately going for NIRF. Big university setups are going for ranking systems, but the standalone colleges, they don't. So not many people are aware of this ranking matrix, and you have very nicely shared your thoughts and experience with this. I think that's it from my side, and we would like to have some questions from Radhika. You want to add something? Or?
Yeah. So I'm sure everybody will agree that now this room or this platform has become like a factory of wisdom. A lot of points, and this is not possible. The presentation which was given by Chitralekha ma'am, that needs a lot of experience, and she must have gone through a lot of policies and then guidelines. Everything need to be in her fingertips, and then applying her own mind to come up with the problems and implications which can happen in architecture education. And it has been very nicely presented. Ma'am, it's a very commendable thing, and at least, yes, we could actually compile all the points, and then we can address it further to the higher officials about this. So there is a similar question which you have raised with respect to the education, like when they are exiting in a third year or final year. So based on the qualification, how it changes with respect to the salary and all those things. So there was a question from Akansha Sharma. She is from Ludhiana Punjab Architecture College. So she wants to express this, saying that at present we said that diploma holders takes projects at a low cost than the degree holder. So they exploit the architecture market work. As if we go with this multi-exit and entry process, don't you think that this kind of market can exploit the scenario, which will increase for our budding architects in a market? So she's saying if there is a difference, if they're coming out and then they are actually, taking up the projects with a low cost, then what will happen to the other graduates who are exit, final, completing 5 years course or doing PhD?
Council or the regulatory body, the registration, the diploma people don't get registered with the Council of Architecture. So they are only skilled draftsmen. They can only do the drafting part. But if market is using them for some other purpose, that's a malpractice.
Yeah, correct.
It cannot be encouraged. The education is not endorsing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think Dr. Bandana Jha has a question here, and she wants the question to be read. So perspective of the architecture industry should also be taken. Multidisciplinary approach should be done in consultation with industry and should be demand driven. Then perspective of the, I think that's what, it's just a statement. Yeah.
So ma'am, can you ask, hello, Vandana ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I have been with you all since morning, but also doing my other works. And few of the things, I wanted to bring out, like this multiple entry and exit is still happening in my class. Some students, they are like guests, they come and go. Today I was consolidating the attendance and I had to do some other works because we have the juries. And this thing is happening, and it is so difficult to handle such students. So implementation of this multiple entry is going to be a nightmare for the institutions, for teachers, everybody. So some deliberations has to be done on this, how to manage, because within the class, when within a semester it happens, and it's so difficult to manage, how we will manage when it becomes years of multiple. So that's one thing. Then, but definitely there are some deserving students who have problems of money, of some, many students have health issues. So for them it can be a useful tool. Second, my request was involving the industry. Like today's deliberations, most of us are academicians here, but I would like the industry people also to be involved into finding out, what kind of multidiscipline they want in the students, what is missing in the present academic scenario, and what more they expect. So then, we can have a better multidisciplinary approach, and we can extend in directions which are more market driven, rather than just few of us academicians sitting. And so that I have a request to make. And another request is that all the multidisciplinary aspects, or the subjects, or the master's level or diplomas we add, should be startup driven. Like we should be more focused on getting the students started up on a business, or maybe on on a path where they can start earning right away, or they can start some industry on their own. So that kind of a request I would like to add in this NEP discussions. That's it. Thank you.
I think Kalpana can be allowed.
Yeah. Hello. Very good evening to ma'am and to all the panelists here. I would like to introduce myself. I am an associate professor at Amity, and I have also taught at SPA. And so, ma'am, my question is, I am also the in charge of quality in my organization. And I'm taking care of IQAC in my organization, and also I'm the faculty here. But the problem is looking into the quality aspect and coordinating with the QAE, which is the quality assurance in our university, Amity University. The problem is the faculty is not very much willing. I mean, as architects, as faculty engaged in architecture, we are including myself, we are more engaged into teaching, and we are very bad at recording and maintaining all the all the data, etc., and then of course sharing it with the, keeping a record of all that and sharing it with the keeping a record of all this data. So how can we engage the faculty into sharing all these data and maintaining all these NAC criteria? So that is the biggest issue that I'm facing in my organization, and coordinating with the QAE cell of my this thing. How to balance that?
Actually, see, it's a quality is to be looked to in a holistic perspective. What we require as IQAC cell, we have to sensitize our faculty, and keeping the data of whatever activities the faculty is doing is in their interest, because their progression is also dependent on their own performance. So one has to just make them realize. That's what I did at my level, that I sensitize them that see, if you have all this information, this is your own information, and it is for your further career opportunities. So I found that it was an audit we performed, at different level we performed the audit, academic audit, administrative audit. So that ensured that we get all the information, and people also realize the value of that information. And plus, if your institution is accredited, ultimately it goes to your credit also, that I belong to such a highly accredited institution. So that kind of sensitization is required. And even we did every energy audit also we did for our campus. So we found that we are a energy efficient institution, and we got a couple of awards also from the government for that. So this data is now the very useful thing to know how you are performing. Even at SPA, I have now done with a set of my faculty and students. We did a water audit of our institution, and as well as we try to find out that how can we, optimize water consumption. So that is making my student also aware that what is the significance of water, and when it is presented to everyone, we'll realize that we can save water and how we can make a water positive institution. So like that, I think at the faculty level also, you have to make them understand the significance of all this information.
True, ma'am. I'll try to the best of my efforts. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I would like to, say what Professor Vandana was saying. Today, Aruna Madam has said that when you are teaching in the studio, you have to teach them the core principles. So if I am designing housing in one place, the student is, also equipped to design in another context. So if we understand the principles carefully, and if we are able to at least get that across, we have done our part. The second thing she said about the industry involvement, Aruna Madam has also said that when we are, having the material which are to be used for building, industry, if they get involved, we are, developing that partnership so that we can use the material which are available, or the market technology can be informed by us that this is not a usable material. So that partnership is essential, and I saw that in ETH when I visited for their jury. I found that they had given a design project and the industry was involved. So when the students were making presentation, if they were proposing any material, the jury was asking the question to the industry also, that how this material can be useful. So there were number of industry people there in their design jury. So I think that kind of collaborative approach is essential.
Yeah, so one last question can we take, ma'am? So there's Vinita from the audience. I'm allowing you to talk, so you can ask the question. If you can't, then I can read out your question. Okay, so she wants to explain.
She's on.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Vinita, you can speak.
Okay, I will address. So she's saying that is our professional field ready to take graduates with multidisciplinary education? Anybody from the panelists would like to address?
No, in fact, they are the favored apples because they are bringing an extra USP into an otherwise mundane bunch of graduates. They're looking for somebody who is an architect and can do and. So the more number of ands, the more valuable they are.
In fact, I visited an office. They said we have 100 employees and they have different sections. So every section he said that this person is working NBC. This person is, very good in visualization. So they are looking at the people who have, multidimensional skills.
In fact, when the recruiters come, they are saying, oh, we like SPA graduates because they do AV, they are good at A, B, and C. That's why when we come here, we are looking for those kind of people. And when they go to some other institution, they say D, E, F. So unique skills are a USP, and I think private institutions will leverage upon this kind of a notion.
Yeah, hope you got the answer, Vinita ji. So now we will move forward to the interesting part of the session. Till now, you've been listening to the speakers, but before going to the panel discussion, we would like to, submit a token of gratitude to our last speaker of the day for the best presentation which was given by Professor Chitrarekha ma'am. So I will call upon Dr. Anil Dewan sir to do the honors.
ध्यान से पकड़ना मैम नीचे से.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So as I was talking about this, we have come to the interesting part of the session. From morning, I know I should appreciate the, the concentration of all the participants who are sitting here for hours and listening to this lecture. And it's been like, we were just listening from the speakers. Now it's the time where we are going to amend all the points which has been shared by all the participants who have registered, and they have given the feedback in terms of survey form. So I would request Rashmi ma'am to express, the results, what we have actually collected, and then it has been collated into a presentation, and she will take some time to express. And then after that, the panel discussion will be open, and we will have a discussion for at least 30 minutes. And we will have a feedback form which will be circulated at the end of this session. And I would request all the participants just take 10 more minutes time. If you can send it today, it's fine. Otherwise, also I can extend time till tomorrow. And that feedback will be really, very helpful for us to understand better about our overall session. In case if you are interested for a longer session like this as a FDP also, we are ready to do it. So we would like to know the actual feedback from you all. Thank you so much. Over to you, Rashmi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Radhika. And before we begin with this, I would really like to thank each one of you for filling your responses in the lengthy, exhaustive questionnaire form which I shared. And till the time I collated all this, around more than 200 plus responses were recorded. And based on that, I'm going to show the results and we'll get into discussions. I will be projecting the graphs and then we'll get into discussions. And let me again tell you that this research is as part of my ongoing PhD thesis, Strategies of Quality in Architecture Education in India. And I'm really grateful to STA Delhi for allowing me to conduct this online and hybrid mode workshop on NEP, and also allowing me to float this questionnaire survey form to so many experts and interested academicians and practitioners across the country. And your inputs will definitely make a mark on my analysis. And again, really very thankful. And I would like to now show the responses. So as you see, more than 86% of the responses are the academicians. And how important is the market credibility and word of mouth as the basis for selecting the suitable architecture school for admission? So more than 81% actually say, they strongly believe that it's important. And if we go by Chitrarekha ma'am's presentation also, so publicity definitely plays a very important role. And it's also critical for the rankings and the accreditations required. So this is something which we got to understand. How important is the built environment of the school for selecting the school for admission? Again, built environment definitely is very, very crucial when it comes to the choice. And definitely the stakeholders, so many times I've been part of a setup where it's a private institution. So after filling the NATA form, and the parents and the students have been flocking our campus and would generally like to go around and see how things work and how everything is, instrumental. And definitely the built environment and the environment will play an important role. And that's very evident with the responses that all of you have shown. And I'm sure you will agree, and this must be standing true, the kind of built environments you all are teaching and imparting education in. Then admission criteria in schools should include Subject choices at 10+2, elective subjects, entrance aptitude test, interviews, portfolio, written skills, family background, travel exposure, all of the above and none of the above. So as you see, more than 77% people are actually wanting the entrance or the aptitude test to happen at some level. But we will not get into the debate of how good this system is currently and how it needs to be modified. Maybe our panelists can throw some light on any of these questions and would like to add on something.
I think we should have a very, I had mentioned this in my talk.
Yes.
I think we need to put it out there that this constitutes aptitude and this is how you must test it. And this is how you, this is what we want. This is how it should be built. This is how you should test it, and which means that are you going to ask students to come to College of Architecture for the test, or are you going to do it in all the government schools? We have to think this through based on the complexity of our country. It should be one test, because it's heartbreaking for kids to take test after test. And we should be out there as academicians to spell out, and we should do it quickly before somebody else does it for us. As always, somebody else does it, and then we keep cribbing about, ये ठीक नहीं है, वो ठीक नहीं है. पहले बता दो ना क्या चाहिए. पहले बताओ.
Yeah, it should be spelled out.
Yeah,
that's true. Okay, moving ahead. So now this is something very significant, which I personally have witnessed and been part of it. Can the rank or the scores obtained in the entrance or aptitude test can be the basis of success of individuals in the later years? So many number of times we've seen that there are so many coaching institutes across the country making students prepare for NATA and other entrance exams, or JEE architecture and other papers. And maybe temporarily the student is equipped to sit for the exam and performs well in the initial years. But this may not be true for the entire progression and may not be true to see the success throughout, And 49% people actually agree with this. So the curriculum should be based on COA minimum standards of education. So, or it should have a COA or global standards. So around 71%, 72% people say that it should have both. So it's not only the COA minimum standards, we need to even look into the global standards to achieve any kind of quality today. Then curriculum should be flexible, employment-centric, skill-based, knowledge-based, address regional diversities and all of the above. So 66% people say that all these are required in a curriculum, and 25% say it should be flexible. And definitely our NEP today is also asking, is also actually hinting at incorporating all these things. It is asking for a flexible curriculum. It definitely has to be employment-centric. They are also talking about skills to be, skills and competencies to be plugged in, and definitely knowledge and the regional diversities have to be incorporated. The curriculum should incorporate humanities and technologies besides the core competencies of design, construction, and structure. So I guess this is universally accepted that 96% people say that yes, they are very important. Ma'am, any one of you, sir and ma'am, would you like to add anything related to this? Anything related to any of these questions?
Actually, the NEP has said there is nothing like science, arts, humanities. There are no silos. There is no curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular.
Yeah, there are no divisions.
There are no divisions.
Yeah.
That everything is a thread, and you will pick up your threads and create yourself. That is what it is saying. So
I mean, every individual can bouquet different, can pick up different flowers from the bouquet and make their own bunch. That's what.
And to be a practitioner, I think, because we are a professional degree, there should be a system by which we look at these bouquets and say, okay, if you didn't have these flowers, get that.
Yeah.
And learn that either through the profession or do some extra exams or extra credits maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
Because it is available, so you can just walk in and do some.
You can mix match and
bridge courses or whatever.
Yeah, and so your licensing should not, and it says so,
Yes.
that licensing is not.
I'll come to that. Yeah,
Ah.
certification is also one of the. So the liberal arts and design thinking should be included in the curriculum. How significant is outcome-based education? So I guess everybody is definitely agreeing to this part. More than 80% are agreeing, strongly agreeing to the outcome-based education. Then now which of the following is most significant to achieve quality? So over here, this was something which I never expected. Maybe the panelists over here can also. So they are talking about the pedagogy as the most significant attribute to achieve quality. So how would you react to this, the panelists?
I think it's quite obvious. I mean, when we say pedagogy, we are really talking about how you teach.
That's right.
So I think it all depends.
Yeah, no, but they are
how you
giving
teach
that
can make
kind of
or break.
importance to,
Yes.
yeah.
Ultimately, you see, all of whatever we are discussing, so many things we have discussed, so many benchmarks we have made, so many parameters we have identified. Finally, you have to always understand that all of it can fall totally flat if there is no chemistry between the teacher and the student.
That's true, sir. But unfortunately, I mean, I think all of you would agree, we lay so much stress to the curriculum and the syllabus and the course structure. And in our discourses within our this thing, of course, we talk about pedagogy. I'm not saying that we don't talk about it, but the kind of percentage variation which we see over here, that kind of percentage variation is not there in our discourses. We don't pay that kind of emphasis and attention to.
I want to raise a flag. Has this question been understood correctly?
Yeah.
I have a question. When I look at the answer,
yeah,
my counter question is: has this been understood correctly?
And that too is again debatable.
So when you get into your when you get into your whatever you use for your PhD, then I think you may want to do one more.
I will, ma'am. This is only a pilot run.
Yeah, so you may want to do another run where you explain what these words are, and then try and.
Yeah, I'll be more careful.
After all, English is not our first language.
Yes, ma'am. So, is research important for both students and faculty? So, definitely everybody agrees to this part. Should architecture education be research driven? Yes, majority agrees to this. How much important is inclusion of values and ethics in the curriculum? Again, so many people agree to this part. Then should curriculum allow exposure to practical work through internship programs for students? So 77% people strongly agree to this part. And does current minimum standards of COA bridge the gap between theory and practice? So now again, this is kind of a confused thing because no evident picture is actually emerging from this.
So I think question reframing is called for.
Yeah. Okay. So should there be enough mechanisms and tools to support internationalization? Yes, internationalization is strongly talked about in the new education policy. And I guess this is something which will be very significant for not only individuals, but the country as a large. And so many people are strongly agreeing to this. And how can internationalization be encouraged through NEP in architecture education is through exchange programs, collaborative studios, international exposures, or maybe all of it. So this is how people are reacting to it. What of the following are required to be inculcated in a student? Creativity, knowledge, skills, competencies, or all of the above? So definitely all have an important role. And almost 87% people agree to all the domains to be in part of it. How significant is architects' role in society and nation building? So it's almost 71% people strongly agree to this. So, ma'am, this is on a Likert scale, and if like you see, even we can consider the 19% part also towards agreeing part. So, majority is actually agreeing. Should more professionals be encouraged into academics for better professional delivery? So, yes, I think almost 70% people agree to this part. And the education should be standardized globally. Again, this is also universally accepted part. Then architecture education in India is quality oriented or quantity oriented. So more than 71% people have said that it's quantity oriented and not quality oriented. So our focus definitely needs to be shifted to this part. Should accreditation become an essential instrument for benchmarking? So yes, 39% people say yes, 36.7 say maybe, and 24 say no. Should architecture education be made the primary objective of architecture education? Yes, by 92.3% people. And thus the accreditation enables achieving quality. So 33% people say yes, 40% people are unsure, and 25% say no. Is it important to adopt interdisciplinary approach to achieve global standards? So majority actually is agreeing to this part. Is it important for students to acquire skills along with knowledge? So again, so many people are agreeing. Sir, do you have anything to add? Ma'am, sir, you have anything to add here? Okay, moving ahead. Adoption of technology is an important parameter to achieve quality. So over here, very less strongly agree, but 42.9% people actually agree to this part. The physical infrastructure of architecture schools should support the latest technology. Again, this is also 57.7% strongly agree, and 31.6% people agree to this. Then should there be a flexible exit policy as specified by NEP? So 59% people have understood this entry exit thing and are supporting this area, and I think this would work fine. Should the certification programs be introduced to such students prior to completion of the course?
What is the meaning of this question? I couldn't understand it.
Which one, ma'am?
This one, student certification programs. What does the certification program mean?
Ma'am, certification after graduation. So even Concenor is looking into the certifications. So
Prior to completion, likha hua hai na humne.
Oh yeah, sorry. This one is prior. There's one more question later, which is after the course. So these are certifications can be encouraged before the course is completed because they will save on time. So this is what we want to know.
So this question is not very.
It's not
certification
clear.
means certificate to practice?
Yeah.
Or
So this question is not very clear.
Okay.
Register.
Yeah.
As having a 3-year degree kind of certification in the middle of doing.
Okay.
So maybe you want to add a line explaining the word
Needs to be
certification.
explained more. Yeah.
And then.
Okay. So yeah, that's it from here. Anybody from the audience has anything to add to?
Yeah, you can always raise your hand. Yeah, that's one person. Can you identify them? Just give them access. Narendrajit.
Yes, Professor Narendrajit Kaur.
Good evening, everybody. It has been a very enlightened session for the whole day. My curiosity is, these are more academicians over here. We live in our, pseudo world in the academics of architectural education. But is anything being done to bridge the gap in real time? Because when the student, after 5 years of education, goes into the market, the reality is that NCR is asking him to do a job for petty 12,000 to a range of 18,000. Isn't it that the education that we are giving them for 5 years should at least give them a basic, salary package? They should be able to earn that much after 5 years of education. And the architecture fraternity has devoid this part that engineering, after a diploma, they can start at second year lateral entry. This is much debated thing, but in architecture, that provision is not there. So we invest 1 more year, but if we come, are we really able to give them a survival package after 5 years undergrad? Or so there's something like as a academicians. And why should a student choose architecture as a field? So there's a tough debate to surviving of Professor Pushkar said something on 380 institutions. How many students or how many architects are we churning out every year? Is the market really ready for these many architects? Is the new shifts that we are planning on? I think some real time stats need to be checked with that.
Madam, the
So what
simple
is the
answer
take
to the
of the
question
panel on
is
that?
it is a choice. So when you say that why should anybody choose? Well, nobody should choose.
Yeah.
And we are witnessing that less and less people are choosing every year. So this year we have got admissions something like half the capacity or even less of the number of seats that we have in the country. Only half that number or just 40% of that number actually choosing to be in architecture, and that's based on the reality that there isn't that kind of money going around.
Yes.
For architects to actually want to become architects, which may also reflect the true number of people who really want to be architects. How many of the others who are not choosing to be here now wanted to be architects in the first place? Or it was merely because they found it easy to pass that entrance exam, and therefore, they got in here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been here. So we are coming to a point where the reality of the entire situation is, it's unfolding in front of us. And if it means that, yes, we need to have less number of architecture schools and fewer graduates, well, so be it.
Okay.
Let the market forces decide.
Definitely. That is the thing, but I have another opinion. That is my personal opinion on this. I've seen in IITs that a lot of architectural background students, they take placements of non-core and they decide they get a good placement. So somewhere I was wondering, should we think on these lines where non-core placements also, and they get this added on knowledge from architecture because it's a very vast umbrella. So they are jack of almost all fields and domains and things. So is that also a good way to go forward in architectural academia where non-core placements, they are surpassing
That is
the
what
core
the NEP
placements?
wants.
Hmm.
Actually, typically, like as I mentioned in my lecture, when it said multidisciplinary, this profession has been doing this since the day of the international, since the days of the Bauhaus. Exit policy, architectural education had it when I entered the school in 1979. This was there in my syllabus. And it took 20 years for the first graduate to stand up and say, I want to exit. SPA has always had this. So in the same sense, what you're seeing as this phenomena is also perhaps you are actually seeing the first glimpse of what the NEP is going to do to all other professions.
I have seen film directors who was part of SPA. So this was an art director in a film on the set where I happened to be, and that person said, I am from SPA. And then I went to the Film and Television Institute, and here I am doing art direction of this film. And so we have had, in my batch at least, people who've been authors, people who've been painters, people who've been sculptors, graphic designers. So these are allied fields, and there are so many things people are doing, including selling Fevicol. And why shouldn't they? The idea is the society should come up to a level where the person who is a carpenter on a building, a plumber and an architect can all live a decent living. So this is something wrong with the economy, with the state of the affairs there, and not something wrong with the project. This is what I want to add.
I think non-core placement has been a reality everywhere. I have seen it IIT Kharagpur also. Many of my graduates joined IT industry after completing architecture because the placement and the package, and they had their skill to implement because they were good in information technology. So they chose and they got good placement. And sometimes by choice also, one of my students I want to do jewelry design. So after graduating as an architect, she joined New York School of Design and she specialized in that fashion and the jewelry design. So I think non-core placement is also by choice. And architecture gives you wings for that. That's what I would say, that because we are having a holistic education and creativity and innovation are part of our, so you have the base and you can take up any non-core placement also, and NEP has endorsed that right now, but it has been there over the years.
Actually, my curiosity was from the students when they compare the non-core and core placements. So somewhere, it was a bit difficult for me to answer them. Non-core definitely gives them a very good package that is giving, and the core is not able to compete that well with it.
I think it is choice which plays a dominant role in selecting, but package may not be. I have seen people are giving good packages also because their aspirations are in the creative disciplines.
If I may answer that, when it is a non-core employer, your skill set is unique for him. So he will pay a higher salary. When in the core competency, there are many, many people with base core competencies from many schools. So the pool is very large. So automatically the salary goes down. It is just as simple as that. It's demand versus supply.
Economics.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you.
So my dear audience, if you can raise hand, then we can discuss further about this. Any more questions you are open to ask? Yes, please.
We have called this higher educational institutions. Rather than if we call the professional education institutions, our half of the problem will solve. Because we are thinking the other streams, like other than the architecture. So my suggestion is, because architecture comes one of the 4 classical professions in the India. What is the meaning of classical professions? Means they have a origin of our Indian culture thousands of years. For example, architecture. Architecture, after the food and after the food and roti and kapra, there is a primary necessity of the makan, built environment. So architecture will be considered the primary service to the society, and it roots in our India related to the Vastu. There are so many buildings. One of the example of Jaipur cities is based on the Vastu principles, Mansara, and it is very well functioning in today time also. So this is Vastu Shastra. So one of the, it is called, and the second is chartered accountant, means Kar Vigyan. Like we have also know about the Chanakya. We have know about Chanakya. He has written so many things कि इसका taxation system कैसा होना चाहिए. Like doctors, we have a ancient Ayurvedic systems, and Ayurveda is a Upaved of the four way, and it is a knowledge of, and it is a considered of the Shastra. And lawyer, Vidur Niti, Dand and Vidhi Sanhita. It is also one of the very, very important knowledge streams of ancient Indian system. So these kind of 4 classical professions is considered, and Britishers also restored this kind of policy. We have to think, and recently I have known that through the president of Council of Architecture, Architectural Concern, they are telling कि our we are come into the Ministry of Education, and they are planning, they are exercising. Our ministry will be transferred to the right ministry, maybe housing and urban and all, as like other professions. But for coordinating of architectural things, we can something tie up with the Ministry of Education. But our core objective is profession and practice. So I would like to stress that instead of calling higher education institutions, we have to focus on professional education institution. जैसे ही हम इस चीज को स्टैंडर्ड करेंगे तो हमारे जो इतना जो complexity we are developing, that will be half or 25%.
Do you have any question in precise in response to this?
Why cannot we use word professional education system, professional education institution rather than the higher education institutions? That is my primary question.
Yeah, it's a discussion point which you are making.
No, it is not a discussion point, sir. Okay. So basically, what is it?
You are asking why it cannot be done. I'll answer you why it cannot be done. See, why it cannot be done is you are presuming that every architect is going to be a professional. It is the primary difficulty we have, that our entire system presumes that the architect will become a professional.
Sir,
No, not all doctors dispense medicines. Not all doctors practice medicine. Please, you must understand that. No, lawyer can be an advocate, can be an advisor.
So
please, enough. Now enough is enough. We are in School of Planning and Architecture. There are 12 departments here. Architecture happens to be one of them. So we cannot call it.
Architecture has a very great domain.
Yes.
That's why it has to be higher education. It cannot be professional.
Architecture is a very great domain. which planning is also part of the architecture.
Yes, हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक बात आप कह रहे हैं, लेकिन हम प्रोफेशन किसको बोलते हैं?
लेकिन अभी
हम प्रोफेशन किसको बोलते हैं?
सर हमारा जो वर्तमान सिस्टम है, प्रेजेंट सिस्टम है, वो बड़ा फ्रेगमेंटेड मैनर में है
और हम और भी ज्यादा फ्रेगमेंटेड करना चाहते हैं इसको। इतना कर दिया है कि अब आप आर्किटेक्चर और आर्किटेक्ट वर्ड ही हटाना चाहोगे उसमें से।
Then there will be no relevance of the architecture.
You in the morning told us that the Supreme Court has done it already.
Supreme Court is only interpreted the whatever written
I
in
think,
the.
sir, we are digressing from our main agenda. We can take this up. Listen, we are already running. Sorry, excuse me. We are already running late, and many people are waiting online. So we should not. We can indulge into this after the meeting is over. And there are a few questions which I can see on the question and answer session. Do you want me to take them up, Radhika?
After Vinita, those were given. I think 2-3 questions only. It's from Geeta Viswas. University guidelines are students friendly. Students have multiple options to just pass and get degree. So then how can we manage the quality and guide students to work for quality rather than just passing exam? Geeta,
Any one of you wants to answer this? What is the question? University guidelines are student friendly and students have multiple options to just pass and get degree. Then how we can manage the quality and guide students to work for quality rather than just passing exams?
At some point in time in their life, they are going to hit the quality wall. We just have to introduce the quality wall to them as early in life as possible.
And placement is the first one.
And placement is the first one. So we can, they say, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. In defense of easy exits, we urbanites have this notion that सब हमारे जैसे के घरों में रहते हैं. Everybody is from the same. We teachers are terrible at this. The presumption is this child comes from the same kind of home that I come from. Sorry, in the context of India, not true at all. What he or she may be coming from maybe you'll be shocked to see it, and you may not be even able to say, call it home. So the range of backgrounds, and we discovered this to our shock and dismay when we were doing online classes, that the kind of students who come to my school, and I can only talk about SPA, I know no other, come from such a varied background that for a child whose mother tongue is not Hindi, whose second language was Sanskrit, and who barely knows English, coming and listening to me deliver a history on architecture is such a pressure that to barely pass is a great achievement for that child. So we must recognize that in this basket of students that we have, there is so much diversity that, to get this person may be very good in the next studio when there is a structures teacher who's very, very sympathetic, who's getting things done hands-on and maybe scoring top marks. So there is the input is very diverse. And that is also a reason why academia wants to keep the standards as minimum. Excel in something or be an average all through. We
cannot limit to a small segment.
Yes,
it's like has to be open to larger groups.
Absolutely, it has to be inclusive.
Yeah. So okay, thank you, ma'am. So the next question over here is from Sarika Jain. As an academician and a practitioner, the observation I have come across is the skills and the gap between the industry and academics should we not introduce internships every year, which will enhance skills of the students, and the gap will also be reduced once they graduate. So internships every year, she's asking.
Choose to do it.
There are some students who do it every vacation. They go home to practice in their parents' offices or uncles or aunts' offices in the winter vacation, summer vacation.
Yes.
Some of them do it. So
I think some colleges and universities
we
also
discovered
offer.
that some students were actually, you can say, working, or we call it internship in quotes. They were actually doing their internship while their first year was happening online.
That's right.
They were already working.
So we call it moonlighting in that IT industry.
No, I think I don't want to be. I want to give her a responsible answer. My answer is somebody may want to do to take lessons in dancing. Somebody may want to take up an extra language course. So the vacation, or you may just want to chill out because the semester has been rigorous and you have spent it in a city which is far away from home. I think one must recognize all these things. And at the end of the day, if somebody is very ambitious, they will go and work in some office.
Yeah, to play the violin is also very important.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So next one is from Himanshi Shrivastava. Why do we have to wait for 5 years to earn? Why we can't train or provide opportunities and encourage students to earn while learning, even through small assignments like blogging, writing, sketching, modeling, painting, or even ideating?
They're doing it.
Yeah.
They are already doing it, and
already
please
doing it.
encourage by all means.
Do it.
Okay, so here Dr. Vandana Jha says that Ratan Tata was a trained architect. I think I missed on one or two over here.
I think I missed the take Aishwarya Rai Bachchan was also.
Yeah, she third year, she didn't come.
Somebody asked me that who are my research guides. So I think that question now I cannot see. Is it deleted from?
She got her degree.
I saw that question, but I don't know. It's not on the list. So may I tell you, I have been pursuing my PhD from Architecture Department, School of Planning and Architecture. And my guide is Professor Dr. Jaya Kumar, and my co-guide is Dr. Amit Hajela, who was one of the presenters in the morning. And Anything else related to this which I can answer? I don't know where that question vanished. It was
So there was one question from Baljit. Okay, this will be the last question.
Okay.
So when someone drop after first year, then they do job and rejoin again after 2 years. What about their job experience? Whatever experience they gain will be.
Yeah, they can always add to their resume. Nobody can snatch that away. That's going to value add to their progression anyhow.
Okay, so considering everyone's time, I guess we have come to the closing of the session. It's a wonderful experience for me to, address almost 180 participants online and almost 15 to 20 participants over here in the new committee room. And I would like to thank, we have reached a vote of thanks now. So before I hand over mic to our HOD, Architect Anil Dewan sir, I would like to thank from my heart this experience is really a memorable one for me to address and then, to receive all great hearts over here with their, powerful minds with a lot of wisdom in front of me who is sitting here. And they have, expressed all kind of insights here with respect to NEP. And I'm sure this NEP is a very vast subject. There are a lot of brainstorming and then people are raising several questions. So I know in your organization also you can keep brainstorming about this further, and then we'll see how we can streamline things further. Basically, we are talking about student oriented. How can we focus more on them so that they will get benefited out of the education what we are actually trying to give them. So so we have come to the last part of the session where successfully we could able to complete with all the speakers and then even the panel discussion. And we have only one request from all the participants that I will be circulating the feedback form in the registered emails, and also I've already shared here in the chat box. We would request you to complete it. Of course, I got a request that it should be kept open till Monday, so I'm doing it. So till Monday it will be open. You can submit it later on also, not a problem. So based on that, then we will be circulating the e-certificates to all of you. So we have come to the end of the session. Now I would request our HOD Architect Anil Dewan sir to give a vote of thanks to all our speakers. And I would like to thank personally him being a mentor, and you've been guiding us, thorough of complete the project, complete the process, how we can actually perform this workshop in a very successful way. Of course, this will not be possible without, without this proposal accepted by all these eminent speakers over here and all the participants who will still, continue giving support till the end of the session. I'm very, very thankful to you. Over to you, sir. And I have a very good support from Rashmi ma'am also. It's again a joint effort, we should say. We've been working, one-to-one, and whatever she could tell me, like I could able to complete it. And firstly, I would like to thank even our director, P.S.N. sir, who agreed for the proposal, and then he supported with all the funds which is required. And unfortunately, we couldn't bring here our academics, Dean Academics, sorry, Dr. Ashok Kumar here. But anyway, in future, we will try to make it as a very big event. Over to you, sir.
So I'm so happy that we didn't have any glitches, the internet worked and there was no electricity and all those kind of glitches that we have. So it was glitch free. So I'd like to thank the Council of Architecture. We wanted to have the President Council of Architecture, but he was traveling and our times didn't match. So to the director, the deans, and all the staff and the IT support and backup and everybody who made it possible. So I'm very grateful to all the participants who come here and who have joined us online. And as we promised, we will make a publication out of it and present it to the council and to the ministry, and hopefully the understanding of the NEP and the rollout may become now possible. So at SPA, we are on that path. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And we are very sorry that we extended at least 1 hour more than the actual schedule. Okay, so we have come to the end of the session. I would like to thank even the silent partners who were supporting us in the other way, Soumya and other staff members. Thank you so much. And we will come back again with very interesting topics like this. Of course, by seeing your feedback form, we will come to know. Acha, okay. So we have a small, memento for both of us. Professor Rashmi ma'am, first you can go and receive from our HOD Dewan sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. And now I would like to receive Radhika from HOD sir.
Very well done, both of you.
Very well done. With a lot of hard work. Lot of work.
So wouldn't have happened because without your support.
Yeah, at last, I would like to thank our back-end support, Mr. Imran, our agent here, who supported thoroughly with the Zoom link. Thank you so much, sir. And we have a cast team also, Mr. Biswas and team members here, who supported with all the infrastructure, and Satya ji, who've been here, like, even yesterday we were able to arrange all the tables, everything in place. So I would like to thank each one of you. We are very grateful to all of you to make this event a very grand success. Thank you so much. See you, Jai Hind.
Thank you.